Okay. Shouldn't be live yet, but this will be on the recording. But now we're live, so I don't know why I said it.
Oh, I didn't do my, yeah, okay. Never mind.
Your what?
I forgot to pop it up. It just started for me on the...
Oh, your chat?
Yeah, and then I was like, well, that's not normal. That doesn't happen.
I can't see chat. I don't know if anyone's here right now.
Yeah, there are a few people.
What is the noise? Oh, wow. That is a fat cat, huh? That sounded like a person coming down the stairs.
Yeah.
That is a fat cat. Good job, Evie. Okay, I can't see chat. 1 second. I'm setting up my...
Hi, everybody. People are saying hi.
Hello.
And New Draco's here. New Draco always shows extreme lily love. Don't think I don't notice.
The lily love.
Lots of... He says, hey, queen. Lots of lily love.
Can they hear you?
I don't know. We're going to find out. I've got lilies, so I think they must be able to hear me.
That's good.
That's what you want.
We can't hear her? No? Someone says no. Maybe they're fibbing. She's a bit quiet? Okay. Well, we're being a little quiet anyway. Because, in case you're not on Discord, Finn took forever to fall asleep, so that's why we're starting really, really late. We've been ready for, what, 3 hours?
Yeah.
And he just... It's not like as soon as he goes to sleep, like, hey, we're good to go, you know? Like, we also have to, you know, wait for him to be asleep for a little while longer. You might want to move the chair closer, or I can move you, actually. Hold on.
I can't possibly miss another exciting talk about depression and Star Wars from you two. I love them.
Well, those two go together.
Thank you. Oh, what treatment? He's moving me, chair and all here.
Okay, is that close enough, or can we get closer still?
I don't know. I'm going to be sitting on your lap pretty much here.
I'm okay
if
with
we
that.
get any closer.
I'm okay with that. We might have to go to a different streaming site if we do that, though. Although the way Twitch is going lately, maybe not. Just chatting, sure. Anyway, yeah. So sorry that we're starting late, but yeah, the kid is the dictator at the moment. We could have went and streamed in the basement with the baby monitor looking at the door, but there's stuff going on in the basement right now. Your keyboard is terrible. So yeah, I'm on Lily's computer and on the main floor of the house, and her keyboard has been...
Yeah, Finn spilled lemonade all over it the other day, and I cleaned it up as best as I could, but some of the keys are sticking a little bit, so...
Uh-oh.
That's Leo.
Yeah.
The Shadow of Hope just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Shadow of Hope. Sorry, I'm trying to unstick the W key. Okay, I think we'll be okay. Maybe, I don't know. A is sticking though too. This is a very bad keyboard. Maybe I'm gonna have to go get the gamepad. If I just plug it in, will it work? Let's find out.
And Madbake just subscribed for 12 months in a row. I've been here for a year and didn't receive a cup of mortifying mocha. What a great cafe. Joke aside, your streams are amazing. Always good to watch you. Wow. Well, what can we say?
It's Maddie Bakes. What can we say?
I know, but not even one cup of mortifying mochas.
Well, that's why it's the Cringe Cafe, because you cringe at the bad service. That's why. Okay, there we go. The key. It's working. It's working. Okay, there we go. Much better. Thank you, Mebik. Yeah, a whole year. Yeah. It doesn't feel like it.
Why don't you have a new special drink?
Okay.
Instead of a mortifying mocha,
I'm all ears.
You could have a languishing latte.
A languishing latte? I don't know. Are we ready to make that kind of?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Can we branch out like that? I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know.
We're not going to be out of business soon anyway from the shit service. So throw some of that on the menu.
Well, maybe people know what they're coming for.
Cringe cappuccino.
So I can't remember where anything is. Yeah, I can't remember where anything is. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much again, Madbake. I'm probably gonna talk to you about making another emote soon. I'm gonna finalize some ideas, and then we're gonna pull the trigger, pull the devil trigger, get some more emotes. Feed the beast. If you're available.
Finn thought Ralph Clugs used 10 bits and says Finn thought lemonade would add zest to your keyboard, but it was only a fantasy.
Are they getting worse or better? I can't tell. What do you think?
This one was pretty good.
This one was pretty good? Wow.
Did you guys see the post in Dragon's Den about someone reading one of Lily's books and laughing at the chapter title?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I told Lily about it too. Yeah, I did. I laughed at it. I thought it was good.
And it took me a minute to remember what he was talking about because it's been so long since that book was in parts that I forgot that the first part was actually called that. So, and I don't remember what the other ones were called.
Deadly Affair, a deadly book, a deadly Lily.
That was when I had them separated into 5 parts.
The biggest, most awful.
I did tell Joe the riddle, and he said it was stupid.
Yeah, it was a dumb riddle. Yeah, it's not a riddle. That's just a. Can you guess something that fits this?
And I told it properly this time. I didn't start laughing in the middle of it and mess it up like I usually do either. I was so good about it.
That's not a riddle.
He might have been right, but you know.
Here's a riddle.
Not the point. The point is still that I won. I told him something he didn't guess.
What did I have for breakfast this morning? All right, can you solve it? Damn, what a fucking great riddle.
Well, here's the riddle. You weren't awake this morning and you didn't have breakfast.
Do I tell them the answer for?
Because I win. It was a trick riddle.
Oh, we've done everything in here. Shit. So if this is the first time that you've caught one of the Q&As live or any of the Q&As at all, usually we just kind of meander for the first little while people join chat, and then we start reading questions out that people posted on Patreon. Can I turn the rumble off? Because it's bugging me. Can I turn the rumble off? Use controller style menus. Hardware cursor controller rumble. There we go.
What do you enjoy doing when you occasionally have free time?
Oh man, probably watching TV or some movies. I actually watched a movie the other night. I was trying to get to sleep, and I thought I'd watch a movie, and I thought I would watch something kind of relaxing, kind of soothe me to sleep a little bit. You know, something that would just settle me. So I watched The Raid. And it was pretty good. I liked it quite a lot, and I enjoyed having to, being able to watch a movie. I hadn't seen it before, and I'm looking forward to watching the sequel sometime next year when I have another chance. Yeah, it was good. I highly recommend it if you like those kind of movies. Free time. I have, all jokes aside, I have been trying to take it a little easier. After, like, during the Danganronpa streams, it was I tried to have like an hour or two just chilling with the kids afterwards. It didn't always work out that way, but I tried to. But yeah, it's just so easy to get roped into just like this loop of this activity, that activity, this, you know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, movies, TV shows, reading, just the usual kind of hobbies, right? Nothing really that exciting.
No. But you don't have that much time anyway.
No,
right? So
it's okay.
Maybe
though.
if you had more time, you would have more variety. But you know.
No dates with waifu. When was the last time we went on a date?
It was July of 2015.
Was it raining?
I was very pregnant, and I had to keep getting up from the movie to pee. What movie did we see? I don't remember. Was that when we saw the one you love?
Fury Road?
Yeah. Was that one, or was there one we saw after that? We did see a movie that one time, a Star Wars movie, but I don't really consider that a date.
Wasn't it Avengers? It was Avengers. It wasn't Fury Road.
Was it Avengers?
I think it was Avengers. I think we went and saw Age of Ultron. I think that's what we went and saw.
We went.
Because I remember you were pregnant with Finn.
It was our last ditch attempt of having a date before the baby came.
Yeah, you were pregnant with Finn when we were watching all the Marvel movies leading up to going to see Age of Ultron, because I remember he liked the explosions during the Iron Man. Remember?
He used to go crazy, and he loved the Iron Man
used to kick.
song. He would like roll. His whole body would just roll over.
Yeah, but we don't go on dates anymore, not because of work. We don't go on dates because of the kids.
Yeah, we don't have anyone to look after them, and we don't just trust a babysitter that we just we don't know. So
didn't you just read some story about some daycare that's someone they hired stabbed all the kids or something?
Yeah, it was in New York, I think.
Yeah.
There was a story in the news.
That's pretty bad.
So yeah, we're a little nervous to leave our kids with anyone.
That's pretty bad. Yeah.
So no more movies.
Ever. No. You know what?
We did have a date the other night, though. We watched.
Oh yeah, we watched another movie. Yeah,
the first movie
I forgot about
that we watched together.
We watched together. We watched The Nice Guys, and it was pretty good. I liked it. I thought it was very funny. I thought it kind of just went nowhere at the end, though. But maybe that's the point. I don't know. Maybe it's something about that genre that I don't understand. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It was entertaining. I still like Russell Crowe. Are we allowed to like Russell Crowe?
Why not?
I don't know. I heard some bad things about Russell Crowe years and years ago. He was a dick on the Master and Commander set. He made everyone call him Captain or something. I can't remember, but maybe that's really tame compared to what celebrities are doing now.
Just remember hearing he was quite volatile, but that was years ago. So who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
That's in Toronto University, thinking about moving, and it's one of my options, so I thought I'd ask someone who may know. We went to York. York was okay, but it's very
What are they
far.
asking of University of Toronto or universities in Toronto?
Well, he just said on Toronto University, so I don't know if you mean U of T. We didn't go to U of T. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. We went to York, but I've heard good things about U of T, and there's multiple campuses, so.
Yeah, we're probably not the right people to ask, but my guess is that if you go online, there'll be a lot of online resources that are fairly reputable for determining that. Sorry to pass the buck, but yeah, we're not the right people to ask. Just like if you're asking, any what's the bar scene like in Toronto, I couldn't tell you either.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's been too many years.
Yeah, but strip clubs maybe, but not not the bars. Chicken wings. There's not a single place in Moncton that sells a good chicken wing. It's like they're all so pathetic, aren't they? They must all come from the same shitty distributor.
They're so tiny.
They're so
and
bad.
They have so little flavor to them.
And
there's no sauce.
They all look gray, right? Like they're just terrible. Really bad chicken wings. And chicken wings are a new thing for me. I never liked chicken wings until fairly recently. And I'm like, oh, I like chicken wings. Who knew? And then they got taken away.
Thank you to the Lucid Streamer, who just subscribed with Twitch Prime for 9 months in a row. 9 months of shit memes, chill streams, and owie ice creams. I'm still waiting on the official Joseph Anderson Minecraft killing game, though. You'd make a great Monokuma.
Yeah, I'll set that up. I'll look into it, and I'll set up the server, and I'll just have it running. As long as someone guides me through it, because I've never played Minecraft for more than like an hour. It's not something I ever really got into. Not because I didn't want to or anything, just didn't have the time, didn't have didn't look like something that interests me that much, so I couldn't justify getting it. But yeah. That text size? What's wrong with the text size? Is it too small or too big or what? Do you guys want me to turn the text size up? This is just here as the background anyway. How do I turn the text size up? It's huge? What do you mean? How do I turn it down?
What do I think of Monokuma? Very creepy. I have this thing where I love
you're talking about the overlay?
Dressed in clothes. I think it's really cute, like real animals, but when they're like talking stuffed animals, that's just not right. And I have so many of them that I've passed down to the kids, and it's like we're surrounded by bears. It's not good. Not in a good way.
Yeah. I can't see it. It's not here. That's weird. I could turn it off. Whoops. Okay, there we go. It doesn't look that much bigger than usual to me. It's in the right place. Is it really that big?
He might not be a stuffed animal, but if you lived here, you know what I mean. There are stuffed animals everywhere.
Are you guys talking about the name of the person, or are you talking about the message? It's not different than last time. That's weird. Okay, next time a sub comes in, I will check it and I will see if it's any different. Sorry. I can change the text size fairly easily. The message is actually gargantuan. Really? That's weird. Do I know that RT Game is a fan of yours? I think he left a comment on one of my videos. I had never heard of him, and apparently most people never heard of him either until recently, because his channel just went through a massive burst of popularity. So good for him. Someone linked the Q&A that he did, and he mentioned the Danganronpa streams, I think, and I listened to part of the beginning, and it was something along the lines of he just got a recent surge of subs and he can do whatever he wants now. He's not tied to playing Team Fortress 2, I think is what he used to play, so good for him. It's always good to break out of something and you have more freedom, so good for him. Yeah, but I didn't check out the rest of his channel, so I don't know what he does apart from Let's Plays. Does he do other stuff too? Seemed like a cool guy. He watches me, so he must be cool, right?
Hey Lily, just want to say that your help in the mental health section of Discord is amazing, and I thoroughly appreciate it, even if I don't use it often.
Aw.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think it's good too. I'm proud of you, Lily.
Thank you. I'm getting so many comments now. So many private messages. It's really it's been really well received.
Maybe
people are using it.
Maybe you should have your own mental health YouTube channel. What do you think of that?
Maybe. Come and talk to me.
Would you call it Lily Talks or Lily Listens?
Probably Lily Talks. Because I would be talking, right?
Lily Tweets? Lily Streams?
I have a pattern. Come watch Lily Streams, the Q&As, and then come listen to Lily Talks. Bring your mental health problems.
The whole Lily brand. I think I know your Pornhub channel will be called too. Lily.
You could go a few different ways with that.
Lily Screams.
That's not inappropriate at all. While we're pouring out some Lily love, your tweets always make going on Twitter enjoyable. Thank you very much. That's great. They're mostly about Finn. Today I did a Leo one, just to mix it up. But
You had a Leo tweet? I
had
didn't
a
see
Leo
the I didn't see the Leo tweet. What was
Leo
the
was
Leo
giving
tweet?
me big Finn attitude today. He started coughing like he's hacking on his lunch. And I said, "Are you okay?" And he goes, "No." Like so drawn out and so like Yes, I didn't mean it to all be about them, but people seem to really like them. So whenever I talk about something that's not Finn related, people don't really care as much. So I just tell them my Finn stories now, and they seem to be well liked. So whatever. Finn does a lot of weird things and cute things throughout the day, so I always have an abundance of Finn stories. And now Leo's becoming his own person, so...
I made Finn say Leon. I got him to say it. Just like, Leo, say Leon, Eon. I got him to do it.
We got hit by a car on the way here. Dude just kept driving after I rolled off the hood.
It's not good.
Hope you're okay.
Damn. That's a fan right there, huh? He really wanted
Respect.
to come. Yeah, respect. He really wanted to be here. Okay, go ahead and read the first thing that was on Patreon because it wasn't a question. It was just someone wanted to tell me about some games that I might like to stream. It has a lot of gameplay technical stuff on it, so good luck reading that out.
Let's do just Ralph Close just did a 10-bit thing, so before then I have to read it after, right? So I was wondering if you'll ever let Finn or Leo watch these streams when they're older. I guess I know now.
Yeah, they can if they want to. I can't stop them, but probably not anytime soon, and they're probably going to be banned from the stream soon. Especially as Finn gets older, you know, don't want to accidentally, you know, dox ourselves. You know, it's important to teach kids, you know, address and phone number in case they get lost.
Yeah.
And he might be sitting here on stream one day and just recites it. Finn, no.
Now we have to move again. Anyway, let's read.
Canada's Wonderland.
Yeah. I couldn't say my address and stuff, or my name as a kid, so I used to say weird things, and yeah, I would always end my address with Canada's Wonderland. And they would tell me my address, and they would say, you know, say it like this, and I couldn't say it, and to say it again, I couldn't say it, and they have me on tape really, really frustrated, going, I can't say it! And I'm like 3 years old. I was so upset.
Okay, read the thing out.
Gabisfer. Or Gabisfer.
I'm not sure what it is, yeah.
Says, hi Joe, instead of boring you with questions, I'm going to talk about some games and game series. It would be cool to watch you play, but I'll limit myself to 3 this time. So the first one is, but first let me talk to you about the storyteller called Zeno. Or Zeno. Zeno? Probably Zeno, right?
I think it's Zeno, yeah.
As a child, Zeno was quite a prodigy. However, he did have some trouble with finishing a story. As a teenager, he attempted to create a massive 6-novel story, but quickly lost his way, having no idea where his story was headed before even reaching the second. Once an adult, he created what many consider his best story with a good balance of all the necessary... Later on, he decided to create a novel with a weaker story, but more focused in action, and you can certainly say he succeeded with that. Later in life, as an old man, Zeno tried to craft a tale of hope, but sadly before finishing he was found dead, his head crushed by thick anime thighs. And thick with 2 C's, of course. Basically what I'm saying...
Is there a different spelling that I don't know about?
I'm just saying, I want to specify that it is the proper spelling.
Oh, okay.
It's the proper anime. Basically what I'm saying is that Xenogears, good. Xenosaga 1, good. Xenosaga 2 and 3, absolute trash. Xenoblade 1, good. Xenoblade 10 or X, not sure.
X, it's X.
Weak story, but best gameplay, and Xenoblade 2 was killed by the anime.
Cautionary tale, right? Yeah, definitely a cautionary tale. For sure. Yeah.
Shall I keep going?
Anime, not even once. Yep, keep going. That was pretty good. Thank you for that.
The Trails series. It consists as of now 3 arcs. the Liberal, Crossbell, and Erebonia arcs. The first Liberal is the Trilogy of Trails and the Sky Games, fantastic JRPGs with great story and not very anime. A very cool thing of the series is that the whole world feels real, with every NPC having their own story going on, and the combat, while turn-based, is still deep enough to not be a boring mess. As for the Crossbell arc, there are 2 games yet to be localized, but they may finally be once you get to play them in 5 years or so. And last, there is Erebonia, which is quite frankly still a lot good, but a lot more weeb, even having a katana-wielding main character. And as a good thing, all of the PC ports of these games have a built-in turbo button, which you can customize to be from 2 times to 6 times as fast.
Okay. I've heard some good things about that series. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying. I'll try almost anything out once to see.
Last and least, YS8 and the rest of the YS series.
Okay, I don't know how to pronounce this. Is it is or yes or is it YS? How do you pronounce this series? The yes? I don't know how to pronounce it. Easy?
Ease.
Ease?
Okay,
It's
Ease, not YS.
Okay,
Ease.
Ease.
Ease 8 and the Ease series. Not a lot of people are aware of the storytelling masterpieces of the Ease series, and the most likely reason being that the stories are actually mostly garbage. Ease 1, 2, and Origin are okay. Felgana is meh. Calcetta, Nephistum, and 7 are bad. I'm very sorry for the pronunciation. But then enters Ease 8, Trumpets Play. The story that is perhaps the worst, most cliche-filled thing I've ever seen. And I did almost every Blade quest in Xenoblade 2.
Damn.
Ease 8 has so many cliches, its TV tropes page crashes if you try to check it. At least they all have good gameplay, so I think it would be cool to watch you play it. Alright, now that that's all done, I have one quick final question. How can Joe not be a weeb if his name is literally a JoJo reference? P.S. Neptunia for April Fools.
You got me. That's true. You got me. I don't have any defense. You got me.
Called Oot.
Called Oot. Yep. Definitely called Oot. For sure. Yep.
Next is...
Sorry, hold on. Thank you for that. That was very entertaining. Thank you. It was good, right?
Hmm?
That was good. I would very much like to play the Ease games. Yeah, for sure. I would very, very much be interested in trying those out. I hear great things about them. My only worry is that I just hope that they're not too easy. Really? You're not gonna laugh at that?
Oh, I was reading, sir. Say it again and I'll respond. The moment's totally not lost now.
The moment's gone. It's fine. Don't worry. Okay. Go for it.
The next person is Orn P.
Yeah, the last names are initialized, right? Yeah.
No, the name, I'm not sure if it's actually Orn. It looks maybe Dutch or German. It has, the accent over the O, the 2-dot accent. Mm-hmm. So I might be saying it wrong. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Do you have any thoughts on FromSoft removing levels for Sekiro?
Spoilers. Someone said that to me already, so actually not spoilers. No, I don't, because I don't believe them. So, like, what do you mean? Because Dark Souls didn't really have levels either. You know what I mean? Like, it's the only one that really had levels was Demon Souls. So yeah, I don't know. I don't believe anything that FromSoftware says until I'm playing the game. And that's what I like. That's my policy for FromSoftware. I don't know if they're just full of shit or if they think things are gonna happen and they don't go that way, which is understandable. Happens to me all the time, So it's definitely not. It's not like the crime of the century. But oh, yeah, it came up. Oh wow, that is really big. What the hell? That is huge. All right, I'm gonna change the font size down to. I'm gonna cut it in half. Okay, I cut it in half. Sorry, and let's see if that fixes it.
While we're paused, thanks to Lemaniac, who just subscribed with Twitch Prime for 12 months in a row. Happy 1 year, Joe. Feels good, man.
Okay, there we go. It wasn't that big though. It wasn't overbearingly huge. So I think we're okay. But I lowered it a little bit, and hopefully it's a little better. Hopefully. Thank you, Lemaniac. Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't trust anything that FromSoftware says because a lot of it also isn't always from them. It gets lost in translation, or it's not reported right. I distinctly remember hearing that Dark Souls 2 was not going to have iframes. I remember that. I remember reading it. I remember there was like a big thing about how it's not going to have iframes, and they redesigned the whole thing so it wasn't going to have iframes. And then it came out, and hey, well, it has iframes. So was that because they were talking about adaptability in the thing, and the interviewer didn't realize that was what was being said, or anything like that? So yeah, I do not, I don't trust anything that they say. For a myriad of reasons, and not necessarily because I think that they're being nefarious about it, to use two big pretentious words. Let's answer the question though, assuming that they're right. I think that would be great. I think that going, staying with the system that they have instead of going with what Neo does with different levels all over the place is the way to go, and that's what Dark Souls feels like for me. I really hope that they're going to try and do the interconnected world again, and it actually feels that way instead of it just being kind of everything just spread out over a flat plane. The other games did not do verticality in its levels at all, really. There's only, I think, one area in Dark Souls 3 that does that, maybe two, depending on how you want to look at it. But yeah, they're not really connected all that well. Dark Souls 2, DLC did a good job with it, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know. I would love for the game to do that, but I'm not gonna expect it, and I'm not gonna hold my breath, because as I said at the end of Dark Souls 3, the video on the Ring City, I've given up. I'm not expecting anymore. I don't want to be, heartbroken is too strong of a word, because disappointed, I guess, yeah. But I don't. Disappointed isn't strong enough. Somewhere between disappointed,
extremely disappointed,
and heartbroken. That they're not doing it, because that was the best part. That was the best part of Dark Souls 1, man. That's what made that game so special. And the one I played after Dark Souls 1 was Demon Souls, and then I played Dark Souls 2, and I played them in order after that. And none of the games had that, and it's like, okay, like all the rest of it was improved, and parts of the games were better. Combat was better, arguably. There were some good bosses, some good visuals. Even Dark Souls 2 has its strengths, but none of the other games even tried to do what Dark Souls 1 did that made it so special. So, yeah, I still believe that it was an accident and it wasn't intentional. As time has gone on, when I first said that line in I can't remember what video it is. I think maybe it was Dark Souls 3 critique, not one of the DLCs. When I first wrote that line, I almost cut it from the script, and then when I recorded it, I almost cut it from the video, because I felt like it wasn't true. Like, how could it possibly be true? How could it be an accident? And as time has gone on, I'm happy that I kept it in, because as time goes on, I'm more and more certain of it, that it was completely accidental, that they just designed this world like this, and they just had a couple loops back when they were putting it together, and then they just kind of rolled with that, and it turned out really, really great. But yeah, because if it was an accident, I think they would have done it again by now, and they haven't, so we'll see. I haven't seen much of Sekiro, so I can't give you a long answer on how I think it's going to work. I do know there's a grappling line or a hook or something, and I think we're going into the time now where it's like every game has a goddamn grappling hook mechanic, which is probably for the best. They're good. Like, they add a lot of mobility options. Even this game could use a grappling hook. I don't really know much about it, sorry, because I'm trying to go in as blind as possible, and I don't even want to know what the first boss is, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Someone recently sent me a message saying, hey, did you see the trailer? And I said, no, I'm trying not to see any information. And they said, oh man, well then you didn't see this really cool part. And I'm like, are you fucking serious right now, dude? Did you not hear what I just said? Like, yeah, so it's okay if I get spoiled a little, but I'm trying to be as blind as possible. Yeah, I hope it's interconnected. I hope they do a good job, but if they don't, I won't be disappointed, because I'm not getting my hopes up. That's it. Should I go stir the teas? They're probably ready now. Right? Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, you were...
Do you want to play?
No, I haven't played on the controller.
Stress, tension, pressure?
Too much pressure.
Pressure?
Stardew pressure. You were holding me backward on the chair. The chairs were pushed together. And
was I?
yeah, I didn't notice until you got up. So, hi, you guys. How are you doing?
I think there were some fit messages.
Were there?
Yeah, I think Matt Big had a joke.
Well, your computer turned off again, so you have to do that when you get back.
Oh, great.
I haven't played since Finn was first born. That's how long it's been since I played Stardew. It's been too long since I played Stardew. I don't eat Taco Bell. I had it once, and it really upset my stomach, and that was the end of it. Oh, I'm glad, Keegan. I'm glad you're enjoying the book. Which one are you reading? The Hallingsford Murders or The Murder of Jennifer Moss? I'm good, thank you. Have you considered becoming a streamer after you've done with mom duties? Well, that's kind of way in the future still, and that means I have to actually play games, so we'll see, I guess, right? As they get older and more independent, maybe. Jennifer Moss, yeah, that's my favorite. The Hallingsfords did better, you know, and it sold more, but I felt like I improved a lot with that book, so I hope you enjoy it.
You don't have to stream to go on Twitch to play games. You can just go on just talking.
I don't know. If I just sat here and talked to everybody for an hour, I don't know if everyone would want to stay.
Someone will.
Yeah, maybe one person here might stay. But it'll be a one-on-one between me and...
Audience of one.
At least an audience of one. We'll just sit here and have a conversation.
Yeah, audience of one. You get a bit donation and you're like, I wonder who it's from.
I think your talking is good. Thank you, toe hair. Lily, how do you feel about Joe's growing obsession with delicious brown girls in the Danganronpa series? Has Joe asked you to get a tan? Well...
Delicious brown girls?
I don't want to advertise it too much, you know, because I didn't get a lot of sun this summer, but I'm a little olivey as it is, so, you know. My mother's family is Greek, so I got the tone.
Akane's the worst girl. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
So maybe it was always like this, and, you know, it's because of me that he had that feeling about the Danganronpa people, right?
Yeah, Matt Bake used to say, Joe, do you have any new stuffs on the Cringe Cafe? What about Monokuma Mocha? Or Hey Hazelnut Latte?
Oh, that's a good one.
Hey Hazelnut Latte. That is a good one.
It's a really
good
one.
Those are good ones, yeah. Damn. Do you think we're gonna open up an anime themed coffee shop?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty good, right?
Lily is most of the reason we show up for these streams. Thank you, Travuki.
Hey. Sorry, I'm eating Ann cookie. I never know what to do in this game. We were just wandering around.
Lily fellow Greek. Oh, you're two Darth cookies? That's a cool name. Yeah, just my mother's side. I'm not a full Greek or anything, and I don't speak it, but yeah. I got some of the looks. I got like half Slavic from my dad and like half Greek from my mom, so I got a big nose either way, right?
I like your nose.
I like it too, but I'm just saying. I used to hate it. I grew into it. Thank you for the bit, Noserald. Wonder who this one's from.
Leon?
Yeah, I'd love to go to Greece. It looks so beautiful, and there's so much history.
Wait, why did my inventory get all turned around? That's weird. When did that happen?
There was a Danganronpa themed coffee shop that only lasted about a month in Japan.
Was there really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you never get what you ordered? This isn't what I ordered. Anyway, what's the next Patreon question? Bidet or toilet paper? Toilet paper, man. I've never used the bidet, but I won't knock it until I've tried it.
Bidets are too fancy for Moncton.
I just feel like it would be very, like, oh, what the fuck just happened? Like, I don't know. I don't think I'd like it. You know?
I think the first time I would giggle.
Like, you know when you first go outside?
Like, oh, what's that?
Like, when you first go outside in winter and it's really sudden, really cold, and it's like a rush of, like cold, especially if it's, like, sleet and it hits your face, and you're like, what the fuck? It'd be like that, but on your butt. And I don't think I'd like that.
Actually, it makes me, yeah, you get used to it, kind of. It wouldn't be that bad. It'd just be a little bit weird. I'm remembering, you know.
What are you remembering?
I'm remembering, I don't know if I should say.
Okay.
Or maybe I've gone too far now.
I have no idea what you're about to say, so I'm on the edge of my body pillow right now. Like, what is it?
Okay, after you have a baby,
okay,
right?
All right.
They
We're
give
safe.
You this little squeeze bottle, and
Okay.
you fill it with water.
Oh, okay, all right.
And you're supposed to, instead of like wiping and irritating the area, you're supposed to spray yourself after you pee or whatever you do, right? And then just gently, you know, like so you don't irritate, you know, anything. And yeah, so when you think about it, I haven't used a bidet, but I had my own squeeze bottle. So does that kind of count? It's like the less classy medical version of it, right?
I thought they gave it to you just in case a cat came in.
That too.
Okay.
But you
Okay.
you find other purposes for it.
All right. Someone says, Joe, you're not getting a brisk cold water shot up your bum. Oh, is it heated?
Yeah, so that's my too much.
What if it's too hot though? That could go the other way.
Warm water. You don't. I once put too much hot water in there, and that wasn't pleasant. But yeah.
No, in the bidet, the bidets are heated.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. I don't know.
That would be nicer than the cold water.
I don't know if we can afford that.
Maybe too fancy. Maybe we should make it a Patreon goal. If we reach this amount, we'll get a bidet, and Lily can stop using squirt bottles, or just stop having babies. One or the other, right? So yeah, anything else for the Q&A that you want us to know that we know all about that?
This is
There's no
streams after dark.
no filters on these Q&As.
No filters at all. Okay, what's the next question? Who's it from?
Carlos S. He's here.
Carlos S. How's it going, Carlos? Carlos.
Hey Joe and Lily, how are you guys doing?
We're okay.
My questions for this month are as follows. Which game do you like more, The Last of Us or God of War? What made me want to ask you this is that part in the God of War video where you say that God of War feels like the first AAA game in a long time that had the attention to detail and passion of an indie game swirling inside of it. I believe this can also apply to The Last of Us, and I actually would love to see you talking about both games and saying which one you like more.
God of War is the one I like more than The Last of Us. I probably like the story more in The Last of Us, and I do like the gameplay in The Last of Us. It's not that bad, but I feel like The Last of Us is just a more grounded version of what Naughty Dog is used to making in Uncharted and what was just kind of popular at the time. You know, third-person cover shooter. Whereas I feel like God of War takes more of a risk and is really trying to do something new, and they weren't always successful, and I don't mean brand new. I mean new amongst that themselves. You know, like for that developer, and they were really trying to do something there. Whereas The Last of Us, while it does make some changes, and I especially appreciate how you can craft things during combat with that menu and stuff, and it's a decent enough game. It's not as bad as a lot of people say it is. It is still more by the numbers and more just this is what was going on at the time that it was released than God of War is currently. So I find God of War more impressive in that regard. For visuals, they're probably about the same. They're very close to, you know, Last of Us looked incredible when it first came out. It still looks pretty good. God of War looks incredible now, and it'll still look pretty good. years from now, unless there's a huge revolution with the next consoles, which there won't be, considering how lackluster RTX has been. But yeah, I think that the proper way to judge it is just comparing gameplay and the story together. Once you've taken those things away, well acted, presentation's great, music's great, Last of Us is probably better paced, but it does have some issues somewhere in the middle where the first chapter kind of goes on for quite a while. There's that whole scene where there's I'm trying not to spoil too much in case someone hasn't played it, but I think most of us have, so I don't really even need to be specific. You're gonna understand what I'm saying. But there are a couple parts in it where combat is just kind of like, hey, have some combat right now, and you're like, no, I really wish that there wasn't combat here at the moment. So there's that sort of thing. So yeah, they're about even. So I would say it comes down to story and gameplay, and I think Last of Us has the better story, and God of War has the better gameplay. But the gameplay in God of War is way better than compared to Last of Us than the story in Last of Us is compared to the story in God of War. So okay, let me say it again because that was probably a little confusing. The Last of Us has a slightly better story than God of War. God of War's gameplay is significantly better than the Last of Us gameplay. So God of War wins out for me quite handily because of that. I don't know. I feel like I'm all Last of Us out, and you're asking me about God of War after I've already done my kind of purge. Like I just finished the video on it, and I've just deleted all the information out of my head. So that's probably bad of me to do that, but it happens a lot when projects get so huge, and that there's so much to remember about them all, that once it's done, it's kind of like letting go of a breath that you've been holding for months. It's like, okay, that's gone, I can forget about it. I say often that I don't remember making a lot of videos, and I recently watched part of the God of War video back, and I don't remember making it. So and I say that quite often, and it's like, okay, well, is that because I made it too quickly? And I don't think that's the case. I think it's because it's such a hard project, and there's so much to it that you have to kind of all let it go at the end. And I think writers will say the same about a lot of books that they do too, when they get really, really long, and it's okay that happens, I think. Yeah. I don't know. What else can I say about that? They do have a lot of similarities. I have that line in the God of War video, right, where I say The Last of Us was so clearly inspiration that I'm not even going to talk about it for the rest of the video. Some people might have been mad that, or disappointed that I said that, and that I should have elaborated and made more comparisons as it went on, but the video was already too long. I don't know what to do about videos that get that long anymore. I'm getting mixed feedback. I have most people are telling me that they like the long videos, and they prefer that, and they like the long content, they like that it's in depth, they like the examples. And then there's a set of people that it doesn't seem to be that populous, but they're very passionate about the view that the video is too long, and that they think that an hour should be the maximum. But I kind of feel like that might be a fallacy in some way. It's like, it's easy to say, oh, you made a 3-hour video, what the hell, 1 hour is way more reasonable. Well, if I had only made 1 hour videos up until now, maybe there'd be people saying, wow, 1 hour is way too long, 20 minutes is way more reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, it's whatever the maximum is, however high you've gone, anything below that is something more reasonable, So maybe I should just make a 20-hour video, and then I can do whatever I want after that, because I can always say, well, at least it's not 20 hours. I remember when I made the video for Stardew, someone posted it on the Stardew subreddit, and the Stardew video is 20 minutes, and someone said, wow, a 20-minute review, that's the longest review I've ever seen, that's way too long. How could you possibly talk about it for 20 minutes?
Well, after you do Witcher, though, you can be like, well, nothing comes close to Witcher.
Yeah.
So because realistically, could you imagine doing Witcher in like an hour-long video?
No,
you'd have to talk really fast, and you'd have to cut so much, and you'd have to give like one line here and there about the things that you wanted to. You have to be super condensed.
Super condensed.
Super condensed.
Super yeah, super
You know,
condensed.
like the cliff notes for the books, you know, and like that's it, you know.
Yeah, I think people don't understand that about some of the videos, but it's easy to dismiss. I'm sorry that this has become the answer to this question. By the way, it's not even something that's on my mind. It just came up as I was thinking about it. How long the video was, trying to remember all of it. It's not that. It's really easy to dismiss criticism as, okay, well that's just not my target audience, who cares? But that's not good, because what if they do have a point? You know, it's not good to just dismiss stuff like that. But it's hard to know for sure. It's hard to know. Okay, well, does this person, you know, hate the video because it's too long? Or are they interested in the information, but they just don't want to spend that amount of time on it? So they're saying it's too long because they just are assuming it's too long because it's too long for them to try to watch it. You know what I mean? And that can be very presumptuous, and it's a bad trap to fall into. You know, but I know that it happens. I know there are people that have left comments on Reddit, especially, saying this video is way too long. He should have made it shorter. And then, you know, someone replies and said, okay, well, what parts of it do you think could have been cut away? And then that person replies with, well, I didn't watch it. And it's like, well, how do you know?
Or I didn't watch all of it.
Yeah.
I see a lot of comments.
How do you know it's too long
they watched
then?
the first like 10 minutes and that was it.
So it's difficult. But again, like I say, it's an easy trap to fall into to just dismiss criticism like that. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that kind of person. And that kind of creator. But yeah, anyway, I think that Last of Us is a very, very good game. It's one of my favorite games. I think it marks an important turning point for gaming, having, you know, its first really, really, really good, solid presented story in that kind of environment that isn't just, you know, hey, a bunch of gameplay sequences and here's some cinematics that look completely different than the actual game. You know, it feels more cohesive, to put it in a way that I'm not going to elaborate on because I'm being a scumbag. And it was very important. But I think gaming is going to get to a point where we're going to look back at The Last of Us and say, wow, that was really rudimentary. I think we're going to think that way about Dark Souls too. Many years, decades from now, you know, if I'm lucky enough to still be alive and doing all this, that we'll look back at Dark Souls and go, oh wow, that passed for brilliance. Like, oh wow, we've come a long way. I think that there's at least one big, you know, revolution of gameplay left to happen in gaming, you know, in our lifetime, and another big revolution in storytelling and gaming as well. But hey, baby steps and all that. I don't know. That's talking about gameplay at large, though, and how I think that budgets and the expectation of movies compared to video games have kind of crippled game progression. You know, it's really sad that we just played Danganronpa 1 and 2, and that has some of the best storytelling moments that I've ever experienced in the medium. You know, and I'm not saying that as a compliment to Danganronpa 2. I'm saying that as criticism of the whole medium at large, because Danganronpa 1 and 2 are like, what? Like, really? Like, what? Huh? Like, it's like this? Really? Like, so, yeah. Anyway, I hope Last of Us 2 gets more than was shown at E3. I'm very disappointed with what I saw. It just looked like more of Last of Us 1, just a little prettier. And we know from experience that Naughty Dog lies in their presentations. So I'm skeptical of even the little improvements that I saw. So if it's just more of the same, hey, I'll enjoy it. It'll be good, but it won't be great. So I am concerned about where Last of Us 2 is going, but I think we'll talk about that a little bit more because someone else asked about that. But anyway, yeah.
Is this cookie for me?
Mm-hmm. I brought you a cookie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you mind telling how's your work routine like now that you guys are more used to the new house and that the streams are treated more like events? In other words, what's a typical workday like when you're not streaming and only working on the next video project?
So it's too soon to tell you anything like that, sorry, because we only really just got done the first stream event since we started doing the events, and it didn't go very well. I can't remember exactly what got me into an narcolepsy spiral. I don't know if it was because of the streams, or if it was I was on a bad schedule even before we started. or if it's because I just so happen to just have a bad time, right around that time. I have not been feeling very well ever since Danganronpa 2 was over, even a little bit before we were done. Maybe you could tell during the stream. Not really having that good of a time. Not in terms of being sick or not enjoying the game, just tired. I wasn't sleeping very much, and I got into a really, really bad schedule, and that's why we just kind of like let's get it done, and then I can recover. And since then, it's been recovering a lot from sleep debt, which never really goes away. Recent studies have shown that some of it kind of goes away, but never mind about that. So I can't really answer your question, unfortunately, because it was an outlier. Even for me, that was an outlier. I'm usually not that bad, or at least I haven't been that bad, I think, since Finn was born. So I don't know if it's a bunch of things that just added up. That it was God of War video, crunching like that like crazy, with a short recovery period into streaming again, and also with the move. I keep telling Lily, it's like I don't really like. I keep looking around the house and go, oh yeah, we're here. I mean, like it's, and I don't think that's unusual. I don't know why we came over to kill that crystal specifically, but we did. I don't think that's unusual. I think that's what a lot of people will go through when they have such a big move, especially when they've been stuck in the previous place for so long. But that coupled with the two big projects back to back, it wasn't just going, let's go to work. It was like 14 hours a day, every single day, sometimes even longer if I wasn't sleeping, and then short recovery time, and then right into the streams. So I know that may sound bad, but I'm just trying to answer the question. So maybe that's why. But typically, before that was happening, it was go to bed a little after the kids go to bed. I like to get up early, which is very strange for me to say that now, because if I went back in time 10 years and said that to my younger self, he would be like, holy shit, when did you get a beard? And then I would be like, I like to get up early, and I prefer to get up at around like 5. Like 5 is my preferred time to get up, but sometimes that doesn't work out and I need to get up at 6. 5 is my preferred time to get up, and I have some time to myself before Lily wakes up and before the kids wake up, and then we go through the day. I get as much work done as I can while also interacting with Lily and the kids. Less clinical than that sounds, and then the goal of getting up that early is not only to have a little bit of time to myself in the morning, but also that once the kids go to bed, I am like, oh my god, I'm tired. And because I'm tired and I've been awake for so long, I will actually go to sleep. And usually if I can if I can maintain that, I can stay on a schedule for weeks, sometimes even months. That's the best luck I've ever had with the schedule. The problem with that is even when it's all working out well, there are times during the evenings, probably maybe an hour or two before the kids go to bed, that I'm literally nodding off in my chair. I'm just like I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm so tired. So I need to fight through that and not fall asleep, and then I'm okay to go to sleep a few hours after the kids go to sleep. But that's my preferred schedule. But it doesn't always work.
The kids mess you up too. Sometimes where look, tonight he didn't go to sleep. If you were trying to sleep through that wouldn't have happened.
That's what I think happened right before the streams. Now that I'm thinking of it, I'm thinking back. Sorry, a lot's happened this year, and a lot's happened the past 4 months especially. But I think that's what happened. I think because we were trying to do the Q&A. Remember, we were trying to do the last Q&A, and we couldn't do it because Finn kept screaming. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what was going on. That's when we got off the schedule, and you got off the schedule too, and then the kids got off the schedule, and and then it was right into streaming right after that, and that's probably what caused it, was that Finn wouldn't go to sleep. So like me going to bed right after they do wasn't working, because Finn was screaming, I don't want to go to sleep, I don't want to go to sleep, and that was keeping me awake. And I think the turning point was like four nights before Danganronpa 2, or 4 nights before we did the Q&A. I can't remember, when we had laid in bed for like 2 hours waiting for the kids to go to sleep, and then we just got back up. Remember?
Yeah,
and I think I've been awake for 24 hours that day.
It
So
always seems to happen the days that you try to loop around or
Yeah.
something, and you've been awake for a really long time, and then he won't let you sleep.
and then he's bad. I don't know why. Maybe he senses it in some way, or I don't know. Maybe he's worried. I don't know. He's a pretty sensitive kid. Leo's more sensitive. But anyway, yeah. So I can't really talk about it much. Sorry, I'm sorry to keep repeating that, and to apologize so much, like the Canadian that I am. I have been getting quite a bit of work done outside of streams, though. I have quite a lot done on 3 video projects right now, if you include the one that I was a fair ways into before God of War, the one on Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, and Terranigma. I think I'm gonna have to return to that, and I'm going to have to maybe play one of the games again to know for sure, because it's been really disruptive. Like I haven't properly looked at that project since before we even moved, because God of War took it over, right? So I didn't realize when I was putting that on the back burner to do God of War that we were going to move across the country. So there's going to have to be some refreshing going on there. But there are 2 other videos that I've worked on since then. One is The Messenger, and we'll talk about that a little later. Someone asked about that. That should have been done already, but I'll explain when we get to that question. And the other one, you guys will see soon. It's something that people have been asking for, so we shall see. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to tease. You've been teased. Tease. Okay. Speaking of tease. Did Carlos have any other questions?
Yes.
Okay. Are they quick ones?
Yes.
Because we have the new 2-question limit now. Yeah. Sorry to have to do that, but yeah, it was getting too much, and I'd rather lower it than raise the price or cancel the Q&As. I think this is the best way to go. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Also, some quick questions for you and Lily. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Probably vanilla. Yeah, probably vanilla. Everyone says vanilla is kind of boring, but it's actually a very complex flavor, allegedly. I don't know. Yeah, probably vanilla.
If we're being, basic, then I normally would have vanilla. I did enjoy that cookie dough one that time.
Cookie dough?
I did enjoy that, but my favorite is that gelato thing we used to get with the caramel.
Oh, the little bit of caramel. Yeah, but that's still vanilla ice cream. Yeah, it's vanilla ice cream with
vanilla ice cream with caramel swirls in it.
Yeah, that was good.
And it had these little flake things on top. I don't know what they were.
The Smartie ice cream was good too.
Like a cookie kind of crumbly kind of thing. I don't know what it was on top, and it was so good. But
we're not big on ice cream. Like we
I
don't
ate
have
a lot of it when I was pregnant with Leo.
Yeah,
which was funny because that was in the winter.
Not big on ice cream. Milkshakes, on the other hand, we like milkshakes. Burger King has a really good milkshake, and there's a Burger King reasonably close to where we moved to, so we've been having
Dairy
probably.
Queen had a good one. I really liked the Dairy Queen one.
We probably had like 1 or 2 too many of those.
How much do you guys love pancakes?
I do not like pancakes.
I love pancakes with maple syrup because I'm Canadian too. It's like a vessel for the syrup. You just drown it in syrup.
I think I would like to try pancakes. Give pancakes another chance with butter, not maple syrup. I do not like maple syrup. I don't even like how maple syrup smells. I feel like
Put
it has
a little bit of butter and then
too strong of a smell. It's like, oh my god, like maple syrup. Holy shit. Like when maple syrup enters the room, it's just like oh shit.
Yeah, but it's just so sweet, and it's kind of like the pancakes are kind of savory almost because they're kind of like.
See, I was about to tell you that I don't like pancakes because they're too sweet. I think I would prefer it to be maybe is there like a whole wheat pancake? There must be, right?
Maybe if you use different flour or whatever.
Maybe I'll try that and see.
I like waffles too, but I eat more pancakes.
Not a big pancakes. Get out of here, pancakes, boy. This is a Waffle House.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever eaten?
Ass. Squid. The animal, not the Discord member. Yeah, squid.
An octopus for me, which is in the same family.
That's pretty tame, I know, but yeah, squid.
And it was not good. It was very rubbery.
The ass?
No, the octopus.
The octopus? What did it taste like? Was it kind of like nothing?
I felt like I was eating like elastic band.
Yeah, I kind of felt that way about squid
like
too.
Rubbery. I don't like any seafood, so I was grossed out already. But you know,
it was kind of like an onion ring that didn't taste like onions.
Yeah. Wouldn't eat it again. But I don't like calamari or anything like that. It's... Yeah. Anyway. And do you prefer apples or pears?
Apples. Pears are just pretending to be apples.
I like both, but I prefer the Macintosh apples. They're my favorite. They're kind of sour. They're my favorite apple. Yeah, I know those are random questions. Once again, thank you guys for everything you do. Really, I love being part of this community, and both of you are really inspiring to me. Much love to you, too.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos.
Carlos is so nice.
Yeah, he's a sweet guy. Oh, are you kidding me? I kept doing this while you were talking, and it worked.
The red light.
And now, as soon...
Yeah, laptop turned itself off.
As soon as I need it now, it turned off.
Oh no, we're gonna make it. Oh no. Oh no.
So, thank you to...
Oh no, oh no. Oh, we're gonna make it.
Thank you to Squirtle Turtle 13, who used 1 bit and says Ask Cleaners. I think that's from the bidet time.
Ask Cleaners.
Thank you to Some Dumbass, who subscribed with Prime.
Are you friends with frickin' Moron? Thank you, Some Dumbass.
One can hope. Thank you to Misfit119, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you, Misfit.
Thank you to SQ Cranberry.
Square Cranberry.
Okay. Who resubscribed with Prime for 12 months and says, 1 year, thanks for all the content, entertainment, insight, and cringeworthy things.
Square Cranberry hit the big 12. Always good to see your name, Square Cranberry. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you.
Thank you to Learning25, who subscribed with Prime.
Learning25?
Yeah.
Thank you, Learning25. Welcome to Prime Time.
Thank you to Popsicle Daydream, who resubscribed for 11 months with Prime. Another month, another weeb sub. At least you know.
Are the weebs ever gonna go away?
Not if you keep playing weeb games.
Not the weeb. Not the weebs themselves. Like the weeb joke. Is it ever gonna go away?
You keep giving them more and more. So no, you're just feeding the weebs.
I'm feeding the weebs.
Thank you to Roughclax, who used 100 bits and says, "What about your 3 a.m. workout?" When you were talking about getting up early.
Oh yeah, after like pooping is quite the workout for a dragon, for sure. What?
Then you get to use your little squirt bottle.
Yeah, then use the bidet. Yeah. Start your day with the bidet.
Thank you to Bihosu, who resubscribed for 12 months and says thank you for the great content.
Are you sure it's great content? Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you to Free the Masons, who resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you, Free the Masons. Thank you. That was a lot of subs. Mm-hmm. Damn. Thank you very much, Free the Masons.
Next is Anthony I.
Hey, Anthony I.
Hey guys, 2 questions for Joe this month. Thanks and keep up the good work.
2 questions for Joe. Get fucked, Lily. No questions for you.
No questions for Lily. That's okay. I can sit here and drink my tea in peace.
You gonna sip?
I'm gonna sip.
You're gonna sip. A Lily sip.
A Lily sip.
That was pathetic. You gotta up your sip game. You have to really commit to it. You should already be sucking before it goes in your mouth, okay? You gotta go... like that. There you go.
You're a hose.
Better. But I expect improvement. Okay?
Expect improvement. You hear this? He expects improvement.
It. Do not be sorry. Be better.
Wow.
Yep. Anyway, what's the question, dear?
I'm really tempted right now. I won't do it because I'm not that kind of girl. But I'm just gonna let you in on the thought I'm entertaining in my mind of why Joe will wish that we had a bidet when I dump the tea in his lap. But I won't do it because I'm nice. But yeah. Would you consider adding the Twitch chat overlay to your OBS, assuming that's what you use to record your streams for the YouTube uploads? That way the chat can be seen for those of us who watch the VODs on YouTube. As I'm sure you're aware, the Twitch VODs tend to have awful playback quality, especially for long streams with frequent stutters and the chat sometimes malfunctioning altogether. As far as I know, the overlay is not difficult to run and can be easily enabled through Streamlabs.
So yeah, I wanted to do this for the Danganronpa 2 streams, but it has some setup time involved because the old PC that I used to make the other videos on isn't set up just now. I need to get, actually I was meaning to tell you, I need to get I should get a little table downstairs to put all the consoles on and everything next to the desk downstairs.
I was hoping that you were going to use that shelf that's down there if we could eventually clear all that shit
No,
out
that's not going to work.
No? Okay.
Yeah, it needs to be next to the
Okay,
computer.
we can do
Yeah.
that.
So one of those flimsy desks we were looking at last night.
Yeah.
Just one of those we can go down there. But anyway, yeah. But that's not set up yet, and I was going to use a laptop, but I'm using the laptop regularly at the moment, so I can't use that either. So yeah, and even if I could, I didn't have enough setup time before the stream started because my schedule got so messed up. So I'm sorry about that, but I did have every intention of trying to do that for the Danganronpa 2 streams. Can I, and I don't know if anyone knows this, so I might just be saying this out loud and so I remember later, can I have the OBS chat overlay on just for the recording so you guys can't see it, but it goes onto the recording? Because if I could do that, that would help quite a lot. But at the same time, that would ruin any chance of me using it for any videos or anything. So maybe I still have to do it the other way, where I have another computer set up recording chat so I can render it together afterwards. So sorry, but yeah, I do want to make that happen and have chat on YouTube. I prefer watching them with chat as well. I think that something is lost from the streams when you don't have chat. But yeah, even though most people in chat don't deserve to be on the videos, they don't deserve it because they're weeb. No, I'm kidding. But no, they. I would like to solve that. But yeah,
Don't anger them.
I'll look into it. Don't angry the weeb.
You don't know what you do.
Hold their head under the bidet. It's okay. Oh, we missed the traveling shop. Shit.
At one point in your stream of Danganronpa 1, you were talking about games that you think are masterpieces.
Mm-hmm.
In spite of the likelihood maybe of an eventual video on this game, since we all know how much you'd enjoy streaming it, as well as in honor of its recent 3rd birthday, I must ask, is Undertale a masterpiece?
Yes. All right, next question. Yes, I think it is. But I think it's going to be one of those things that's a masterpiece for its time. And it's going to have a lot of cultural relevance for how people treated games when gaming was in its infancy. If I ever do a video on it, that will make more sense. But I've seen a bit of discussion on Undertale about what is Undertale really about. And to me, Undertale is a meta experience on many different levels. It will acknowledge at some point, that it's a game. I won't go into any more detail on that because I don't want to spoil it. But Undertale to me is clearly, so I feel strongly about this because I'm throwing down the C word, is clearly about how people interact with games, and your attitude and how you treat games will determine what happens when you play Undertale, and it will respond to that, and you will have a I think you will have a better experience with Undertale now than people will decades from now when games have matured, because Undertale plays with your expectations of what a game could be, and it also specifically is laid out like a trap for people who don't take games seriously but still play a lot of games. That they don't treat games the same way that you would treat a character in a book or in a movie, So that's what I think. It's very interesting, and it's very conniving, but I don't think it's gonna hold up in the future. So yeah, masterpiece for its time, and that's a good thing. That doesn't have to be and that's a good thing, but that doesn't have to be a criticism. Like what else can be, It's definitely going to be timeless in terms of visuals, I think, and gameplay. It's definitely all right there, so and the music was fantastic. Yeah, that all everything about Undertale is already old. It's already old and it still holds up. So I just don't think the story will, and it'll be one of those games that if games are studied, and I think games will be studied one day, that if it's ever studied like some old books are, that they'll have to be like an introductory piece that you have to read first and say, hey, this is how people considered games back then. It's very important that you have this context. Like there are books that you can't really read now without having that that information kind of forced on you. Parts of it won't make sense. But the idea of games being studied in school is kind of like I'm pretty sure there's at least one person who just kind of recoiled when I said that. I was like, ugh, that's not going to happen. It almost certainly will. It sounds foreign even to me saying it, and yet I have to admit that it will happen. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a masterpiece. I do. Undertale is very, very good. It is a very good experience. It has a very good story. I like the presentation. I hated it at first, but I like the presentation. And it also it's also fun to play. It's challenging. It's interesting. It has some parts of it that are a little bit down and kind of but arguably the biggest problem it has in gameplay is intentional, which is that it can drag at parts during one of the routes. But I think that's intentional. And yeah, I'll do a video on Undertale almost certainly one day. Yeah, I have a lot to say about Undertale. And I'm kind of sad that I didn't get the collector's edition for the Switch, because I thought that was interesting. I had a Psalm book or something. Maybe I can still get it, but I thought, I should get that, and then I didn't. So I do think that that it's a masterpiece. Yeah, that'll be an interesting video, because I think most people are going to expect me to shit on it, and I expected to hate it too. I didn't think I was going to like it, but hey, I did. Good for me.
Thank you to Action Cure, who used 100 bits, and says if you use a boiling hot bidet and then use the bidet, you will have a cooked ass, and in turn you can eat ass.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
This is a good point.
That's a good point. I think I prefer my ass raw, though. What do you think?
It's all you.
Raw ass.
I can't tell you how to eat ass.
Who can? Who among us can, right? Was that all the questions from that person?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And thank you to Keegan Loses, who resubscribed for 3 months and says, I've been working with Nick for chat VODs. That is a separate video of just chat that can be added on later. It might be an option. And he later sent a thing that I opened, an Imgur thing.
Okay.
Picture thing that you can look at after.
I'll look at it later.
In relation, I think, to that. And thank you to...
Thank you, Keegan Loses. Thank you. That's definitely the way to go. I think I would record it on a separate thing, or get the logs from somewhere, and then have it overlay when I render the video together. Yep.
Thank you to Hihoken, who used 25 bits, and I think it's just a cheer.
Okay, thank you.
I can't see the emote thing on the...
Someone is asking in chat if a fight in Undertale is the hardest fight you've ever done or not. Do I still think? Did I say it was the hardest fight? I don't think it is. I don't know what the hardest fight I've ever done is, or the hardest thing that I've ever done in games. But I don't think that's probably. I don't know. It got easier as it went along. A candidate is well, raids in WoW are probably some of the hardest things I've ever done. But that's not just because of me. That's because of the whole team and multiplayer teamwork experience. So does that count? Because then trying to win a game of Fortnite against other people that are really, 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 really good can end up being like the hardest thing you've ever done. So I don't think that counts. So if we're going for single player experiences, the hardest thing that I've ever done in games that I've struggled with the most has been beating Metal Gear Solid 2 on European Extreme. The Harrier jet, Vamp, the Metal Gear Rays at the end, Dr. Octopus, like that was really, really tough, and I was there for hours and hours and hours on every single one of those bosses when I played that game when I was a teenager, and so that's probably going to be one of the hardest things that I've done. And I don't know if that's because they're legitimately hard or if they're cheap or I was just playing them wrong. I don't know, but I really struggled and that was really tough. Yeah, for sure.
Hey Joe, sorry for asking again. Just wondering if you'd like to get around to Bayonetta 2. I think it's a huge improvement over the first game in almost every department, but it can be a little similar to the first points. Hope you have fun if you play it. I thought I was going to lose it.
For sure, yeah. But Bayonetta 2 for sure. I'm really excited to play Bayonetta 2, and I would like to play. I like to play Wonderful 101 as well. Yeah. I played Devil May Cry quite a bit when I was growing up, and playing Bayonetta again and Rising has kind of reignited my interest in those kind of games, and I would like to go back to them. Bayonetta 2, Wonderful 101. Let's try Vanquish as well. I know that's different, but it's platinum again. I'd really like to give that a shot. Sure, yeah.
And thank you to another Twitch account who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much, another Twitch account. Welcome to Prime Time. Sorry, moving the mouse a little bit to make sure that it doesn't turn off. There's no way the Bayonetta 2 is better than 1. Most people say that it's better. I was recently talking to Turbo Button, who loves those games, and he told me that he originally thought that the second one was better, but he's changed his mind. He thinks that the second one is still a good game, but that the first one's better. He said something about how the second one has a little bit more bullshit in it with some of its tells, and that some of the timings are a little too easy or too generous. I don't know. I don't know why I'm hitting the button. But yeah, I hope that it's as good. I really enjoyed Bayonetta 1. I had a good time with it. It was a bit stressful playing it on stream because I felt like the judgment of chat. But that's always kind of gonna happen. I'm a little worried about playing the Zero Escape games on stream for a similar reason. I feel like if I ever struggle at something, then it's gonna be memes for days. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later on because someone else asked a question about that, and I think it was one of the early ones, but I can't remember, and we'll speak about that a little bit. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna play the Zero Escape games on stream. Because of that reason, or if we do, I might play them first on my own, and then I'll stream them as a kind of a community experience sort of thing. I still think that would end up being a good stream, but it'll be less frustrating for me and possibly for chat too. But like I said, sorry, we'll talk about that a little later. Anyway, what's the next question, Lily?
Photonic Dog.
Great name.
Hi there, big fan of your videos and just getting into streams. I have some questions.
Okay.
In your Dark Souls 3 video, you mentioned you played Demon's Souls and that it was your least favorite.
Yep.
Can you go into why? I'm inclined to agree for a good amount of it, but I'm not sure how much of that should account for the fact it was getting started and should be excused, and how much was genuinely not good. A lot of people find the Tower of Latria to be one of the pinnacle designs of the series, but outside of its atmosphere and visual design, I found it frustrating and annoying. Can you give your thoughts on Demon Souls?
There's way better areas than Tower Latria.
Let me get up so I can go and use the bathroom and not a bidet.
Okay.
While you talk.
Can you get around me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
We're
Now that I'm up,
we're really squished in here.
sitting close to you and a microphone.
Whoops. Yeah, there are way better designed areas in Souls than Tower of Latria. I don't know where people are saying that from. Maybe atmosphere, maybe, yeah, but there's way better than that. So I played Dark Souls 1 as this is just isn't going away, huh? This pool. Dark Souls 1 was the first one that I played in the series, and then I got Demon Souls. And I knew going in when I was playing Demon Souls that Demon Souls came first, but I had this really weird moment when I first played it that, you know, there was a magic bar, and some of the animations were a little more fancy with the parry, and I think the backstab as well. I can't remember, but it was definitely the parry, you know. And I had this really weird moment. I was like, is this did this one come first? Because it felt a little more. Some parts of it felt a little bit more developed, and I had a moment where I had to stop and go look it up, and I said, like, is Demon Souls the second one? And I was like, oh yeah, it is the first one. Okay, that's kind of weird. But then that was all gone when I saw the first demon thing at the end of that first area, the smaller version of the asylum demon. Like that thing looks just so dated and horrible compared to anything in Dark Souls, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this one definitely came first. So I don't like the world tendency system. I think that it is unnecessarily complicated, and it's not explained very well in the game. I do not like the levels and how the world is arranged. I don't like all the load times. I think that is a really big thing that drags it down. That might not be fair, but unfortunately that's just part of how games are. You know, like if you chose to make your game on a console and you chose to optimize it so poorly, or you made your level so detailed that it has these massive load times, and you know, you have every right to complain about it and say that it brings the game down. The first version of Witcher 1 also suffered from that, and it wasn't fixed until the enhanced edition. So it's not just Demon Souls I'm picking on. So I hate the load times. I hate that it's structured with different levels. It's hard for me to separate that though. If there weren't load times like that, maybe I would like it, and I would maybe even prefer for a Souls game to maybe have those levels sometimes. I think it's something different. It's a bit fresh. I also really like the idea that you start in a hub and you can go to these different levels, and that as you progress deeper into them, they start to intertwine and crisscross over each other. I think that would be kind of cool. But as of now, it's quite a heavy negative. I didn't think the bosses were all that interesting. The combat just wasn't really there. A lot of the bosses were completely forgettable and were just basically really big, slow, highly telegraphed attack that's coming at you, and you just very simply and very calmly move out of the way and then just hit back at them again. You know, I think that a lot of the problems that people have in Demon Souls is not from any legitimate source of difficulty. It's that they just look at a boss and they think, wow, that's so much bigger than me. There's no way that's going to be easy to kill, when it turns out that it is. There were quite a lot of bosses that were very kind of like gaping dragon in that regard, I think. So it wasn't all that satisfying. Sorry, Lily's coming back. Yeah, so there's a few too many bosses that felt kind of like puzzles instead of, you know, you are solving something through an action game, and some people really like that. Some people like that part of it more than anything else, and that's fair. That's fine. I definitely think that idea has more merit to it than Dark Souls 1's combat, because Dark Souls 1 combat after you play after you play Dark Souls 2, 3, and Bloodborne isn't all that great anymore. It's a bit dated, and it's hard to go back to. But I don't think Demon Souls does it that well. that it deserves a lot of celebration. It's just kind of there. But it's still very interesting, and I like it a lot. Like I still, please don't get the wrong impression, because I'm kind of down on it at the moment compared to the other ones. I really enjoyed Demon Souls, and it had quite a few moments that stuck out. One of them is in Tower Latria with that big contraption that gets pulled out. It has some really cool moments, and I think that a lot of it should be forgiven because it's the first one in the series. But as you can probably tell, I'm struggling to talk about it a little bit because I'm not that experienced with it, because I've only played it once. It is the only Souls game that I've only played once, and part of the reason for that is that it's on the PlayStation 3, so it's kind of a pain in the ass to get it set up, and also those load times. I hate it. It's like I'm really impatient. I don't like waiting. I don't like being stuck somewhere and I have nothing to do, but I especially don't like waiting when I'm playing a game and I should be having fun. It's like, this should be fun time. I shouldn't be sitting here waiting for a screen to update. So that's part of it, and I'm quite impatient. But yeah, I can probably think of an area in every single Souls game that's better than Tower Latria. Undead Burg / Parish in Dark Souls 1 is better. All of the DLC areas in Dark Souls 2 are better. The DLC areas in Dark Souls 3 are better. There's the Cathedral of the Deep is better as well, I think. I really like Cathedral of the Deep in Dark Souls 3. And Bloodborne, Yharnam is probably better as well. But Yharnam's level design is good, but I don't know. I'd have to go back and play Bloodborne again. My memories are getting a little hazy, but it's not the biggest strength, I think, of it. Trying to think. I don't know. It's been a while since I played a Souls game. Like, last time I played it was on stream when the remaster came out, and that was it. Like, just a brief little thing, and that's it. It's been a while now since I did a Souls video. It kind of feels weird. It's like I'm neglecting the Souls. Hopefully Sekiro brings me back a little bit,
Well, you could do Bloodborne too, but oh wait.
Yeah, no, Bloodborne 2. Yeah. Demon Souls is kind of it's definitely should be forgiven for being the first in the series and trying something new. But it's very rough. The first level is quite good. But it just feels a little off, in the same way that Dark Souls feels off now. So it's definitely worth playing if you haven't played it before, and it will be interesting, but I think that the Souls games got better as they went on in most ways, and some of them did have some setbacks, but overall that there's improvement that you can see and feel in all of them, with the most arguable one from going from Dark Souls 1 to 2, but you have to talk about, okay, DLC, the feel of the game. Dark Souls 2 feels off to a lot of people, but then they go back and play Dark Souls 1 and you can only dodge in 4 directions. Well, how does that compare to Dark Souls 2? So it gets a little, that's probably the one that gets a little murky, but yeah. But that's coming from someone who does not give a single shit about the story and doesn't even think they have stories. So I have no idea how Demon Souls holds up in that regard. Sorry, I probably should have said that at the start. Yeah, I have no clue, absolutely no clue.
Next.
Yep.
As a fan of dragons, what's your favorite and least favorite dragon fights in the Souls games, and why? How much do you enjoy about them outside of the aesthetic of being dragons? This can include mini bosses like the Hellkite Dragon if you wish.
Hellkite Dragon's pretty bad. Hellkite Dragon isn't really a fight. It's just an event that you can kill if you really load up on damage, or if you know what you're doing. But you have to really know what you're doing. I think you'd have to even go look up stuff like what it's weak to. I think it doesn't have some light regeneration tied to it or something, or you have to do a certain amount of damage to it in a short amount of time, or else it just goes away. I can't remember. I just know I've killed that when I was really over leveled for it, and I just kind of randomly flailed after chopping off its tail. Yeah, I wouldn't even count that as a fight. That's just more of an encounter. I do not like Dragon God from Demon Souls, but I would say that is mostly a puzzle boss, and it's not really an actual fight. So I like it visually, and it's fun to fight against this big huge thing. But in terms of gameplay and how it feels to fight, it's kind of meh. It feels more like a really, really bad Shadow of the Colossus encounter instead of, a fight and against the dragon. Kind of crap, especially considering how good its introduction is. But then, how are you really supposed to fight something that big? My favorite fight, dragon fight, is either Midir or Sin. Calamite would be number 3. I go back and forth on which one's better. As time has gone on, I think I'm considering Midir to be my favorite. I'm thinking back to it more favorably. Sin has a problem with flying up in the air and being gone for too long, but he's a dragon that has wings that work, so it makes sense thematically, and I really like the diving attacks that he does. They feel really, really like epic, like you're like dodging at the last second. There's this big sweeping thing, and he turns around and he topples all these pillars over. It's so fucking cool. I really, really liked Sin. I killed Sin the first time I played the DLC. I died to Elena or Alana quite a bit. I'm not sure how many times I died, but I think it was getting close to double digits. And that's quite a lot of deaths the first time through on just like standard new game. And then I was getting a little frustrated with it, and then I beat her, and then I went into to fight Sin, and I think I killed Sin on my second try. And it was like barely killed Sin. It was like, holy shit, like I can't believe I did that. I was like, holy fuck. And I think I immediately just after I was done with the rest of it, I played the whole thing again just to fight him again, because that was such a cool fight, and I really enjoyed it the second time as well. There's just something really, really great about that. But maybe one of the reasons why I like it so much is because of that frantic finish that was there. That was like, holy shit, it felt like I really struggled and I didn't deserve the victory, and I just kind of squeaked by it. It's like the end of the movie where it feels like you're not going to win, and then the good guys win after all. They just squeak by. So maybe that's why, because I think Midir is the more interesting fight. But Midir also will rampage around and go into periods where you can't really get close to him without taking damage, and you just have to stay away, and that's pretty much the exact same thing as the flying. Or he'll conjure his breath thing on the ground, and you can't really get close to him, so you have to run away. Again, it's the same thing about flying. But yeah, outside of the aesthetic, I think, or outside of the fact that they're dragons, is there anything to like about them? I think so. Yeah, they're pretty good fights. I think that they're probably the best fights in the games that are not humanoids. There seems to be like two sets of bosses in Souls games that are going to be good, and it's the big kind of dragon type monsters, and then there is the humanoid duels, and anything that tries to be in between with that can be a bit crap. But humanoid can be a generous term, right? Like, is Flame Lurker a humanoid? Is that a duel? I think a lot of people might say yes, like that might be it, but some people might say no, it's more of a monster and it's somewhere in between. But like Bloodborne's dragon is Daughter of the Cosmos. What the fuck is her name? Erebritus. She has a name with cheese in it. Erebritus. That's what I consider to be the dragon of Bloodborne. But is Ludwig a dragon? I don't think so. Ludwig is probably the one of the exceptions that proves the rule, that bosses like Ludwig usually aren't that great in Souls games, and Ludwig is very, 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 very good. So yeah, I think that's where the dragon fights sit in Souls. But there aren't that many, are there? Most of the bosses are kind of humanoidy, or they're puzzly. I wonder if the Sentinel thing in the ship in Dark Souls 2 counts as a humanoid boss as well. The double-sided Sentinel thing. Can't remember what it's called. No, there's definitely something I like about them. I like bosses that are humanoid duels, because it's sort of like your moveset is matched by theirs. You can understand how they move. You can immediately understand, like, okay, they're bracing for an attack, because that's what a person looks like when they brace for an attack. There's a lot of information that doesn't need to have time taken into it to communicate to the player how it works. It's all baked in, because everyone playing the game is presumably a human that knows all this stuff. So yeah, it fits. And Why am I stuck? Isn't there a path here? I thought for sure there was a path here. That's weird. I thought for sure. Anyway, that has to all be conveyed to you in a monster kind of battle. There are quite a few of those encounters in Souls games that if it's not against a humanoid monster, that you have to basically introduce how it moves, communicate very clearly. Okay, this is what it looks like when it's about to do this attack, and sometimes they can all look the same. So for a boss to pull that off and to be foreign and something that you look at and you go, holy shit, how am I ever going to kill this thing? There's no way, it's so much bigger than me. It has a lot of has a lot to like. Yeah. So gets you out of your comfort zone and then you have to conquer it. Yeah. I like them. I think that the games need more of them, and also more enemies like that. A lot of the enemies are humanoids in Souls for the exact same reason, because it's just so much easier to communicate the required information in those encounters. It also means that you can reuse a lot of the same animations and the same kind of models as well. So you get to double dip there. So yeah, I think that it's special when a game pulls it off, for sure.
Just a small question also. I'm assuming you're finished with Danganronpa 2 by the time you read this. Did you enjoy the series? What would you say was your favorite case? All the best.
Favorite case was 2-5, for sure. Yep. I don't think anything else comes close to it. 2-5 was the best. It probably doesn't have the biggest emotional payoff of them. I think that the really good cases in the first game probably have more of an emotional payoff. I don't think any case in Danganronpa 2 had a good emotional payoff, but maybe I'm not remembering it well enough. But yeah, I don't think any case had a really good emotional payoff. But yeah, for sure, that's the best case. Overall, I'm very positive on it, and I'm getting a little tired of people telling me that I didn't like it, because I did like it. What was that sentence I just said sounded stupid, right? I'm getting tired of people telling me I didn't like it. No, I really, 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 really liked it, and I don't understand where people are coming from. It's like they can't even begin to comprehend that someone can like something but still be critical of it, and suddenly it makes a lot of comments that I get on the YouTube videos make a lot more sense, because why are you shitting all over this game that you have titled almost a masterpiece? It's good, it's really, 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 really good. Why do we have to just suck the game's dick forever when we like something? Why can't we also be critical of it? Yeah, there's a comment on the final stream on YouTube that I responded to today, because I'm being a shitter and I'm responding to some comments, and it's basically accusing me of lying and saying that I clearly love Japanese games, and I need to stop being weebophobic. That's my word. They didn't say weebophobic. That I'm using the weeb thing as a shield and lying to myself, and clearly I really enjoy these games, and you should just admit it, and don't be afraid to genuinely like what you like. And I'm reading it, I'm like, what are you talking about? I love this game. I thought it was great overall. Just because I didn't like just because I didn't like the end, it's so what, I really don't understand it. I thought it was a joke, but it's not a joke at all. It's really not a joke. So yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how to communicate any better than I currently am that I really like the game. I think didn't I say at the end of the stream, that I thought it was fantastic, and overall it was really, really good and had some strong moments, and I wish the ending was better. I don't know what to say. Sorry. I don't know what to say to these people. Maybe there is no getting through to them. Maybe that's how strong the fandom is, but that makes me sad that you can't get through to someone on something as simple as opinions on a game, on a piece of media that you consume. How fucked as a species are we if you can't even properly communicate on something like that? How are we ever going to solve big issues? like who's best girl? Like, how are we ever gonna solve that? You know, like, but yeah, I don't know. That was a quick question, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Do I have anybody to thank before I lose it? Thank you to Homunk or Homunk, who subscribed.
Thank you very much. What's the name?
Homunk or Homunk?
Homunk? I think it's Homunk. A tier 2 sub as well. Thank you so much, Homunk. Welcome to the tier 2 Rub-a-Dub sub club. Thank you so much.
And thank you to Near Death Experience.
As in
near.
Yeah. Near Death Experience.
Who resubscribed for 9 months.
Thank you very much, Near Death Experience. I like your pun still, after all this time. Nearly 12 months. Mm-hmm. Yeah, get it?
Tuesday's Dusk says, Hi, Joe and Lily. Hope the stream are few and the children asleep.
Yeah. I don't know how many streams are going to be, but the kids are finally asleep. It took a while, unfortunately.
My questions are, Joe, what is your take on escape rooms? I have personally experienced them in real life with friends, and in some video games, for example, Danganronpa, I have immense trouble with them and find them to be extremely 9S shit.
That made me hiccup. Good job.
I'm somewhat of a puzzle enthusiast and play mostly puzzle games, yet find the logic behind all escape room puzzles I've encountered to be poor and that it's extremely specific to the way the person who designed the puzzle thinks. I have several theories as to why this is the case, but I'm interested in your opinion. I love Steven's Sausage Roll and your video on it, so I consider you a very capable puzzle solver, by the way, which is why I'm asking you. Maybe I'm just dumb in a specific way, so I would like to hear if you agree or not. Either way, please explain why you think so.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm fairly good at puzzle games as well. I think I struggle the most in puzzle games when I don't know the rules or you know, I miss something simple early on about the rules. I think that's, you know, because that's what all puzzle games really are okay, what are the rules, how do I get the expected solution out of them. Also, not being told the solution is also where things can get a little bad too. But let's not get back into guesswork gate, which is another classic chat moment. Do you know the Canadian thing, a part of our heritage, used to come up?
Yeah.
That's what's for the stream. Part of our heritage, guesswork gate. You know.
It's more.
Yeah. So let's look at this question two ways. The first one is connected to the riddle that Lily told me earlier, which is quote unquote riddle, and because I think that's a lot of what a lot of puzzles and stuff like that fall into. And that is, they're not riddles at all. It's just guess what I'm thinking, guess what fits, and you could tell someone the right answer and they'll say no, and because that's not the answer that they have, even if it does fit. Like remember the riddle that we had on stream about the girl that goes to school every morning and she takes the elevator. She lives on the 20th floor of the building, and every single morning she takes the elevator down to the ground floor. She goes to school, and then every single day when she comes home from school, she goes up to the 10th floor and then walks the stairs up the rest of the way. Why?
I don't remember this.
You don't remember it?
I remember it, but I don't remember the answer.
And like, you can have all these different answers, and I think the answer that the riddle teller wants is that, well, she's just so short that she can't reach the 20th button, and that's it, you know. Well, it could be something else instead. She could be wanting more exercise. It could be a friend on the 10th floor, you know, like who knows? Like it's all these different things, and that's not a riddle. It's like, oh, that's fun, you know, that's fine, but that's not really a puzzle or a riddle in the same way that the one about you have a fox, a chicken, and some grain on the boat, and you need to get them over onto the other side, but you can only take one at a time. And if you leave the fox with the chicken will eat the chicken. If you leave the chicken with the chicken will eat the grain. Like, that has an answer. That's something to work through. That's a riddle / puzzle that actually, you know, you have all the information, you can get through it. Whereas the other one is just guess what I'm thinking. And that's where problems come in with with puzzles like that and quote unquote logic games. And I don't know if any puzzle room escape rooms have that. The only escape room I've ever done was on Danganronpa 2, and I don't think there was anything like that. The only part that I stumbled on was the end puzzle with the binary / totally not binary thing at the end, and I am certain that if I had pen and paper down in front of me and I'd written them down, I would have seen, oh, okay, vertically, I can put it together like that, and I would have got it instantly. I also think it's not fair that the laptop was showing them in horizontally when you're supposed to be looking at it vertically. I really didn't like that, but I feel like that was intentionally misleading and intentionally cruel. But oh well, it's fine. It's not a big deal. The other problem of these kind of things that makes me not want to do the stream, because there'll be a lot of time just staring at something, was in that Danganronpa thing, and the game had to give you a hint in order to get through it, which was watch the news. So watch the news is a thing in puzzles that I don't like, because you need to have already encountered information outside of the puzzle in order to solve it. So watch the news is a fairly common way of saying north, east, southwest. News, northeast, southwest. Never eat shredded wheat is how I was taught it. So it's going to be a regional thing as well. Now that I know it, I think I actually have heard watch the news before, and I just forgotten it. But even after it told me in the game, I didn't remember it right away. I think I have heard that somewhere before. But if the game hadn't given me a hint, I would have been like, I have no idea what this is, and I would have to stare at it for a long time before I realized, oh, well, the thing on the floor shows the compass directions. So NEWS, okay, those are the directions. Like I would have gotten that, but it would have taken me longer than someone that knows that, and that would be kind of frustrating to watch. So this is the problem in the same way that people get really mad at you when you don't know something, and I hate it. I used to be this kind of person that was like that a lot. I even did it to Lily early on when we were first, when we were first dating. I would be a little bit obnoxious with her, and she's probably forgotten by now because she's just so sweet. Would be like, oh, I would tell her something and she would know it, and I'd be like, how do you not know that? Like how? And that's just such a shitty thing to say to somebody. How do you not know that? It's so fucking obnoxious. It's so like, so what's their crime? Is that they just haven't encountered that information before? Like, how are you supposed to know something that you don't know? Right? Like, it sounds stupid just saying it out loud. How are you supposed to, like, oh, I'm sorry, I've just never encountered that information before. There's a fairly decent, fairly old XKCD comic about it, which is, when you encounter someone who doesn't know something, you shouldn't treat them with disrespect and say, what the fuck, what's wrong with you? You should be like, oh, cool, I get to teach you something. And that's what I worry about doing those kind of situations, is that I'm going to run into a lot of that information, which is like, okay, well, I don't know that, and it's not a crime that I don't know that, but it's going to be quite frustrating. So that's my worry, and that's my concern. I don't know. It's hard to make a proper puzzle that has all the information right there for you to know that you can understand it, get to it, but also make it difficult enough that it's still a puzzle and it's still challenging. There's a problem with guesswork. Guesswork is not inherently bad. The problem with the guesswork debate, or the guesswork debacle, is probably the most the more accurate description by now. Was the point of that conversation was not to say this is guesswork, that means it's bad. It was, this is guesswork and chat disagreed, and it's like, okay, well, some people in chat, not all chat, and it wasn't a conversation of, oh, this was really shit because it was guesswork. It was like, how can you possibly disagree? I'm really curious how you can possibly think that, and that's what the conversation was about. And I think having guesswork in a situation like that can lead to a frustrating experience sometimes, but it's not always necessarily bad. But I think it will be bad on a stream. But the other part of the question you said was, it's specific to the person who made it. So I don't know exactly what you mean by that, ironically. So does that mean that you're talking about what I just mentioned, which is, guess what I'm thinking? Like there is a solution, but it's not the one that I was thinking, therefore it's not valid? Or do you mean that it's specific to how someone thinks. And if you don't think the same way that they do, then you're going to be left out and you might not follow it quite well. If you watched a few of my streams, or maybe even some of the videos, but most of the streams, you'll probably have picked up by now that I have a kind of stilted way of talking sometimes that, especially on Discord, I will just cut out a lot of words, and, you know, I'll speak in half broken sentences sometimes, and that's just an example of communication that is fairly easy to adjust to, but it might be jarring at first. So or the speed at which I talk, or I've gotten a little better about that, but the speed at which I talk, you need to get used to that. Well, that's just communication. How about the way someone thinks and the way that they construct a problem? And you may look at it completely different, you know, and then there are translation issues as well. There are times during Danganronpa 1 and 2 where the game asks me a very straightforward question, and I think that there's a very straightforward answer, but it turns out that there isn't because they meant it in a different way, you know, like it asked if a character is a... what group does a character belong to? So without spoiling it, it was something along the lines of this person who works. This is a different. I'm changing it to a different example, so it's not going to fit the game. But this person who works, who sails around the world often. Do they work on a boat? Are they a sailor, or are they? You know, do they like cats? You know, so clearly, you know, one of them seems right. They're a sailor, but they also work on boats. That one's correct too. So which one do they want? Are they both valid, or do they want the actual terminology? But the question doesn't specify that. So which one does it want? And those kind of problems can become very frustrating when you're like, okay, well, this is technically correct, but you know, is it worded in a way that it wants one answer more than the other, you know? And you won't find out unless you go back and try every answer on everything, right, to see if it works, and that'd be a lot of work. So I'm saying work a lot, so I don't know. I really like puzzles as well. I'm with you there. And Steven Sausage Roll is one of the best game experiences I've ever had. You know, it was really, really satisfying, and there were moments like way more than The Witness, and The Witness was pretty good too, where it's like, holy shit, like, oh, that works, and oh yeah, I solved it, and you know, it's very simple and it only uses a few moving parts, and yet it really, really goes far with it. But when I think the problem is probably language. Like, as soon as you have language involved, or you have a lot of different moving parts, like, okay, well, I think that I should be able to use the screwdriver or the pliers to get the thing that's under the bed. Okay, well, the game isn't letting me. Okay, well, is the game not letting me because I'm using them wrong? Do I have to use something else? Is that part of the screen even interactable? Is it that I didn't select it properly in the menu? Like, there's so many different things with that. So I think what I'll end on is that the more moving parts you have and the more pieces of it that you introduce, the higher the chance of something being lost in translation, whether it's from another language or not. It just, you know, people are constantly translating the thoughts in their head into, you know, words that they're speaking. In my case, not that well at the moment. So that can get lost in translation, and the more chances of that happening, the higher incurrence rate of people getting frustrated and being left out. And I think maybe that's the heart of it. Even in games that aren't that focused on puzzles, you can run into this problem. In like a Zelda game or you know, Nintendo games especially, actually, looking back, there are moments where people get stuck because it's like, okay, well, what is it trying to communicate to me here? I have no idea, you know, even though it's very simple and you get the answer and you're like, oh, okay, but it's because things weren't laid out properly and there was too much to it, I think. I don't know. Kind of waffled a bit too much there, sorry. But yeah, that's why I'm a bit afraid of playing the Zero Escape games on stream, because I think we're gonna run into that often, and I don't want to have that frustrating experience. Was there another question from them? Getting
it's
tired?
Friday, right? I just realized I don't know what day it is. Is it Friday? It's Friday, right?
I think it's Friday. Let's see. It's Saturday now, but it was Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Getting tired? Okay.
Lily, did your friend ever get around to ordering that 2B outfit? By the way, guys, sorry for my bad English. It's my 30th language. I'm a Novoselic court jester, and my Makango wouldn't sit still while I was writing about 2B.
We're how many levels of irony are we on with the sorry about my English now? This is Q&A has its own memes. Kind of funny, huh? Makango. Oh, Danganronpa 2. No. Lee's friend did not get the outfit.
No, she didn't.
No. Not yet.
But she still plans to.
Still plans to. Why did my inventory get messed up again? That's kind of weird. Did I hit a button somewhere? Or what? No 2B outfit yet. But my 9S outfit, pretty good.
You know, it's on my to-do list with, get a tattoo, get my belly button pierced, borrow my friend's 2B outfit.
I'd like to get a tattoo. I don't know where. I'd like to get a tattoo. 11037. Just on my arm. Always remember. There you go. It's Cat Girl next, right?
Yes. 420 Cat Girl says, "Hey Joe, sorry for my English. I switched teachers every year when I was learning it in school."
See, there you go.
I have 2 quick questions. First is, what is your take on parasocial relationships? In case you don't know, it's the weird relationship that viewers get when they frequent a stream. Does it get annoying when random people mention you on Discord, or do you welcome it?
Is it only about streams, or is it anything? I've heard of it before. Hold on. Let me Google it.
I believe it's for everything.
I think it's for anything, right? Parasocial. Parasocial relationships are one-sided relationships where one person extends emotional energy, interest, and time, and the other party, their persona, is completely unaware of the other's existence. Parasocial relationships are most common with celebrities, organizations such as sports teams, or television stars. Okay, yeah, all right. So, quite familiar with it. Probably had a few myself in time. You feel like you know this person, and to a light degree. I got to experience the parasocial relationship becoming, I wouldn't say a relationship, just something that wasn't just completely one-sided anymore. When I got to talk to some people that I've been following their careers for a while. The weirdest one, even though it was a very, very, very light interaction, like I wouldn't even say it was an interaction, it was just acknowledgement from the person, was when Day 9 watched my Hollow Knight video. That was like, oh, holy shit, like that's just like wow, like I love Day 9, man. So yeah, that was very strange. I think overall that's the best way to describe them, is it's just strange. I think the knee-jerk reaction is to say that they're bad and that you shouldn't get into any parasocial relationships, and that in a way that is kind of crazy and isn't constructive in any way. But I don't think that's true. I think that it's only natural in our society that we end up with these sorts of things, and that celebrities and organizations, I shouldn't say organizations though, that celebrities and musicians, nowadays more streamers and YouTubers, but actual proper celebrities have kind of replaced royalty, right? Nobles that you used to always have to keep in mind the local nobility and who was higher than you, and who had a lot of control over your life. Celebrities do not have any control over your life now. At least I would argue that they don't. But if you were in a an older society that your life was effectively owned by the local nobility, and by extension the whole network of nobility and the king or whatever that was nearby, that you had to be aware of that, even though they had no idea who you were. But that's not how I would describe it being taken over now. It's just that there's a worship about it, that gossip, what's going on with this person, what's going on with that person, and that's kind of really heightened with celebrities. don't get annoyed by the mentions on Discord. Being in a public light is very stressful. It's very, very, very stressful. And I remember watching the Cultural podcast years and years and years ago, and they were talking about the stress of being like public like that and having your whole life pretty much bare to everyone to just kind of move through in that way. And Jesse Cox said, I tell people all the time, they come up to me like, I want to be a YouTuber, like I like how do I get it? And he said, you don't want to be a YouTuber. He's like, you don't want this. And he said it with a laugh, but he meant it. Like he's like no, you really, really don't want this. You don't. Trust me, you don't. Do something else. And I remember watching it, and I got a little mad at him, and I was like, and this predates me starting the channel by I think at least a year, maybe even 2. And I got mad because I was like who the fuck are you to say that? Like how fucking dare you say that? Who you're someone who's so successful and enjoys a life that a lot of people would kill for, and you're gonna sit there and tell people not to do it. And I was like, what the fuck? And now I completely agree with them. I completely agree with them. And it's not because it's so hard that it's like, oh my god, it's so crushing or anything like that. It's that I don't think most people could handle it. And that sounds arrogant, but imagine walking down the street and, every single day when you go out and you walk down the street, that every single person that you walk past says nothing to you, but out of every 50th person, or even if it just happens once a day, someone just runs up to you, gets in your face and says, you're fucking retard, I fucking hate you, I hate everything about you, you're an ugly, stupid piece of shit, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. And then they just run away. And that's it. That's the whole interaction. Now, just imagine that happening every single time you go outside. Every single time you go out for a walk, there's one person, and it's always a different person, comes up and says that to you. Most people are fine, but that happens to you. That's what it's like being an internet celebrity. You will constantly have this interaction, and the bigger you are, the more often it will happen. I remember around the 100,000 subscriber mark that I said to Lily, I don't think I'm being seen as a person anymore. I'm now an entity, and as an entity, people think that they can say whatever they want to me, and that there's not going to be any repercussions because of what I felt for Jesse Cox, which was that how fucking dare you think that? How fucking dare you say that? You're so lucky. You that is so shitty of you to say something like that. When you're standing at the peak of success and you're telling people not to try. Because that's how people feel about me likely now, and they can feel like, okay, well, I can say whatever I want to this guy because he's so successful and he's doing so well that who gives a shit? And to the most of the part, they're right, like it's like, who cares? You just brush it off. But again, imagine it happening every single time you go out. Imagine it happening as you get a little bigger. Now it's happening 2 times every single time you go out. Instead of out of every 100 people, it's out of every 50. Okay, now imagine you get even bigger. Now it's 1 out of every 25. That's how it is. When I open my messages on Discord, there's a high chance that it's just going to be a bunch of vitriol that is just, I fucking hate you. You're fucking stupid. I fucking hate you. Please don't have any more children. Or I got one on Twitter recently that is just like, just. You are a retarded fucking mongoloid. How dare you not like God of War? You're a piece of shit. All you do is talk out of your ass. Please go kill yourself. I'll even help you. Here's a Google link. Let me Google that for you. Here's how you kill yourself. Please go kill yourself. Please go kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Like it's just constant, And if you ignore that as best as you can, eventually it's gonna wear you down. And that's why I feel more sympathy to people who have that moment where they lash out at someone on Twitter. They have a big following, and then it's retweeted. Someone says, you know what, go fuck yourself. And then there's all these people that are like, how dare you say that? You need to be better for your fans. I'm so disappointed in you for you saying that to somebody. How dare you? You're someone who has 100,000 followers on Twitter, and you just told this person who only has 100 followers to go fuck themselves. I've been following you for 28 years, even though you're only 25 years old. And I'm so disappointed. I can't believe you said, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's bad of them and they shouldn't do it, but holy shit, you don't understand. This isn't a reaction to just this one person. This is just the 5,000th time this has happened in the past 6 months, and this is just the one that they decided, you know what, I can't take it anymore. Like I need to let it out a little bit. And it's like, that's why I felt bad for the person who worked for what company was it? It was some MMO. Guild Wars, the Guild Wars thing that happened when the writer for Guild Wars had she had the Ask Me Anything, and someone tweeted at her, and it was so benign. It was like there was nothing wrong with this tweet, and she completely overreacted, and she really let him have it. Comparatively, it was really, really out of line, and I read it, and I'm like, wow. How many other shitty comments did she get over the past 2 months that this is the one that she had to react like that? And it's not excusing it, and she was wrong to do it, and it was nowhere near that bad. But even disagreeing with what she did, there was a part of me that was like, wow, like that must have been a really rough time for you. That's the one that you reacted to like that, because that's what it's like. So those are the ones that kind of wear you down over time. It's like death of a million paper cuts, of sometimes you just have to react to it. And that's where it gets bad, like that's why Twitch is bad sometimes too. People say to me, you say something bad on Twitch that most people disagree with, or that I disagree with, and you have all these people agreeing with you in Twitch and reinforcing your viewpoint. And I say to them, or I just think, because usually I don't even respond, I think that's not my experience at all. When I say something that controversial on chat, during a stream that fans disagree with, I feel like it's like I'm getting next to zero support from chat, and it's just a non-stop kind of like, Joe, you're fucking stupid. Oh wow, you really don't understand this. Joe, you're fucking dumb. You're fucking stupid. Are you even paying attention? Joe, you're fucking dumb. I can't believe this. Oh, you nitpicky piece of shit. It's just that's how it feels to me, and I feel like I'm getting next to no support from chat. So I guess it shows you how your perception can be skewed, because they feel like their thing is under attack, and that they're being the kind of oppressed party in the conversation, and that I'm here lording over my own little castle with people supporting what I'm saying, whereas I'm on the other side and I'm like, holy shit, I said something that pissed chat off again. There's going to be a million comments about this, and usually when I go on YouTube, most of them are against what I said too. That's how it's been for Danganronpa too, at least. So that's where it gets worn down on Twitch chat side, is that it can be, even if you have the thickest skin in the world, if you hear something enough, you're gonna at least wonder a little bit. Like, that's how, not to get into politics, but I'm sure even Trump has responded, has read a lot of that criticism, and there's a little, because he's human, there's a little part of him that's like, oh wow, am I actually really that bad? Like really? There must be a little bit of him that is just like, oh wow, and that's at the highest level. The person who's getting probably the most hate in the entire fucking world right now is like it gets to you. Like it doesn't really have a long-term effect. It does on some people, but that's why I would agree that most people probably aren't cut out for it, because it gets to a point where you can't really ignore it anymore, or you have to at least acknowledge it and then try and dismiss it. But the beauty of it is that most people, unfortunately, don't become so big that they'll attract these kind of comments overnight. But then you'll see it happen anyway when an online group decides to brigade someone on YouTube or Twitch or something. It's like, oh, look at this person, let's hate them, and then all of a sudden they will have internet celebrity level hate when they haven't gotten to internet celebrity level status. You know what I mean? They not only have they not gotten there yet, they haven't earned it. They're not enjoying any of the benefits, but now they're getting all the hate, and they can't handle it because it's they haven't, the frog hasn't been boiled. It's too much too quickly. I will say that in my experience, when that hate started happening, it wasn't worth it. it was all I could do. I had no choice but to continue because I had invested too much time and resources into it, and at the time it was our really only option to keep going forward financially. But I will say, at the time that I started attracting a lot of those comments, it wasn't worth it at all. And if I had a choice, I probably would have bailed. It wasn't worth it at all, not even a little bit. I'm glad I stuck with it because it was worth it long term, and you get used to it. But I think if you go back to earlier streams or maybe even earlier videos or earlier comments that you see me reacting to, or your earlier tweets, or maybe it still will happen sometime in the future, you'll see that my personality and my outlook has changed over time, and I probably come across as a little more frosty, a little colder. And I think that happens to everyone. I think there's always going to be a turning point whenever you have a following and you have a lot of attention coming your way, that you are going to turn into, you're going to change into a different person. But anyway, sorry, to get back to it, does it bother me when people message me on Discord? No, but if someone messages me over and over and over, it's the same person that messages me multiple times a day, I will start to get annoyed and I just stop answering. And that usually that gets the hint, because it's better for the person to realize it themselves rather than just be told, hey, you're messaging me too much. You know what I mean? So it can get annoying. I think that overall parasocial relationships are not by definition unhealthy, but they can definitely be unhealthy. I don't think there's anyone that I've encountered interacting with somebody that I feel like they have an unhealthy relationship with me or with Lily, but I could be wrong. Maybe they're really good at hiding it or something. I will always say that you should always take whatever I say with a pinch of salt, and you should always doubt whatever I say, and you should always come to your own conclusions, and you should never ever blindly defend me about anything ever. If you think I'm wrong, you should tell me. You should be polite about it, but you should tell me, or you shouldn't just go along with it. And I don't know. I don't agree with the idea that a lot of people have said to me that king of your own little castle and everyone's here just to reinforce your opinions. I think that our community is actually pretty good on calling me out when they disagree with me, and not just the bad times when it's gotten a little rough with chat. When we disagree, I'm talking about in general. Like, I disagree with you on Darkest Dungeon, I disagree with you on Dark Souls, I disagree on this, that, and this. I think that we have a pretty healthy relationship going back and forth. Yeah, but if parasocial relationships can be kind of scary, don't you think, Lily?
Yeah.
If it does become one-sided, and you get stalkers and you get people that are really into it, which is why we will never reveal where we live. There has to be that level. I'm pretty sure the person that just drove by Dr. Disrespect's house and shot into his house has a parasocial relationship with Dr. Disrespect. I don't think you get to that level of hate without there being a little bit of love there first, at least. But maybe it's just a person that's just doing it for like a crazed person that's just doing it for attention, or they're out on drugs or something. I don't know.
But you don't know anybody anyway. It's...
Yeah.
They know so much about us because we do these Q&As and, and we talk to people on Discord and stuff like that. And it's not like when you were doing the videos now. There's a lot more interaction, whereas before you were just the guy reading from a script.
Yeah, that was a big change.
Removed.
And honestly, sometimes I regret it. Not just for how much stress it adds. Sometimes it also adds a lot of good stuff. I really like talking on Discord and I like doing it, but the other problem is that it takes up a lot of time, like a surprising amount of time. People said, oh well, you started streaming and video productivity went down. And overall, that's true. It did go down, but I have to play games. I wasn't spending nearly as much time playing games as I should have been before we started streaming, and I could justify the time. But the other thing is that streaming started around the same time that Discord was founded, and Discord takes up a lot of my time too. It may not seem like it, but even if it's an hour every single day, and it's usually more than that, but an hour every single day is 20 at least 28 hours a month, right? So that's a lot of time. And it's usually more than that. Now I can multitask and I can do different things all at once, but that's that makes it more stressful for me, and it's just adding on to it. Yeah, that's quite a lot of time. Yeah.
It's been weird to get used to, especially when you go on Discord and people are talking about you, and were like you're scrolling and an hour ago or whatever.
And you weren't even there, and they were talking about you.
I wasn't there.
They do it with you now too, right?
Sorry.
They do it with you now too, right?
They do it with me now too, and I actually had somebody not that long ago remind me, and the word parasocial came up, that there are parasocial relationships apparently involving me now on Discord. And I was not aware of this because I go on and I try to keep the community together, and I try to be professional and welcoming to everybody who's joining, and I'm in mental health, and I'm trying to help as many people as I can, and I have all these people messaging me now that weren't messaging me before, mostly related to mental health, but not always. I'm getting a lot of writing questions and stuff lately too. And sometimes it's fine, and it's like you don't hear from them that often, but I am getting people messaging me every day now. And I'll come back to the computer and I'll have 10 messages of, where are you? Where are you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? And sometimes it's a bit much, and I'm not the one making the videos, and I'm not the one doing the stream. So I can only imagine what it's like that you're getting.
I think at the point though that you're talking to it, it's not a parasocial relationship anymore. Or I'm not sure about that actually. I don't think that's the case. I don't know. Once it becomes...
But I talk to lots of people on there, and you talk to lots of people too, and that's what I'm saying. How do you know what these people really think? I'm trying to be polite, and I'm talking to people, and I'm trying to be helpful and useful and everything, but I don't really know these people. And Useful, yeah. I don't really know these people, and coming back to that many messages and stuff like that, it can be a little bit overwhelming sometimes. And seeing people talking about us when we're not even there and stuff, it's not a bad thing, but it takes a little bit of getting used to, and it's, again, they know so much about us that sometimes the topics are quite personal. It's not all video game. When we moved, there were whole discussions about where we moved and how far from Toronto we were and how would you get there, and, like this kind of, about the kids and stuff too, so it's I had someone tell me that I should be more aware of parasocial relationships.
But how could you though? How can you control it?
I can't control it, but to be aware that it's happening apparently, and I guess things have been said maybe, and it's not just the Discord. There are all these spin-off Discords now too that come out of your Discord.
Spin-off Discords?
Yeah, there's spin-offs, and there's people that have joined, made other Discords. So there's another Discord dedicated just for people who don't want to bring up shit in our Discord, so they go to this other Discord and discuss problems they're having. Like, it's gotten bigger than just your Discord, so they're off in the other Discord sometimes talking, and we don't know what they're saying over there either, right? But I had someone give me a heads up saying you should be aware that, and that's why I was amused when I first saw Cat Girl's question, because I had just heard this term that I'd never heard before. I had to Google it before too, that these things are happening now, and there are people. You go on there, and how many people jump to talk to you, and there's this little voice in the back of my head now going, well, do they really want to talk to me because they like me and they think I'm nice and they want to talk to me, or are they talking to me because they want information about you, or are they talking to me because I'm your wife, like...
I feel like that happens less to me now. Maybe the novelty is worn off, or I don't know. I don't know how many regulars we actually have on the Discord. It's almost 7,000 members, I think, but I don't know how many regulars we have. I feel like that happens less now when it's like, oh, I want to talk to him, but it does happen sometimes, yeah. Or notice me, senpai, that thing, yeah. I don't see how you can control it. I don't see how you can be aware of it, but I don't know what you could do to combat it in any way. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know.
Someone says, and it's related, so isn't the whole parasocial thing entirely dependent on how you treat your unknown fan base? With the rise of instant communication as a supplement to videos and live streams, you, the creator, can now choose to engage more intimately with your viewers. At some point, if you decide they're your actual friends, is it still parasocial? I don't think if they're your friends, then it's parasocial. But these people, we try to keep a barrier still between, we can be friendly,
Well, you keep barriers with anyone, even if you know them in real life, right? So that's what I mean. Is this still parasocial if you get at the point where you message someone and they message you back? Is that parasocial? I would say yes, it is, because just a passing kind of thing isn't enough. But if it's like, if you're speaking to someone through DMs like fairly regularly, there are people on Discord that I speak to at least a few times every single week. Catgirl, I speak to Catgirl, right? I don't think Catgirl has a parasocial relationship with me. I feel like that's like an online friendship. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. And I think at that point, it changes, but I don't know where the cutoff is. I still don't know what that, if there are any ramifications for that. I have no fucking clue. But I think it gets a little more complicated when you have just a passing comment rather than a regular interaction. Regular interaction can probably make things worse, but I think for most people it'll be like, oh wow, this person is just a person. The whole. I think a lot of people have some shock when they come on the streams after watching the videos, because they're expecting me to be just like I am in the videos, and they're not. And I think that's enough to kind of shake people out of the, oh shit, you know what I mean? But for people that aren't like that, or the same, or when they talk to you, because you're a lot more similar on Discord than you are on the streams. There are two Joes really. There's Stream Joe and Video Joe, and Prison Joe. But there's only one Lily, so maybe when they talk to you, it can make it worse, because they're like, oh, it's like making it the fires of the parasocial relationship.
See, and I thought it was the
opposite.
And that's why I was so shocked when this person said that to me, because I was like, well, with me, I'm just here trying to make everybody feel included, and
yeah.
And I'm here every day. I check in every day, and I'm around. I'm not there all the time, but like. I talk more on Discord than you do. Therefore, I should be smaller potatoes. You know what I mean? And I should be not that exciting, because I'm here more, so people talk to me and I answer all my
but
messages.
I think most people are going to feel, they're going to feel more grounded when they speak to you. They're going to be like, oh, okay, just a person has the same kind of likes, the first time they see you make a spelling mistake, it's going to be like, oh, okay, just a person, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people, Stardew Valley, a lot of people were relieved when Eric Barone said, I made this game by myself, but it wasn't balls to the wall every single day, every single time I made it. I'm still a person. I still took breaks. I still got fed up as I was making it. And I think that can ground some people. For most people, that's going to be enough. But for others, a little passing comment might make it worse. Or interaction might be, oh, more interested. You know what I mean? It might, but that's getting more into obsession. I don't think that's parasocial. I don't know. Maybe I don't have enough information. We're talking about this too much. Sorry. Let's move on. Let's move on. Sorry. That spawned some good discussion, though. Thank you, Catgirl.
She has one more question. Have you ever felt like cutting schedule and playing Danganronpa 2 after Danganronpa 1 finished quicker than 2 months? Are you feeling the same way breaking schedule for Danganronpa V3? Oh, last note about the stream art museum. Can you make a rule guideline so that people have to post the name of the game stream that the fan art is of? In the future, you're going to have tons of games, and it's going to be a nightmare to sort through if it's just a long, unsorted list. So something about Best Girl Chiaki would be tagged Danganronpa 2. Thanks for hearing me out.
Like a cat, right?
Meow.
I think that if that isn't a rule, it should be, yeah, for sure. It should be like what stream this is from. I can say that next time we have a proper stream, or I can make a rule in the stream museum thing. I don't know if that chat is even necessary anymore now that we're putting everything, all the stuff on the stream as it's going. Yeah, I don't know, but I think we'll have to change how it goes on screen anyway. I think we're gonna have to change it to if it's actual fan art that someone drew, like it's something they created, then we'll show it after break or at the time that it happens, because it's pretty rare that someone actually draws something. But the stream memes that people do, I think we're gonna have to start either putting them after break or at the end of the stream, because there's quite a lot of them now. Ever since we started putting them on the screen, I think a lot of people are motivated, and rightfully so. Like, oh, I get to say it, I get to make this thing, and it goes up on the stream, and everyone gets to see it. That's neat. I would be motivated to do that if I was in that position, but it is taking up quite a lot of time. I want the streams to move fairly quickly along with the game. I would hate for the stream to get like no shade thrown at this guy because he has a big following and he must be doing something right to have that big following, but I personally just don't like his streams for this reason, even though he seems like a cool dude. The man versus game guy, I can't watch his streams because I feel like it's 80% responding to messages and chat and look at this, look at that, look up this, look at that, and 20% playing the game. I don't like that. I want to watch streams for the person that is streaming, but I also want to watch it for the game. Both. And my rule for creating anything, for books, for videos, for anything that I create is that I need to be my own audience. Would I enjoy it? And I would enjoy that, so I don't want to be that kind of streamer. So that's what I want to avoid. So I think we're going to make some changes to that end. The other question was, do I ever feel like I want to skip order? Oh, for sure. Yeah, the amount of games that we have queued right now is very frustrating to me. Same with projects on YouTube. I feel like there's way too much in my head, and it's actually starting to sorry to be melodramatic, but it's kind of affecting my mental health a little bit. Lily's quite worried about me. She's more than she's letting on. That there's just too much. Where we have to play this game, it's play the David Cage games and the Halloween games, and we also have to play Ultra Despair Girls and watch the anime, and then V3, and then Yazuka Zero, and then Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series, and also we have to play Catherine when it comes out, and Ace Attorney, and then there's the new voting poll, and then you have to make these videos, and then the Witcher video, and it's just so much. And when you're making the Nier Automata video, when you're making this video, when you're making that video, and it's just crazy. It's just way too much. So my plan is to just do everything fairly calmly at a reasonable rate over the next few months, and just make everything clear the schedule, let some projects go if I need to, and then just settle down a little bit. My guess is that after the Witcher video is up, I'm going to be taking a break. I'll probably if I want to stream, I'll probably stream just one event game that month, or for 2 months. And I'll queue up some small videos, or I'll just have highlights going up on the main channel for a month or two, and I'm going to take a break after that's done, because I think I need it. But that's what I'm holding out for right now. I love streaming and I love making the videos, but when there's so much in front of me, it's like, holy shit, how am I getting this done? Like, there's just way too much. But yeah, I do want to skip because I want to play something that's more fun. And what I'm really more interested in doing right now, which is finishing Danganronpa. If it was in October, I'd be tempted to say, hey, we're gonna watch the anime, we're gonna play Ultra Despair Girls, and we're going to play V3, and then we're gonna start off with the rest of the games because I want to get it done. But the problem is that we said for over the past year, hey, Halloween we're gonna play a bunch of spooky games, and I was looking forward to that before I realized we were gonna be into Danganronpa right now. So we'll do the spooky games, and I'm looking forward to playing Until Dawn and Silent Hill 1 and 2 and Alien Isolation. Not sure so much about the other ones that are on there, but those are the three that I'm looking forward the most to playing. And then we'll get through it, and then we'll probably maybe play Ultra Despair Girls, watch the anime, play V3, and then we'll start working through the other games that we promised. And then once the schedule's clear, we'll play some small ones for a little bit, and that'll probably be around when Witcher is about done, and then we'll take a break, I think. But yeah, I am tempted often to skip, but this is the last thing I'll say because it links back to your first question. When you get to this position, you're not really in charge anymore. You kind of you're beholden to your audience a bit, and maybe that's something that I need to let go. And there's going to be a rough period. Like I've already said it on Patreon and Twitter. I'm not crunching a video out ever again. It's not happening. So video production has so far benefited from an intense period of crunch at the end of it, which makes me work like double, triple time that I usually do, which means that long video production is actually going to be a lot slower now, and I think there's going to be some fallout on Patreon because of that. that a lot of people are going to be like, oh, you're not doing as much work anymore, fuck you, but I just can't do it anymore, man. I just really can't do it. So I think that there's gonna be some backlash, and maybe this is something else I need to learn too, that I shouldn't be beholden to my audience. But at the same time, if I say I'm going to do something, or if I make a promise, I should keep it. That's not beholden to your audience. That's you saying something and you should deliver, right? So we'll see. But I expect Patreon is going to drop down by probably a quarter of its amount over the next few months, unless people really take to the shorter videos and the highlights. But I don't know. That'll be interesting to see. Like, because I thought it was pretty clear when I made the Lion and the Witcher in the Patreon video that I'm very capable of having a video out every single week. Easy, 10, maybe even 20 minutes every single week. There could be a new video on the channel if I could break up the videos that I've already made into 20-minute chunks like other people do. Or I break those topics into 20-minute chunks like I always do. Easy 20 minutes every single week. If I did that with the content that we have, I don't even think we'd be done Zelda. Like we would still not be there. That's the level of content that, like, the pace would be awful, but people might accept that more, because it's not about the amount of video content that's created. It's all about the frequency at which you get the hey new upload button, right, or notification. So it's like human psychology. So I'm curious to see if people are going to be happier with the lower amount of work because the video is going to be somewhat regular. That would be pretty disheartening, because it means I did all this for no reason. I could have just split them up, but again, like I said, I make things primarily for myself, on my own audience. So if I wouldn't like things to be split up like that, I'm not going to do it, because it wouldn't be good, and I would prefer it in a different way, even if that isn't really the most efficient way to do it. Anyway,
but you're not saying that you're not going to deliver the promises that you made. You're just saying you're not going to deliver them in as timely a manner as you were before.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, I think there's an expectation of it's going to be done soon. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe my outlook is flawed, and I need to look at that again. I don't know. Oh, stretch. Let's look at notifications, and then we'll probably take one more person from Patreon, and maybe a couple from chat right now, and then bedtime. Quality over quantity, someone in chat says. I agree. I definitely agree about quality over quantity. The problem is that a lot of people on Patreon don't agree, and that's the main source of income that we have. And there are plans that we have going forward that are dependent on the level of income that we're on right now staying somewhat level. We have plans in place that it doesn't have to be that. We have contingency plans and safety nets, but there are many people on Patreon that disagree with quality over quantity. During this drought, when we moved, I got a lot of messages from people who previously were very supportive of the channel, people that even said, hey, quality over quantity, take your time, who then messaged me and said, you're a lazy piece of shit. What the fuck? Where's the video? I can't believe that you're not taking this seriously anymore. Like just really, really harsh messages, because I guess they think that because they gave some amount of money at some point in the past that they're allowed to just let me have it. Because I had someone say, we're your boss, because I gave you money, I'm effectively your boss, and if this was a real job, you'd be fired. I mean? Like people don't understand the amount of work that can go into these videos and how long it takes to produce something of that length and that complexity. And for many people, Patreon supporters included, the pace at which Fallout 4 1 year later was made, which was the first Fallout 4 video, not 1 year later. The pace at which the first Fallout 4 video was made, that, the same month that it came out, and, to the point that I don't remember that month. Not just making the video, I don't remember the month. I don't remember the month of November 2015. is like that's the standard. Well, the fastest you ever produced a video becomes the expectation that everyone has for you, and that's just not healthy, you know. And maybe that's a mistake long term. And if anyone is starting a new channel out, I would you know, say, hey, you probably don't want to go as hard as you possibly can, because that'll be the new normal and people will expect it. But at the same time, because we went that hard, the channel grew as fast as it did, and we are here where we are now. So if I went back in time, I wouldn't change it. I would still do the same thing I did last time, because that was the best decision for you know, me and my family. So like I wouldn't do something different. But you have to deal with the expectation now, and there's going to be problems from it. I couldn't believe the things that people were telling me, you know, right in the next message too, you know, like the message system that you have on there shows their last message, because that's the last message that said, oh, you know, I love your content, please take your time, you know, you never feel like you quality over quantity, never feel rushed, you know, we're all here for you. And then the next message, you know, I'm dropping my pledge, you lazy piece of shit, all you want to do is stream and you're not doing any work or anything like that, and like, how dare you? It's like, well, what the hell, you know, like that's why I've said in the past Q&As, and Lily will agree with it, long-term goal is to drop the Patreon, like as soon as we can, you know, or have a message on the Patreon saying, hey, this Patreon is now for people who just want to have a way to support any future thing that we do, with no guarantee of any future content. Really, there's not going to be a future rate, there's not going to be anything like that. It's just here as a, hey, I'm someone who watches your videos, maybe I watch with ad block, and I want to be able to give you a little bit of money every single month as a thank you for the continued project of whatever you do, you know, that sort of thing. That's the long-term goal, because
so much pressure.
When you have the Patreon, it's a lot of pressure to be living up to that, especially when you have a Patreon like mine, which is one of the higher ones, you know. It's so much like, okay, I need to have that content out, and some people don't get that. It's pretty disheartening. TBH.
Well, it kind of goes with what you said before too about, I kind of just lost my train of thought, about how people don't see you as a person, you know, and how people see you as an entity.
Yeah.
And how people don't see every day, you know, when you're working on a project like that. The weird hours you pull, and also that the life happens, shit happens, you know. Okay, we didn't move in the most efficient way that we could have moved. Okay, like we fucked up.
Well, I don't know. Like, or what if I get sick? What if I'm feeling like?
Well, I was sick a few days ago. Right?
Yeah,
and
or
I messed things up.
Or
and
what
then
if
you get sick? You mess. What if the kids get sick? They mess things up. What if you didn't sleep? You know, what if I'm bipolar and I have a depressive? That's what I was gonna say. Like, what if you're manic, or what if you're depressed, or, you know. Like I don't think people have a right to have that, but if you to know that, but if you put up a message, you know, not without any details, people are like, well, what's going on? I have a right to know. Like I don't know. Like, have we said this before? Enough time has passed. What happened during Last of Us and the Uncharted video? You can talk. I mentioned it on Discord already. I spoke about it.
Lily had a miscarriage during if you go back on Twitter and you look at when the Uncharted and Last of Us video was being produced. There's a tweet that I did. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be a couple weeks late, you know, because something's come up. Sorry. And some people were like, well, this is unacceptable. Like, I need to have more information. You know, I need to know what's going on. But like, I don't think people have any right to know that, you know.
Nobody knew I was pregnant. Like, our families
Lily
didn't
had a
know
miscarriage.
that I was pregnant.
You
Our
know,
families didn't even know I had miscarried. You know, like, it was
like during that
something you advertised.
Please do not take that as. It was very, very, very early on in the pregnancy. This is when we're trying to get pregnant with what turned out to be Leo. Not Leon, though. It was very, very, very early on. But like, and I'm not saying like it was like a while ago now. And I'm just saying it as an example of, you know, stuff like that happens. And because the job is public, should I go on Twitter and say, hey, announcement, everybody, this is just how do you communicate that, hey, something's happened, we need time, without it being, oh, you're just being lazy or you're not working. And then there's people like, there's a comment on the God of War video that's basically like, you thank everyone for the support so much at the end of this video that you were able to move and get a house, and you rewarded them with 3 months of no content on the channel. And it's like, motherfucker, what do you think I was doing? I'm at the same time, I'm annoyed, but I'm also flattered that there are people out there that think I made a 3-hour video in what does he think I made it in 3 days? Like I don't. What's going on in this person's head, apart from, unless they're a troll that's just like, you know what, fuck this guy, I just want to insult him. But like, do you really think that video was done like over, like, oh, I feel like making a video, like no, what do you...
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't see how many times you play the games. They don't see, you know, you're getting the footage. They don't see the script, how long you have to think about it. You have to gather all your notes. You have to actually write it. We have to edit it. You have to record it. You have to edit it. You have to gather the footage. You have to edit it, put it all together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's not like you can't work every minute of every day either. You know, you have other responsibilities here. If you had a job and you went to work every day, you would still come home and have other responsibilities, you know, and things get in the way. And again, you have a sleep disorder. I have a mental illness. That sometimes pushes things back. You know, I'm not going to lie.
I'm surprised it hasn't gotten in the way more often than it has.
There have been many times you've been working or streaming, and I've been up here in tears, or you know, and you try to not on those days, but like sometimes there's a previous commitment. You haven't slept, and I'm depressed. And what are we going to say? Oh, sorry, Lily's depressed again. We can't have a stream.
And that's why I want to say that example. It's like you can't. Like there's no right to that information, right? That's why I don't know. But I feel like even if you like, I feel like we shouldn't be talking about this because I feel like some people are going to take it the wrong way, especially considering this is the Patreon Q&A, for fuck's sake. But even when you try and explain this to people, sometimes you'll get criticism for that. You know, there's a post on the Patreon page that someone went on this long tirade of like, oh well, what the hell are you even using this money for? You obviously haven't been working, and all you do is stream and all this shit, when the God of War video is taking longer than we thought. And then I respond to that because that was my moment of, okay, you know what, I can't take this anymore. It's happened enough. I need to vent it out a little bit. And then you get criticized for the response. You know, you get, and now suddenly it's like, well, you shouldn't have responded in this way. I can't believe you did this, or you know, this was in bad taste. You shouldn't be saying stuff like this. And it's like, well, you can't win. You know what I mean? It's better not to say anything. But then you think, okay, well, is this just sitting there and everyone's just agreeing with it? Like, I don't know. That's why again, like, we shouldn't go on about it. But the Patreon adds so much stress to it's not a simple, you know, like, hey, you make the content, here it is, you know? Like, it's not like that at all. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we shouldn't talk about it. We shouldn't talk about it. Sorry. Lily and I went on a little journey there, and you guys got to be the witnesses to it. Are there any messages that we missed on the other laptop?
I think it turned off. No, it didn't. Thank you to Klinger, who subscribed.
Thank you, Klinger.
Thank you to...
Welcome to the Real Talk late night stream.
I think it's letters. ZRKZK.
Where? Oh, ZRKZK. Okay, thank you very much. Zerkzik?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, Taco Waveable. Taco Waveable, you've subscribed before. Is our list broken? Every single time I think about that, I think about putting a taco in the microwave. Every single time I see Taco Waveable.
That's a good thing. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Taco
for
Waveable.
putting that thought in my head.
Thank you very much. I don't know if
having burrito and taco tomorrow.
I don't know if my list is bugged out or your sub ran out, but either way, thank you very much for the sub, or welcome back. Thank you so much.
Thank you to IAM9991000, who used 100 bits and says, since you seem to love riddles so much, I have one.
Shit. Okay, let me read it as you're reading it out loud. Okay.
I have a name, but it isn't my name. My face shows signs of age, and I always mean the same thing, no matter what I say. I'm born in the morning. I last till the end of days. Men plant me, but I never grow. Run from me, but I never move. look at me to see their future and rot in the fields where I bloom. What am I? The answer is in the song Crow on the Riddle by B. Dolan.
That sounds like a riddle that's the answer's time, but I don't think that is it. I don't know the answer to that one. Crow on the Riddle by B. Dolan. Crow on the Riddle by B. Dolan. That is a interesting art there. We do not have the lyrics for Crow on the Riddle yet. Great. Thanks, website. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing it. What's the answer?
What's the answer?
So we all know for chat. What's the answer? Reflection. Is it time? Well, people know where to find it, so maybe we shouldn't spoil it on chat. Action Caterer used some bits to say, as I was playing and watched you stream Danganronpa 1 and 2, I was imagining how good a TV show it would make, like if it was on Netflix, where you release 2 episodes, one where the characters try to enjoy life, then murder is the cliffhanger, then an episode investigating the case, and the 3rd episode is released and the next week, so people would have enough time to, as a community, try to solve the case on their own before the reveal. Oh, that would be interesting. I think, unfortunately, everyone would solve it in between, and it would kind of spoil it, but that would be interesting. Yeah, that sounds like a cool idea.
Do you want to know the answer?
Yeah, what's the answer?
Tombstone.
Tombstone.
I have a name, but it isn't my name. My face shows signs of age, and I always mean the same thing no matter what I say. I'm born in the morning, I last till the end of days. Men plant me, but I never grow. Run from me, but I never move. Look at me to see their future and rot around the fields where I bloom.
Okay, that
I like it.
I like it, but that's kind of like guess what I'm thinking again. That's it's pretty good. I like those types of riddles though. That what am I? I do like that. Thank you, Spooksy, for the new sub Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Spooksy.
Okay.
Pretty fitting time for Spooksy, right?
Very fitting time.
It feels way more like fall here than it would anywhere else.
The tree across the street is all red, and the leaves and the tree that we have are really coming down. We should get a rake.
Yeah, we should get a rake. I think we have one. Sick Tricks Bro has subscribed, not for the first time. I know Sick Tricks Bro. Oh, and then use some bits to say, 400 bits to say, I lost my sub streak, fail fish. I'm sorry, Sick Tricks Bro. Welcome back to Primetime. Welcome back to the Dragon's Den. Thank you, Sick Tricks Bro. Sorry that it ran out. Just like the laptop screen just ran out. And thank you, HellPuppy95, for the 5-month resub. What? Oh, is me or other Twitch subs or donators literally paying you to give us attention a parasocial relationship, or just capitalism? No nefarious implications meant?
I think so.
I think so. I don't know. I definitely think that some people take advantage of that, and you have I think it's easy to say it's like what cam girls do, and you have followings on Twitch of very pretty girls that, you know, tease their audience and will interact with them and kind of like, oh, let's hang out with the really pretty girl. But I'm sure guys do it too. You know, like it happens. You know, people get wrapped up in a community like that, and it can get unhealthy. But I don't know, where do you draw the line? What's just having fun, and what's, you know, you're addicted, or you are so wrapped up in it that you can't stay away, and you're becoming invested in this person. But then there's also the community side of it too, right? Maybe you're not there for the person. Maybe you're just there for the community that surrounds them. I'm pretty sure that there are I'm certain there are a lot of people that follow me that don't like me, and they're here because originally they liked it when I made a mistake, or they like to make fun of me or anything like that. But some of them might be here because they genuinely enjoy the community now. That they might like they might be sitting here right now. Probably not right now because this isn't one of the streams that we get people like that. But oh no, I'm losing chat. All right, rip chat. Chat's gone. My little tablet thing for chat just ran out. But they for streams that we play the big games, they might be here like genuinely enjoying themselves, not just because of me. You know, like, oh, he's fucking talking again. Shut the fuck up. I'm just here for chat. You know, like that could definitely happen. I could see that happening for sure. And that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Ralph Logs, for 50 bits. Promises are like babies, easy to make, hard to deliver.
I like that a lot.
Damn, Ralph Logs. Ralph Logs dropping some knowledge there.
He's on the ball.
Ralph Logs, you know, if you combine puns with wisdom, you become like a philosopher, right? Oscar Wilde was very wise, but also very punny. Same with Confucius. Confucius used to say, man who fishes in another man's well catches only crabs.
Yeah, he does.
Man who keeps his hand in his pocket feels cocky all day.
No, the crab's almost better.
Is chat laughing?
Yeah. Dr. Legs is here.
Hey, Dr. Legs. Hey, Owie. Thank you to... oh, wow. BWUAQ Black for some bits, and now I'm your boss. Oh shit, boss, I'm sorry.
Like chicken, right?
Bwak, sorry, I'm slacking off at work. Bagel Addict used 100 bits to say, I'm also your boss. I have so many bosses. At least all my bosses are Chads and Stacy's, right? That's pretty good. Bagel Addict is also gifted a sub to Bwak. Is that a promotion then?
Yes.
Bits to sub, it's a promotion. Welcome, Bwak. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Thank you, Daddy Bacon TV, for the new sub. Welcome to the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club, Daddy Bacon TV. Thank you, Jishi Joshi, finally said it right first time, for the 12-month resub. That's 11 times.
It took you a year.
Took 12 attempts for me to finally get it right on the first time. Can I do it again? Jishi Joshi. No, I didn't. Shit.
I hope you're here and you heard that, because that might be it.
That might be the only time I ever get it right the first time. Thank you, Keegan Loses, for the 100 bits. For my startup advertising strategy, we'll be cheering in bits with random streamers. Use promo code JBH for 10% off your first order.
How generous.
Actually, would that be legal? Could you do that? If you have text to speech on, or it shows up on the screen, is that legal? I'm curious. I don't know if it would be legal or not. And thank you, He-Hoken, for some bits to say go to bed, Joe. We're about to go to bed, but let's take one or two questions from chat, and the next Patreon, and then we'll go to bed. I don't have chat anymore, sorry, so I can't say anything. So
I can see you, though.
I'm flying blind right now.
Have you played Spore?
No.
500 bits, just keep up the great work, and even though it's near impossible to not be worried about something, I hope you still end up enjoying what you do at the end of the day.
Oh, I really do. I love my job, and that's where it comes back to what I said about, you know, Jesse Cox said, you know, and I was like, how dare you have such a great job and you're on top of it. Like, I wouldn't trade it in. Now that we're this far in, there was a moment at some point where I thought, okay, this isn't worth it, but I wouldn't trade it in. I doubt he would either. You know, once you're into it, but you know, to recommend someone start is not as easy as you might think, even if you know they're gonna hit success with it, for sure. Thank you so much for the bits.
You know, everything can become work, right? You can love your job and you can be really good at it and be really passionate about it, but at some point every day you're not going to want to do it. You know, for right, like for writing, for any kind of. What was that meme that passionate.
What was that meme that was being passed around?
And Ralph Plug says 50 bits. He who laughs the last did not get joke. Good one.
That's really good. That's really good. There's a saying, choose a job you love and you'll never have to work a day in your life. And someone recently on Twitter took that meme and scrubbed it out and said, choose a job you love, and you will spend every single day of your life panicking that you're not doing enough, become completely obsessive, work way too many hours, and completely lose yourself to it. And then that's kind of what it is, because it's not. There's choose a job you love, and it's a traditional job, and that's fine because you have set work hours. Whereas if you do it from home, and if there's an unlimited amount of work and there's an unlimited amount of hours that you can pour into work, it's really hard to say stop. And especially when people are say go for it, and there's demand that's there. But anyway,
someone says having your hobby become your job is the best way to lose your favorite hobby.
Yeah.
And there was another. Hold on. Action Caterer used 10 bits and says, "Where is the wire, Joe? Where is it? Tell me. I've wanted to know this for a while."
The Wire?
I remember a while back you said you'd be interested in making a podcast. I know you've probably overwhelmed.
Sorry, hold on. So you talking about the Dark Souls of TV shows? The Wire? Anyway, sorry, is this from chat?
Yeah.
Podcast? Okay.
Remember a while back you said you'd be interested in making a podcast. I know you're probably overwhelmed with work at the moment, but are you still planning on making a podcast?
Planning is too generous a word for what I want to do about a podcast. Would I like to have a podcast? Yes. Are there any plans or anything that's being in place? No. I don't even know who I would have on it, or if it would be a one-man podcast, but that's kind of lame. I haven't spoken to him about it yet, and maybe I shouldn't even say this on stream because I haven't spoken to him about it yet, but I would actually be very interested in doing a weekly podcast with Mandalore. But Mandalore just recently got through his version of moving, which is, hats off to him for getting through it, and he just released a video after coming through that hell. But yeah, I think that I would enjoy that quite a bit, but I would want to talk to any potential regular guests often on, or a permanent person, partner that's on it with me. I would want to talk to them a bit on voice chat for a while, because I want to make sure that we get along well enough to have the podcast work, and I don't know if there's anybody, because I'm kind of a dick. Like maybe you haven't learned that about me yet, but I do better on my own, or someone that I know quite well, like Lily Bell. So I don't know if it would work all that well, but yeah, that's what I think right now.
And we already have our podcast. It's called Q&As.
Yep.
So.
This is our podcast. Welcome to the podcast. We like fun and games,
depression, and Star Wars. And occasionally video games. Oh, I'm upset, Joe. You are clearly avoiding my question about The Wire, and I don't even know if I'm able to trust your word anymore. Action Caterer is pissed.
Is an action caterer something like he's a caterer, but he also is like a secret agent?
I think it's more like he's a superhero. Like he's in the Marvel, but like by day, he's got the little black vest and the white dress shirt, and he's serving champagne to snooty people, and then he rips off his vest, and and he's out there like Daredevil.
Daredevil, really?
Yeah, that's what came to mind.
Wow.
That's what I think of when I think of action caterer. I hope he lives up to my standards.
I doubt he will, but real talk now. Did I miss something about a wire? Because I actually don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either. If there's more to it than that, I must have really missed it. It's 4:35 in the morning here, so
yeah.
But give us a little bit of leeway.
And now I'm blind without chat. All right, let's go. Last person on Patreon, unless it's really long. I don't
serve champagne. I serve justice.
Is the next question on Patreon really, really long?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, it's only one.
Okay. So let's go with that, and then we'll end the stream. How many pages are we down?
We're on page 7.
7?
23.
Okay, so as long as the kid doesn't stay up so late tomorrow, we should be able to finish tomorrow. We're going through it at a faster pace.
Well, hopefully.
Some of the later ones are pretty short.
Okay. Because we're not even halfway yet.
How many pages are there?
23.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, we should be okay.
Irvin says, "Hey Joe and Lily, hope things have been going well and that this Q&A doesn't extend to the 4 streams it did last time.
Yeah, let's hope so too.
Your Danganronpa streams have been very enjoyable, although it got hard trying to keep ahead of your playthrough. I got one question for both of you this time. How is the experience of being parents of... Maybe this was the big question. I didn't read ahead. How is the experience of being parents who stream been overall? Kotaku
Yep, that's
released an article on this recently, and there's a link if you want to read it later. And I was wondering how you balance streaming, video making, and parenting. It seems like you've both been doing all right, but I also get the impression that things can get too intense, especially during God of War. Thanks. Hope this wasn't too personal, and have a good night.
No, it's fine. I don't think I can give you a very good answer, though, unfortunately, because there's not really much to it. Because I do stream fairly often now, but it was more before, and I've never really considered myself a streamer. I'm just the game critic that will stream some playthroughs of games, but that's probably not right anymore. I probably am a streamer now, which feels weird because I never thought I would ever be a streamer, and I kind of cheated my way here through the YouTube channel. I don't really think about it all that much. I think that there's part of streaming is kept kind of distant because it's not all I do, you know? Like, it's not just... A lot of streamers, it's just we stream, and that's it, you know? And it's this big thing, and their whole lives or their whole work lives revolve around how they're going to do the next stream and how they are going to engage their audience and all this other stuff, and how to make streams more fun and get viewership up, and maybe they work together. I don't know. I haven't read the article, but I assume that it's a partnership in a lot of cases, like Lily and I are doing right now. But for me, it's kind of like it's just something kind of bonus to do while I'm playing games anyway, and the YouTube channel is the main thing, right? So for that reason, I feel like I'm not really qualified to talk about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I sense some disagreement. What do you think?
Well, you are a streamer because sometimes you can go like a whole week where you're streaming every day pretty much. So to me, it's its own thing.
Yeah.
Even if it didn't start initially to be its own thing, it was kind of just a bonus income. And we don't do the streams together. We did in the beginning, but we don't do them. We only really... Lily's streams have turned into Q&A streams, and that's all. Like, we used to try and do more than that, but it just doesn't work. But I was just thinking, we do a lot of it together, though. Like, it dominates a lot of our life. You know, how much time do we spend talking about future plans and current plans and you know... You're doing the streaming, and I'm juggling the household basically and the kids, and then you're not streaming, and then you're working on the video, and then you're engrossed with that too. And
so maybe we should answer more in line with the whole channel instead of just streaming.
I think so. Like I think they go too much together that they're not really separate anymore. You wouldn't really have one without the other so much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we can answer that, but I don't think you're gonna like the answer. It proves to me that the way that we do it right now is not sustainable, and it's only for the short-term future. For I would say at most 5 years. We have 5 years left of doing things the way that we're doing it right now, because it's not it's going to go away. It's just that it's gonna be too difficult for both of us to be involved the way we are when the kids are going to have way more stuff. They're going to be way more demanding, you know, hobbies, interests, education. You know, it's going to be a lot more to it. As time goes on, in some ways becoming a parent gets easier every single day, and in other ways it gets harder. And there's kind of like, would you agree there's kind of like dips and valley, you know, like
it's so hard when they're born, and then you kind of meander a little bit, and then like they hit like 4 to 6 months, and then it gets hard again, and then it kind of calms down again, right? And then they're mobile, and then you're like, holy shit, they're into everything. And Leo's getting into hard phase now.
Yeah,
Finn settled actually, but Leo is hard now.
Finn, you can also communicate with Finn now, and again, to say what we mentioned earlier, like Finn's time on stream is rapidly coming to an end. You know, Finn is able to tell me information that I don't know now. You know, like he'll come say, "Daddy, big aunt," or you know, Daddy, and he'll show me something, and he'll drive me across the house, because he's getting to that point now where he's going to be able to say something on stream, and that's it. And also, it's not cool to have him on stream when he's an actual person and we don't have his consent to put him on stream. Like that's important. When he's a little kid, it's fine, or a baby, it's like whatever. Like he's gonna, like, you can watch a horror movie with a baby in your lap. It doesn't really matter, like, not that we did, but you could. It's no big deal. But yeah, so there's that's a part of it too. But I would say that about 5 years is, and then everything to do with this is going to have to be very, very X amount of hours, X amount of days, and nothing more than that. And once it's done, it's done. You know what I mean? It has to be more like a traditional job of, I work this many hours, and when I'm home, like maybe even a separate office would do it. When you're home, it's like strict rule, like you can't go with that because there needs to be a separation, right? I think that's what's going to have to do, how it's going to have to work. I think overall we manage it quite well, but I do feel like when I get into a stream, heavy into streams, mostly heavy into videos, which is why we're not doing it anymore. It's already beginning that we're calming down from it a bit. Is I don't see them. I don't see the kids, and Lily is not only is Lily taking the entire brunt of looking after them, she's also the only one that's really seeing them that much. I would see the kids, I'd get up, I'd interact with them a little bit, and then straight down to work, and then bedtime I'd say goodnight to them, and then that would all I would see them really for all of God of War. Some meals as well, I would come up and see them, and for Finn's birthday, I made sure I took some time for that. But yeah, for stream events it's better because it's I can only stream for so long because viewer fatigue can set in. But I worry if you guys would watch me an infinite amount, I wonder if I would stream like I made God of War. That's interesting to think about, actually. If you guys would sit and watch me play Danganronpa 2 for 12 hours, I wonder if I would stream for 12 hours. I think I would. I really think I would. I think I would hit it that hard just to get it done, Because usually when I get into a game and I'm really enjoying it, I would binge it anyway. But so I think I would do that.
Is it the same as the videos, though? Are you going to say you get it done in 4 days instead of 8, and you hit it really hard, then there's going to be a longer drought between videos.
Yeah, for sure.
And then are people going to be saying, well, we missed the streams, we're in the streams because you got it done so fast. They're not going to be saying, oh, well, we just had that amount, that many hours, right? It's going to be, when's the next one? When's the next one?
That's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. And maybe that proves something about the videos as well.
But yeah, it's when you get heavy into video stuff and heavy into streaming, it gets really difficult. It's not only do you not really see them, you start pulling weird hours, then I start pulling weird hours, and because I don't get to see you either, so then I'm up at 3, 4, or 5 in the morning, right, trying to talk to you.
Yeah, you do that.
And then I suffer for it, and I fall behind here. Like, Leo right now is at the age where he doesn't want to stay behind a baby gate anymore. He wants to be free, that he can walk around and be into everything. Finn is pretty much into everything, but you still have to supervise him, obviously. You can't just, I can go into another room now and leave him, but I can't leave him for too long without checking. So, my day begins with them, and when they don't go to bed until like 10 o'clock, or they're awake at midnight like they were tonight, and you're trying to be quiet, you're trying to, stay away from them. Well, how does the cleaning get done? How do the groceries get done? How does the cooking get done? Like today, Leo and I had a big fight, He was crying and I was almost crying because...
So I'm laughing at the thought of you and Leo having a fight.
I was so mad at him, but I understand. But he was so mad at me because he wanted to be free. He wanted to walk around, and I had the oven on. And I'm like, you can't. Like, we don't have a baby gate blocking the kitchen. We have a baby gate that they have the dining room, right? So if you're allowed to be free, you're going to walk over and touch the oven. You can't, And he obviously doesn't understand you can't be out because you can't touch the oven. So he's crying, and I'm getting frustrated because I know I have to feed them, and I have to start dinner, and, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? Dinner's going to take an hour to cook. I have to be back and forth flipping it and checking it and trying not to burn it, and I have Finn going, Mommy, he wants this, he wants that. I have Leo shrieking and crying. So when there's a stream or something going on, it gets even worse, because then it's like... you know, it's you're on your own with the kids, and that's your first priority, and then other stuff kind of falls by the wayside, kind of, and this place starts to get messy, and you know, the upstairs doesn't get cleaned up because, well, they're sleeping, or Joe's sleeping, or you know, how am I going to work that one out, you know?
It doesn't get that bad though.
It's not that, but like compared to what I wish it would be, you know,
especially like, compared to the apartment.
Like we have a room upstairs that still has some boxes in it that I haven't unpacked yet. I've been meaning to get to them, and when do I get to them though?
There's some furniture that I still have to assemble.
You know, that's what I mean by mess. I don't mean like dirty. I mean like
yeah.
I mean like there's clutter. You know, like there's, you know, that I would like to get to, and it keeps going on the list, and then I say, okay, well, we're gonna have a few days after the streams are done, or maybe a week or two after the streams are done, or after a video, and then Joe usually needs some recovery time after that too, where then you'll sleep a bit more than usual, like you have been.
Mm-hmm.
And the list just seems to keep getting bigger, and like we get a few things knocked off it, you know, every break, but we don't get, you know, even half of it. So I'm noticing with the kids, you know, that it's, if we didn't have kids, I think it would be very different, you know, the way that our time would be, and you know, there wouldn't be that big chunk of your day, you know, that goes to them, and you wouldn't have to rush upstairs to see them. You know,
I think about that a lot. I think about what if we'd started this, you know, obviously you have no idea that was gonna go this well, but I think about that a lot. Like if we had started before the kids, how different would it be?
And
but also,
they started at the same time too, right?
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Finn is the same age as the channel. It's always gonna be the same. But I also wonder, what would it be? Would you have the same kind of motivation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think about that a lot.
Just in terms of parenting, I wonder, you know, what that would have... I wouldn't trade it. I remember going to work with shit after, you know, I had Finn, and you were home with Finn, and that was hard.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I wouldn't trade it.
I don't think, yeah.
But just in terms of parenting, I find we kind of have a weird schedule. We have a bit of a weird routine because it changes all the time, and we're not going outside for work. So our lifestyle, I think, is different from other people who keep a 9-to-5, you know, and again, we live in a city now, we don't know anybody here, and we don't have any family support, so we don't have anybody coming over and interacting with them, or, you know, hey, we'll take them for a couple hours and you can go and do whatever you need to do, or you can go unpack those boxes, or, you know, whatever. So we're in a bit of a unique situation for a lot of things like that with the job, and, you know, the hours we keep, like, you know, right now, not normal work hours. And there's so many, I would say, areas too, right, that you're juggling, you know, with the streaming and the channel and the Discord and the Twitter and emails and you know, Q&As, and there's so many facets to it,
but
you know, that...
But what about, what was the other part about with the kids in the question?
How you balance streaming, video making, parenting.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. Yeah.
How is it being overall, being parents who stream?
And we moved over to YouTube. Yeah. One thing I do want to say, which I think is a positive to balance that, is it's interesting to know that there's all this recorded footage of us, you know, that not just of me and you, Lily, but the kids too, you know, like Finn won't be on it for much longer, but he's still there, you know, he can go back and listen to himself, and hey, you were a part of this at this age, you know, we stopped after that, but, and also like, hey, you know, your dad had a public job, you know, and he could go and go through it if he wanted to. I don't think he will, but it's kind of neat, you know.
It's there. It's like home videos, but not.
Yeah, I do like that part of it. That's interesting. Was there another question from that person?
No, that was it.
No, that was it? Okay. Is the next question fairly short or no?
Looks like one question and 2 quick questions.
Let me see that. Okay, that's not the longest question, but it's fairly in depth. I also don't have a very good answer for it, so maybe I can think of one for tomorrow, but I don't think so. It's about any films or TV shows that I enjoyed when I was a kid and I went back to, and I really enjoy them still. I don't think I'm gonna be able to give a good answer for that, but I will try. Okay, were there any questions in chat that we missed continually over the stream, or is there any messages? No, it's okay.
Action Cater says, or he used 10 bits, and he says, I've known 2 entities in my life, and they both have known about The Wire. First is a donkey that, in his refusal to tell me about The Wire, ate my daughter as she saw the cat with the water bottle. And the second is you. I have my cat kept away so you can't eat him.
The fuck?
In denial at The Wire. One day you will tell me, Joe. One day.
Okay. Alright, Gundam. Alright.
And Haltfire 302 subscribed with Prime, and I know that he was waiting for a Lily stream to do so.
Oh. All right. So I'm staying out of this then. All right.
So we have to give a big Lily thank you to Haltfire, and a claw fist.
There we go. Okay. Let me go to the community center, and we'll see if there's any more questions from chat, and then we will call it a night, and then we'll hopefully continue tomorrow as long as the kids permitting. I'm sorry if we seem kind of down or frustrated tonight. It's just the way that the questions kind of went, and that's what we talked about. We're not as frustrated as it may have come across. I love my job very, very much, and I consider myself extremely, extremely lucky.
We're very lucky. We're very fortunate.
So please don't think that I think otherwise. It's just that there is going to be some frustration involved in it for sure. But yeah.
I kind of feel the opposite that you feel, in a way that I feel like if we are going to voice them, that this is kind of the place to voice them, because we give Patreon updates and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, it's not bad that we do
so,
it. It's just I want to make sure that we're not being misunderstood.
You know, if we're going to talk about, frustrations and downsides and stuff like that, like, this is kind of the audience for it. You know, you guys.
Were there any regular comments? Any questions?
I think there was a new. Rough Clog says, with 50 bits, the quickest way for a parent to get a child's attention is to sit down and look comfortable. Says Lane Allinghouse.
Yeah, and the easiest way to get your kid to stay up too late is to have to have a really good reason for them to go to bed. Right?
Yeah. I really enjoyed the discussion on parasocial relationships and the stresses of having a public job. It's a fascinating subject, and I don't think you spent too long on it.
Well, that's good. Thank you.
You better tell me. Action Cater says, you better tell me about The Wire next stream, Joe. Until then, enjoy yourself. Take care.
Are you gonna send your four dark davas of destruction at me if I don't? I'm scared. I'm scared.
Hulkfire says, sorry I missed most of the stream. I was a little busy.
Front tail?
Don't know. Sweating souls.
I don't know. Chad is gonna have to make an executive chat decision on that. I don't know about that.
A little busy for a Lily stream at 5 a.m. Like, come on, Holdfire.
It's just not adding up, is it? It's not adding up. Okay, let me get back to the hoose, and then we will end. Do I need any of these for something else? I don't think so. I'm not really digging Stardew Valley as much as I used to. I feel like there's not enough to do during the day for the farming side of it. Maybe I'm not playing it well enough or something, but I feel like there's something missing from it. But then again, I've played this game so much that of course I'm getting a little rundown of it, right? I feel like it's basically go fish, go forage, or go into the mines. And it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing...
See, for me, I like the farming part of it. Well, I don't like the farming part of it. That's a lot. I like the clearing the land part of it.
I like that, too.
I like cutting down the trees and getting out my scythe and, like, clearing all that crap off the ground. And to the point that I would lose all my energy doing just that. Like, I would just go around and destroy as much as I could. And the mines. But I never got to fishing when I was playing it. And the planting and stuff was kind of like, like, I would get kind of bored. Plant it, water it, collect it.
The watering every single day is really tedious. I don't like that's why I like the sprinklers, or I don't like planting a lot. I don't like that part of it myself either. I'm just wondering if there's something else that could be done better with this system, Anyway. Like what else could you do? Like some sort of work on the farm that you could do every single day, or like what's new that isn't just maintenance? I don't know. More stuff to do with the people. Like I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Thank you very much for stopping by. Sorry if we got a little too heavy in the late night Lily talk. But yeah, we'll try and be back tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good night.
If you aren't going to be here and you're going to be here for the next proper stream instead of the Q&A stream, Until Dawn will start probably a week into October, I think, is when we're going to start it, right? We don't have a hard date yet, but I have the game. I ordered it. It got here today. So
after our Thanksgiving, pretty much.
Yeah, we'll that's the first Halloween game that we're going to play. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I wanted to play that game. So yeah. Thank you, everybody. See you later.
Oh.
Say bye, Lily.
Bye, Lily.
And the cat immediately starts making noise.
She knows.
As soon as it goes up, yeah. As soon as it goes up. Okay, so I'm flying blind right now. I don't have chat, so I don't even know if it's working. You'll have to let me know. Did you do your pop-out thing?
Not yet. Hold on.
Click, 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 click. Ooh,
I popped out.
We have mail. Bring 9 items for the display.
There's people here.
There's people here? Okay.
2 whole people. 3 people.
So behave yourself, okay?
Sorry.
Alright, let's see. What should I take for the 9 items? Let's take a gold bar. Ooh, let's take an iridium bar.
It's 12:30 in the morning. It's 2:30 for us, so we win, right?
Let's take a diamond. Yeah, we win. We win. For sure.
Hot clown puncher, we won.
Hot clown puncher.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean that they're hot, or they only punch hot clowns?
I think...
As in, like, sexy clowns?
Are there sexy clowns?
I don't know. Is that subjective?
I don't think there are sexy clowns.
So that means that he's hot, or that they burn him?
I think that if you are a clown and you're sexy, you failed as a clown. And you should probably rethink your choices.
No, like you have like sexy nurses and stuff. Like, can't you make anything sexy?
But nurses are sexy by default. Clowns are not.
Not really.
In my head, they are.
Not when I was in the hospital. As a nurse or as a patient.
Let's take a moral or a chanterelle.
Where did I leave off? Oh, we left off with that question, the parenting question, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What's better, pine tar or oak resin? I think oak resin's better than pine tar for this thing that we're taking. We need 9 items. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you're supposed to have like 1 from each group, right? That you can. Let's take some fish. A sea cucumber. Gold star or gold star eel. Do we have a super cucumber? Whoops. A halibut maybe? Super cucumber, there we go. I think that's better than a sea cucumber. And do you have rainbow shell? You have rainbow shell. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I made it.
7,
This is
8,
like
9.
the second time I've caught a live Q&A. Stoked.
Nice. Welcome. Welcome. We hope that we're not disappointing. Probably will be, but welcome. Welcome. We'll try our best. I wish I had chat.
Why don't you? It's still loading?
The tablet died because we didn't have it plugged in, so now it's broken. Yeah. Well, it's broken. It's not charged, so we're gonna wait. All right. I feel like you're supposed to diversify a little bit more. Should we take another fish thing?
Hey Joe, longtime fan and big VOD squad boy. Just want to say I appreciate all the incredible work you do for legitimate games journalism, and I look forward to both your next video and your next dumbass weeb game news stream.
Video game journalism. Thank you. That's flattering. Thank you. Being called a journalist is pretty good, don't you think? That's pretty good. Yeah, thanks. I hope you like it. I'm sure that the Until Dawn stream will be a good one. I'm not sure about the rest of the ones for Halloween, but then we have Danganronpa V3 after that, and those ones always seem to go quite well. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to that for sure.
Hopefully we're finishing tonight. We'll see.
Yeah.
Joe hasn't been up for that long, but I have been, so we'll see how long I last.
If we're close to done, then maybe I'll just go solo for the rest of it. Finish. We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. I'm drinking tea, so.
What do you think's worth more, cranberry or an eggplant? I'm going cranberry. All right, that's it. Let's go.
Oh, what was it about The Wire? I missed it. Action Cater is asking about The Wire again.
What is it with The Wire,
I
man?
don't know. Finn's asleep, but it took a while. And Leo fell asleep, and then Finn woke him up, and then he had to fall asleep again. So it took a long time tonight. The stream will likely go a few hours at least.
Yep. Need an aquamarine. Oh, is the thing tomorrow? It's not today? Hold on, let's see. I can't remember the festival. Stardew Fall Festival. Yeah, it's the 16th. Okay, so I'll just keep this in my inventory for now. Or I'll put it in a chest and then I'll just grab it all tomorrow when we go to the fall festival. I think you can get an energy drop, can't you? That's pretty good.
Thank you to Kadeen, I think. You just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Thank you very much, Kadeen. Thank you. Welcome to Prime Time.
You just have to stare at the ceiling for hours while Finn falls asleep. We try to do other things, but we have to be quiet, so...
Yeah.
That's not what I'm like, we were down here, I was cleaning up and stuff, and all of the musical toys were going off, and I was getting mad, but he fell asleep. So.
You were getting mad. I'm surprised at how mad you got.
There's so many of them, like, all at once, just, and, you know, and they're, like, mocking me, because, like, they're at the bottom of the pail where I'm putting all the toys in, and I have to dig for them then.
What do you mean they were mocking,
They're mocking
you?
They mock you, I'm telling you. When he's here playing with them, they're annoying, but when I'm putting them away, they're sarcastic, okay?
Okay. How do you catch a walleye?
Thank you to Uncle Magic, too, who just subscribed with Twitch Prime also.
River, mountain, lake, forest pond during fall when it's raining. Okay, cool.
And Action Cater, who used 10 bits and says, wire, what does wire mean? I don't understand what wire means. You gotta give me a little bit more than wire.
Who subbed before that, sorry?
Uncle Magic 2.
Uncle Magic 2, thank you very much. Thank you for the sub, Uncle Magic 2. Uh-oh. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I heard something.
Maybe it was the cat. Heard steps upstairs. Or it's the ghost.
Seth's here.
Hey,
he
Seth.
appreciates the Lily stream, I think. And Bridge Builder says, come on, haven't you seen Toy Story, Joe?
I have seen Toy Story. It's pretty good. Reach for the skies.
I am not a sub or patron, but I have a question.
Okay.
So there are a lot of people these days doing similar analytical content to you. Matthew Matosis, King K, Hombre, etc. Can you please bury all of them and explain why you are so much better than them?
Well, I don't know when King Case started, but in Matthew Matos's case, I'm doing analytical content like him. He's not doing it like me, although our styles have definitely are very, very different now. Whereas when I started, I was quite similar to what he did, but now it's completely different goals of our videos. I'm not better than any of them. We all have our strengths and our weaknesses. My biggest weakness is probably that the videos are too long for most people to enjoy them. But that also feeds into a strength that usually I go into way more detail and have a lot more evidence to support my points, which some people don't like, but yeah. Sorry, then I can't give you any drama. I have nothing but respect for almost all of my colleagues. Just putting the almost in there to get people thinking about who I don't like.
Thank you to 77 Hockey who resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you, 77 Hockey. Thank you. Fishing is just... I don't know. What's the best fishing minigame? In any game. What's the best one, chat? Can I have chat back now? I miss chat. I like having chat on. I think the one in Stardew isn't that bad, really. It's simple. It's it's quick, as long as they bite and you don't miss it. But I just feel like it's kind of boring.
Someone says, "Wow." They're laughing about it.
Oh wow, no.
Someone says Deadly Premonition. I don't know if that's a game or that's just a comment. Someone says with a gray face, Persona 5s. Subnautica, Ultimate Fishing World. Stardew's is great.
Stardew's is similar to Breath of Fire 2's, right? Breath of Fire, I can't remember which one had a fishing game, and it was similar to that, only it was a horizontal bar instead of a vertical one. But it's been a long time since I played Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire 2 had a really cool town building minigame too. I liked that.
Near with a gray face.
I didn't fish at all in Automata. I think you can, right? But I didn't fish at all.
Why would you want to play a fishing minigame? Sega Bass Fishing is the best.
Ooh, that's just the whole game. Does Sega Bass Fishing have a farming minigame?
And Fruit Ninja Best Fishing Game. Have you heard of the PST podcast Shammy Mandalore? If so, what are your thoughts on it?
The Please Stop Talking podcast Shaming Mandalore? What?
The PST podcast Shammy Mandalore. Did they do a podcast together?
Shammy Mandalore? Oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I listen to it sometimes. I thought you said they were shaming Mandalore.
Shammy Mandalore.
Shammy Mandalore. Yeah, I listened to.
Maybe they are shaming Mandalore.
I listened to the first one that Mandalore went on. I don't know if he's been back on there since then because I've been too busy to watch anything really. I did watch the beginning of Mandalore's latest video and I stopped it because I didn't want to get spoiled because the game seemed really cool. He had a pretty good joke in there though. Yeah, I don't really have time to listen to podcasts. Sorry, I know that makes me sound like a scumbag, but I just really don't. I don't have much time to do anything. But let's not bitch about that. Let's have a nice stream.
A positive stream to counter the last stream.
Pure positivity. As we don't catch this fucking walleye. Like, where is it? How is the tablet not coming on? It's plugged in. Why does it have to charge up a battery? It's plugged in.
Thoughts on Telltale closing?
I don't really care because I wasn't a fan of their games, and it wasn't because I played them, I hated them. I just never played them really. I played the first episode of Walking Dead Season 1, and I thought it was okay, but I didn't feel compelled to continue on. That's not like a really bad thing. It's just, that was back when I was trying a lot of different games, and if one didn't really grab me that strongly, I just moved on. But it was interesting. I don't really care because I wasn't invested in any of their games, but I care as a person who feels bad for all those people that just lost their job, including what I hear one person was that they just moved themselves and their whole family across the country to work for them, and 2 days after they arrive they get fired with no severance, and they're stuck in this city now that's really, really expensive because for whatever reason there's a lot of a lot of developers are in cities like that. I remember hearing about the Double Fine team that they have their studio in San Francisco, I think, and how that's why they ran out of budget to finish their game, even though they had a massive Kickstarter. And I remember, I think it was Tim Schafer. I think that's how you say his name, right? I've never played a Tim Schafer game, so I won't talk much about Tim Schafer. I remember him going on Twitter, and people were asking him how he possibly ran out of money when he had this huge Kickstarter. And he did like an itemized list of how expensive it is to have a development team in San Francisco. And, and he thought this was like a big, oh, checkmate, I sure showed them. And the answer to that is, well, was there a gun to your head forcing you to stay in San Francisco? Like, why did you set up development in one of the most expensive cities? Like, why didn't you go somewhere else? But that's me talking out of inexperience, though, because I don't really know much about the business side of anything, really, not just video games, anything. But it doesn't seem fair to have that be the answer. I don't know. Maybe that's the way things are going all over the place, though. Like most of the big cities in Canada are prohibitively expensive, and there are way more big cities in America than there are in Canada. So maybe there is no way to get away from it. But yeah, I have a lot of uninformed opinions on video game development that hopefully I will make informed as time goes on. As far as I'm concerned, Telltale is probably the best example of how development teams have gotten bloated and overly like there's too much fat in them, and it's just like there's no way it's going to be efficient. There's a saying, or there's something I read somewhere, and it's about anything. It's not just about programming. I think it's even about running a kitchen or writing a book or developing art assets. Anything really that when you have one person working on something, they're working at 100% efficiency, and when you add another person onto that, you would think that, okay, well, now we're at 200% efficiency, like we've doubled, but that's not actually how it works, because now these people need to spend time talking, they need to coordinate. So even though the end result is improved productivity, because there's two people on the team now, it's more like 180. They're both contributing 90 instead of 100. Then you got another person on the team, and it goes down a little bit more. You had another person on the team, another person on the team, another person on the team, and eventually you're adding people for very, very, very little benefit. And I think at some point, and a lot of these development teams get to that point, that you're actually adding on people to a detriment, that you're not getting anything out of them being on the team. But again, I'm uninformed, but that's the impression that I get. When one person can make Stardew Valley, when three people, arguably two, can make Hollow Knight, there are a lot of other small teams that have made games too. And when you look at these big budget games that are coming out, and the only way that they're better, even arguably, is visually, then I think that something is going wrong. So something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Lily,
isn't it Denver? Since Denmark is not a state.
Something is rotten in the state of Denver. Yep, yep. Okay.
Or is it like the state of, that it's, its status?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good point. Denver isn't a state either. Denver's in Colorado, isn't it?
Take me home. Country. We barely know Canadian geography, never mind American.
We're not Americans.
I couldn't name all the provinces.
You're really kidding. You can name the provinces.
You can name all the provinces.
I can name all the provinces.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So there's the 3 territories. Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. And then there's British Columbia.
They don't like jokes in that one.
No.
They're having none of it.
None of it. British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland, and that's everybody, right? That's 10.
Did you say Ontario?
I said Ontario.
I thought you were going to forget about Nunavut or Yukon. Okay. All right. You proved me wrong.
Ha!
Okay, you proved me wrong.
I am the true Canadian. Something to be proud of, huh?
Do you want to hear all the territories in Wales?
Yes.
Okay. So there's South Wales and there's North Wales.
easy then. I only know Swansea and Cardiff.
Swansea.
There was this game I used to play though. Remember you showed me that geography game?
Yeah.
I was pretty good at that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know all of the states. I always forget a few.
I remember that. Do you remember the one that would use Google Maps and you had to guess where you were in the world? That was pretty fun.
I don't think I ever actually played that one.
You never played that one?
I just saw you show me
It would give you a street view of some place and you would guess where it is, and that was pretty fun. Sometimes you could get right on. Take me home. Country
Yeah, Joe's from Wales. Joe's from Cardiff.
Yep.
Cardiff.
Right then. Right. Going fishing I am. But my mother was Scottish, which means I get to read Scottish people Twitter and actually understand it and also just laugh. It makes me cry. Oh man, it's so good. There was one I saw. This is a Scottish guy complaining that his mum put a crunchy in the fridge, and he's like, an already staggeringly impenetrable fortress of chocolate, and she puts it in the fucking fridge. He's like, all right, gonna go have that crunchy, but first I'm gonna warm up my teeth on a fucking steel girder, you know. Oh man, Scottish people are like the funniest people I've ever interacted with. Just so angry and so funny the whole time. I fucking love Scottish people.
So indignant.
Oh, I
never could follow what they were saying. But I used to pretend, because what do you do when you meet your boyfriend's family, right? You don't be like, I don't know what you're saying. You go, oh yeah, totally. Mm-hmm. Not a clue.
Alright, we got our walleye. There we go. Walleye. We got it. Oh man. Alright, can I have chat back yet? No? Still nothing? Okay, let's do the first Patreon question.
Let's just say thank you to Ralph Clugs first for the 100 bits. You talking about fishing has given me the opportunity to salmon fish puns for the halibut. When you've had your gill pick, your cod and spray, because I've got to show a lot more. How do you do this?
I'm shaking my head like so hard. I'm shaking my head so hard. Like it's so... like... I can't believe it.
Someone was trying to come up with a funny Halloween, like, meme kind of name in Discord earlier. Mm-hmm. And I, was just waiting for the kids to go to bed, so I didn't have anything to do. So I tried Googling to see if I could find, like, something, a play on this guy's word name, like, for a word. And I actually thought of Ralph Clogs, because Ralph Clogs probably would have come up with something in, like, 5 minutes, and here I am, and I didn't even find anything good. Like, I exhausted Google, and I didn't even find anything
You exhausted
good.
Google?
I exhausted it. I looked at all the words that, had this word within a word kind of thing to try to find out, and, like, I just can't give names. I'm not good at it. Like, yeah.
It's a gift.
It's a gift, and I don't have it, so good job, Ralph.
Or a curse.
Good job, Ralph Clogs.
Probably a curse. It's some form of punishment from a past life.
Him or me?
No, having this ability to do it.
You think so?
It's punishment from past life, for sure.
So.
Night fishing.
Hold on. I lost my spot.
Night fishing. Okay, we need to get one of these. Periwinkle.
I love that color. Okay, so I believe we left off with Irvin.
Okay.
And he was the one asking about balancing streaming and parenting and all that stuff.
That's the last one we answered, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the next one is about cartoons or whatever.
Who is Action Caterer.
Action
He's probably
Caterer.
going to ask about The Wire. And they said, hey Joe and Lily, love all your videos, and you've really given me a better appreciation of games, interactive things. I don't know what Edith Finch fits under. as art as opposed to
Neither do I.
as just entertainment. Also, your streams are hilarious and I love them.
Thank you.
First question I have is, are there any games, films, TV shows that you've engrossed yourself in as a kid, and when you've grown up and gone back to them, they're still as good as you remember? Maybe even better when looking through an adult lens. P.S. Adventure Time and Gravity Falls is great, and I really appreciated them more as an adult. Adventure Time started when I was 12. And then there's 2 quick questions after that, but we'll get to that after.
I don't think so. I've been thinking about this since I read it, and also we gave a little preview of it yesterday. I don't think so, unfortunately. I'm trying to think of anything that I've even had a chance to go back and revisit, and unfortunately, I don't think so. I do remember as I got older and around when I turned 20, being quite impressed by some of the stuff in Winnie the Pooh. I know that's kind of a weird thing to say, but the song about I'm just a little black rain cloud, floating up the honey tree or whatever. I'm just a little black rain cloud. Do you know that one?
No.
And there's a line about he says pay no attention to little me, and he says everyone knows that a rain cloud doesn't like honey, no, not a bit. I'm just something on the cloud, so over the ground, wondering when I will spit with the rain. But then I think it's this in the same scene, or there's another song about when he says, I wouldn't have to climb this tree if a poo flew like a bee, but then I wouldn't be a bear then, so I guess I wouldn't care then. And I thought that was actually quite clever. It's like your limitations are what make you have to, like, that's why you want in the first place. So I thought that was actually pretty clever, like, and there are moments like that where you go back and you're like, oh, cool, that there was something there for the adults. I guess the only answer I can properly give is Sesame Street, like
Sesame Street's what I would say.
Yeah, is that
watching it with Finn?
There's a lot of stuff for the adults in Sesame Street, and I think that's cool, and I like that a lot. But yeah, not really anything I've returned to, unfortunately.
Winnie the Pooh, I see a lot of quotes from Winnie the Pooh.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them are like related to mental health and stuff, and they're really, really like spot on, especially where you're concerned. Like he's kind of down all the time. Hey guys, but they still want to include him all the time. Like they're still his friend. In spite of the fact that he's never really.
And they never ask him to change. Yeah. How's it going? Lost my tail again.
I'm rewatching Friends for like the 8th time or something now. I haven't seen it in a few years.
Does that count as when you were a kid, though?
Well, I'm going to say as a teenager, because that's the only thing that I can think of for me that applies, because there hasn't been anything else. But now I'm older than they are in the show, and I'm getting a lot more out of it than I got out of it before. So I'm seeing it differently now than when still in a good way, but like I'm seeing it differently. I'm enjoying it in a different way than when I watched it originally, and even a few years ago when I last watched it. I don't know, for me.
If we're going teenager, then there were some movies that were important to me when I was a teenager. I've spoken about them in the past. But, as a kid...
Stuff I tend to rewatch as a kid, I don't think as highly of now.
I still like Disney movies. Like, I think Disney movies still hold up. There's a lot of them that are... They're... I don't know if the newer ones, because I haven't watched a lot of new Disney movies, if those are more clearly targeted at kids, but I feel like a lot of those older ones are just good stories. So because they're good stories, they're there for anybody, like anybody can enjoy them. So yeah, Lion King is probably my favorite overall. I watched Aladdin often when I was a kid. I haven't watched one that I'm really interested to go back and watch, which is a Disney movie. Just kind of brought up because that's what I watched when I was a kid. I haven't watched Jurassic Park in a long time. A long time. I'm curious if Jurassic Park holds up, because for some reason I have a feeling it doesn't. So I would like to see that. Aladdin, Lion King. Not really a big fan of Pocahontas. What was your favorite one? Cinderella?
I really like Cinderella. I really like how the birds and the mice and stuff help her.
Mm-hmm.
How they tie her hair ribbon, and like I used to really get a kick out of that.
I
used to sing songs when I would wash the floor when I was doing my chores.
Did you really?
You should, they always sing like, wash the floor, Cinderella and stuff, and I would make it like, wash the floor, little Lily.
Cinderella, Cinderella. I really like The Emperor's New Groove, but that came a little later before I was I wasn't a kid really then. I really like The Emperor's New Groove, but that's mostly just because it's funny, not because it's a really good story,
I liked Beauty and the Beast a lot too.
Beauty and the Beast was pretty good.
All the objects come to life,
and Belle was smoking, huh?
And I didn't really care for Snow White.
I didn't really care for Snow White either.
The sequel, Happily Ever After, I watched that more than probably any other one. I loved that so much. It was so funny. And who would have thought, right? Like that a sequel would have. And Anastasia, I watched a lot too.
Are we getting an star token from this? Yeah, we are. Top left. Okay, screw that. I wonder if you can get more for getting them in a row. Yeah, I can't think of anything else, sorry. My favorite TV shows when I was a kid were Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, as it was called in Britain for some reason. Ghostbusters. And that was it, really. A part of me is hoping that the kids get into the Pokemon TV show, because I kind of think I would like to go back and watch the whole Pokemon TV show with the kids. I think that would be fun. But there's no TV show that I think of when I was a kid. I'm like, I really want the kids to watch that so I can re-experience it again. But if they like it, then I guess we'll find out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I can't give you a good answer.
And 2 quick questions. Are you planning on making a video on The Last of Us Part 2?
Yes.
So, do you listen to any Beatles? Thanks. Good luck with all thine endeavors of the future.
Why did it move there? That was weird. Definitely going to make a video on The Last of Us Part 2. Yep, for sure. Yep. I'll play it. Well, I shouldn't say definitely, because if I play it and I have nothing to say, then I have nothing to say. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not going to force it. But I plan to. I like the Beatles. I don't like the Beatles as much as the Beatles like the Beatles, as we just recently learned, right? That just came out. But I enjoyed the Beatles. I've never listened to a whole Beatles album. I've listened to a lot of their songs. The first Beatles song that I ever heard was Eleanor Rigby. Well, that's the first one I heard that I knew was by the Beatles. I probably heard more of their songs before that, but I'm fairly old. But even when I was growing up, the Beatles were already old. So for a while, that was like, oh, that's old music. I don't really care about that. But I wasn't really into music until much later in my teenage years, really, or halfway through them. Sorry. Yeah, I really like a lot of their songs. Probably A Day in Their Life is my favorite. But then I really like Carry That Weight, Golden Slumbers. Not really fond of Come Together, even though they were. I'm not. Eleanor Rigby's still pretty good.
Day in the Life is my favorite.
That's your favorite too?
Yeah, A Day in the Life is my favorite. Eleanor Rigby's one of my second favorite. I really like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and I'm the Walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo.
Trying to think now. Pretty much all of Sergeant Lonely Hearts Club Band. That was a great one.
Oh, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is a great song.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant.
I
might have said it wrong.
I really want to start the show.
Yeah.
But I thought you might like to know
all the time
that the singer's gonna sing a song.
Yeah.
It's not song.
Sung.
And I liked some of the White Album, which like Rocky Raccoon and stuff like that. I don't know it as well, but stuff like Let It Be was really beautiful too.
I'm not really a fan of their slow ones, and What was it? What was the song? Is it actually called Revolution? The one that they remade for America? Yeah, is it actually called Revolution?
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. I prefer that version than the slower version. The one that they made faster on purpose for American audiences. Yeah. Beatles are good, man. Okay, are we gonna beat Pierre? Your Grange's way has been judged. Return to mayor. Okay. Oh, we won first place. Nice.
So, I'm gonna say it wrong again because there's no note this time. So it's Jaime, right? It's not Jamie. It's Spanish.
Uh-oh.
Is it Jaime or Jaime?
Uh-oh.
I don't remember. So I'm sorry. You guys should always leave me notes because look how long it took me for Micah. I think this is the first month that I'm confident in saying it.
And he's changed his name.
So they say, "Hi Joe and Lily, hope both of you are doing fine. Hope the kids are doing fine and the dogs and the cats." Sorry, I don't know if you have one or more cats. We have one.
Just one cat. We used to have more, but now we only have one.
Anyhow, these are my questions. If you were to choose one game that can be remade, not remastered, which one would you choose and what changes do you think would be good for it?
That's interesting. Probably nothing that's older than Super Nintendo era. Sorry, anything older than the N64 era, because I think those games have a timeless quality to them that's proven by how a lot of games, like we're playing one right now, come out with that art style and they're still acceptable. It's strange thinking how, you know, mind-blowing 3D graphics were when they first came out, because again, that's how old I am, and it was like, holy shit, like it's such a big improvement, when really it wasn't. You know, like the games that we were already playing were much better visually, and we had to go through this like puberty of 3D games that we're arguably still in, really. Maybe we're coming at the end of it right now, you know. But yeah, so I think anything older than that, like no thank you. Apart from my kind of scumbag answer would be like, I would like to see Chrono Trigger remade, because I think they could add more content onto it, but also because I'd like to see that series revitalized, and you know, that might bring it back from the dead, but that's not really a good answer. I'd like to see Dark Souls remade, because I think it's not finished. So I'd like to see it finished. You know, new coat of paint on it. You know, some prettied up visuals. Lost Izalith actually done. Some new areas tacked onto it. The controls greatly improved, and some of the parts that are kind of you know, improved. What the hell happened there? Yeah, I think that's probably my more recent answer. I don't know. Sorry, I don't really. It's really hard to answer this question, because really I could say any game could be remade and could be a lot better, except for, you know, the handful of masterpieces. You know, I don't think remaking Portal would make it significantly better in any way, really. Like Portal is close to perfect.
Just like you couldn't remake Tetris Attack.
You can remake Tetris Attack. So I think I'm gonna go for my kind of scumbag answer would be Chrono Trigger, because I want the series to come back from the dead. And my more recent answer is I think I'd like to see Dark Souls remade, for sure. Yeah. I could say World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft is being remade, kind of. You know, people will be able to play that soon. And I think they're going to have a lot of shock when vanilla is not what they remember it to be, or not what they imagined it to be if they didn't play it. When Blizzard said at that time at BlizzCon, you think you want it but you don't, they were right. They were absolutely right. Of course, it's not right for everybody. There are some people that still want that experience. It's clear, you know, the popularity of illegal servers proves that. But the amount of people that are crying out for it, like, no, like you are not going to have a good time. I actually can't wait. I was just discussing it with my friend, who also played vanilla. I didn't know him back then, though. I only met him in Wrath of the Lich King, and we were discussing it and how it's going to be beautiful to play that again and to just keep an eye on general chat the whole time, and just to bask in the everyone just like, wow, why can't I get around so fast, and why is leveling so slow, and I have to pay for my mount, and this much money. Like it's just going to be great. Everyone who thinks that vanilla was the best time and they finally get to experience it. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. Sorry. Oh, here's another one, and then maybe I can give you a decent answer by giving you multiple ones. Dragon's Dogma. I would like to see Dragon's Dogma remade and actually finished. Probably even more so than Dark Souls, actually, because that was a much more flawed game, but in a way more ambitious in terms of its combat system and the scope of its battles. Dragon's Dogma. A lot of people think I hate Dragon's Dogma because of the video, and I really didn't. I thought that game was really fun and has a lot going for it. And so I think Dragon's Dogma probably even better than Dark Souls. I would like to see that remade and properly finished for sure. Yeah, that would be great. The plan that they had for that game is insane. At one point you're supposed to go to the moon. Like, I don't know what you do there, but yeah, probably just jump around and collect moons, right? But yeah, I don't know what you. Yeah, that sounds fun. Oh, Odyssey. I'd like to see Odyssey remade into an actually good game. There we go. Next question.
This one's for Lily.
Ooh.
Sorry if it was asked before, but I'm interested in buying one of your books. Which one would you recommend to me and why? Well, I only have 2 available. I had a novella available under a different name before, but I took it down and I want to rewrite it and make it into a novel. So I have written more books. I have one I'm waiting to send to agents, and I'm writing another one. But there are only 2 that you can actually buy.
And you're writing a story with me right now, aren't you?
Kind of.
We're writing a video game plot, aren't we?
Yeah.
Our Danganronpa story.
Well, our move to Moncton story was so well received.
Exactly. So we're back at it again.
Our collaboration. Probably you should start with the Hallingsford murders if you're going to read one of them, because it did better in terms of reviews and sales than The Murder of Jennifer Moss did. It was my first real novel. Joel always says it has the better plot. And the story is better.
Hallingsford's in my sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, I was drinking tea and I feel like it's stuck or something.
Hallingsford Murders has the better overall story, I think, but Murder Jennifer Moss is better written, I think. That's what I say.
I preferred the characters in The Murder of Jennifer Moss. I got a lot more attached to them. They were more real people to me.
I would agree with that. I think the characters are better, but I think the character interaction is overall better in Hallingsford Murders, apart from that one scene you have in The Murder of Jennifer Moss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'll shut up now. You continue.
No,
Sorry.
that's about it. That's probably, yeah. You should. I wrote the Hallingsford Murders first, so you should probably just read that one first. That one sold a lot better, and I had a lot of good feedback on it. Whereas Amazon had already kind of gone to shit by the time The Murder of Jennifer Moss came around, so I didn't have the opportunity really to see if that one was the same or better or not. Just kind of got 0 feedback at all. So if you like the Hallingsford Murders and then you want to go on to read The Murder of Jennifer Moss, that's great. But if you'll get a sense of my style and everything from the Hallingsford Murders, a lot of the themes tend to be the same. I have similar themes in my books, and I tell them in similar ways. The characters take turns, having their own scenes and in each chapter. And the Hallingsford Murders is more told by the actual characters, whereas in The Murder of Jennifer Moss I have detectives helping tell the story, so you get it from both sides. So that's the only real difference. The algorithm got messed up in Amazon. They stopped promoting self-published books. And
there used to
we went from selling so many books overnight to selling like nothing. There
used to be a tag system, and keywords used to be displayed for self-published books right alongside traditionally published books, and they stopped doing that and instead pushed self-published books through their KDP Unlimited system. So you can read self-published books on Amazon through that for free, as long as you have Amazon Prime, and the author still gets paid, but they stopped promoting it as properly sold books, so people would be pushing that system. So it was probably like a double-pronged sort of thing of publishers wanted traditionally published books to get more publicity and to be prioritized, but also they wanted to make Amazon Prime more worth it. So that's probably part of it too. Should we get the rare crow? Let's get it. Let's get the rare crow. I have chat back now, by the way. Hello, everybody. Chat's here. Hi. But
yeah,
you can.
My feedback isn't the same, so I don't know if it's the same or better or not. But yeah,
The Howlings for Murder sold a lot of copies.
Yeah,
and you can go and check out the preview, the look inside feature, and you can see if it's something that you like for any book. You can go look at it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hey.
And that way you can see.
You guys are talking about Undertale?
Extra yes, no question that you can totally skip if you think it breaks the number of question rules. Have you played Firewatch?
No, I haven't. That's a candidate for a really easy video if I ever need to bust out a video in a week. I think that's probably like an Undertale. Sorry, that's probably like an Edith Finch or a Soma, right? People really like Firewatch, and I get it requested quite often. So I think if I ever did a video on Firewatch, I think it would do quite well, and it should be pretty easy. But no, I haven't played it. Sorry.
That's it for now. Both of you are so much fun to listen to, and I always look forward to your Q&As. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hope you enjoyed our answers.
Sean M says, "Hey guys, how you doing? Welcome to the Maritimes. Come over to Nova Scotia sometime."
Nova Scotia.
I'd love to see Halifax.
Yeah,
actually.
I would too.
I have a more general sort of question about categorization, and I'm sorry if it's a bit vague. Basically, I like to read a lot, and I read a lot of different types of things. Lately, I've been thinking about how we define genre, specifically something like fantasy or science fiction. Why is it that we call the Narnia series fantasy, but not A Midsummer Night's Dream or The Tempest? Or why is the speculative neuromancer called sci-fi when my favorite book, The Book of Dave, is deemed literary fiction? Are there meaningful differences in your opinion, or is it all just a bit arbitrary? Thanks a lot. You guys are a nice couple.
The Book of Dave. Oh, that's nice. The Book of Dave. The Book of Dave tells a story of an angry and mentally ill London taxi driver named Dave Rudman who writes and has printed on metal a book of his rantings against women and thoughts on custody rights for fathers. These stem from his anger with his ex-wife Michelle, who he believes is unfairly keeping him from his son. Equally influential in Dave's book is the knowledge, the intimate familiarity with the city of London required of its cabbies. What? Dave buries the book, which is discovered centuries later and used as a sacred text for a dogmatic, cruel, and misogynistic religion that takes hold of the remnants of southern England and London following catastrophic flooding. The future portions of the novel are set from 523 AD, after Dave. The book alternates between Dave's original experience and that of the future devotees of the religion inspired by his writings. Much of the dialogue in the Book of Dave is written in Mockney, an invented dialect of English derived from Cockney, taxi drivers and Dave's own usage, text messaging, and vocabulary peculiar to late 20th and early 21st centuries. For example, an unmarried woman is an au pair. Dave.
An au pair they usually call like a nanny, isn't it?
Sorry, there's a link an au pair. Yeah, an assistant, yeah. Dave called Muslim women's concealing garments cloaky things. His adherents use the word for women's outerwear in general. Spellings are phonetic and can be opaque, making the book particularly difficult for those unfamiliar with the speech of England and London. Bugs Bunny for rabbit is easy enough, but... What? Beef and semis for an architectural style is less clear. It presumably comes from Elizabethan semi-detached houses. A glossary is provided. Wow, okay, I'm from there, and I didn't get that one.
Sounds really cool.
Beef and semis. Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds like a cool book, kind of a train spotting like as well. That sounds interesting. Yeah, genres are all arbitrary. So genres are just labels, and we need labels. We need to be able to put people and things into boxes, and that's how we compartmentalize the world and everything that's in it. You know, it's much easier to say, you know, oh well, this TV show I'm starting to watch. Okay, well, it's really good. You should watch it. Okay, well, what's it about? Well, it's got elves and goblins and orcs and the swords and magic, and you have to explain the whole thing. But it's just easier to just say, oh, it's like Lord of the Rings, and it's like that. It's like this. It's like that. It's like that. It eventually gets a name, so it's like that becomes fantasy, or it's like that becomes sci-fi. It's like that becomes horror. But sometimes genres are less about the content, but it's more about the setting. Sometimes it's about the feeling that you get. You know, is this supposed to be scary? Horror really just means it might scare you, you know, which is kind of a juvenile way of describing something, right?
Thriller too, right?
Yeah.
Thriller's harder to...
Thriller is like, oh well, it'll keep you on the edge of your seat and you keep guessing. But then I've seen ones that movies that are called thrillers that have nothing like that. You know, I used to think thriller was something that like an action movie or a horror movie when I was a kid, because that's what I considered thrilling. When really it's you know, it's
more like murder
like
mystery.
the life of like a David Gale, you know what I mean? It's like we're not allowed to like that movie anymore. Sorry. You know,
a lot of the times when I'm
Double Jeopardy, that's a thriller.
To
you know,
agents and stuff, you'll have agents that are murder mystery / thriller, and
Yeah.
I have to, depending on who I'm querying, I'm either a murder mystery or I'm thriller. You know, like I use it for my books too.
Yeah.
So stuff like that, you can be very the lines are very blurred, I think.
So genres are fine. There's nothing wrong with genres, but genres are dumb in the sense, or when they are taken too seriously. When they are taken too seriously, then you have people that start to fight about them, and oh well, this isn't really fantasy, or this isn't really sci-fi, and that's really losing the sight of what they should be. And I'm guilty of it too. I said that Soma isn't really a horror game, and I stand by that. But you know, it's still important for people to know what they're getting in for. But I'm not going to go and have a big fight about that. It's just, hey, know that it's been mislabeled, you know. Some other labels are much easier to see. You know, if it's easier to see if something is a real-time strategy game or not. That's providing information to anyone that might want to play the game. Same for a first-person shooter. If you know that if it's third person and it's marked as a first person, then you're like, okay, well, what the fuck? Something clearly went wrong here. But that's the video games, and that's more about gameplay. That's easier to see and easier to tell. It's a lot more objective to see, again, if something is a strategy game, or you know, if it's an MMO, you know, it's very, very easy to tell in almost all cases. With books and movies, I think things get to be more complicated, and it's all about stories, kind of like, and that gets back to Soma's story. I don't really care, you know. It's people really like to shit on sci-fi and fantasy and anything that fits into a genre as somehow lesser than literary fiction. And to some extent they have a good point, you know. Like, usually literary fiction is less about the setting and less about that side of it, and more about just telling a good story about characters. It's actually one of the things I don't like about fantasy and science fiction writing, is that usually it's more about the setting than the characters. And when I wrote my books, I was very aware that I wanted to be different than most science fiction and fantasy, because I wanted to be about the characters. I wanted the setting to be secondary and to you know, still be important, but I wanted it to be about the story of these characters in this world. So I don't know. I think that it's unfair to dismiss a lot of stuff from that, and it shows a bias on a lot of literary elite types that they want to know about characters instead of situations, concepts, and places. Yeah, I don't know. I think that people want more about characters because you could have more social issues that are discussed, and that's very in vogue at the moment. But it wasn't always. It wasn't always that way. And the more social issues that you discuss, the more it appears legitimate. And you can't really have that when you're talking about places that are very divorced from what our current state is. There are obviously going to be exceptions, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that this is a problem that is more far-reaching than just fiction, though. You have people do it to other people. It happened to me when I tweeted something out a long time ago now. I think it might have been 2 years ago. And some people got really mad at me. And I got accused of being fraternizing with like the alt-right, like that sort of thing. And I had a lot of people come and argue with me, and they were really pressuring me to admit that I was misogynistic and admit that I was racist. Because I said this one thing that was kind of almost in line with something that people say on the far right. That suddenly it was like, well, you must fit in that box. You must be, if you agree with someone on one thing, you must agree with them on everything, which is just absurd. It's ridiculous. It happened the other way too. I said something that was vaguely on the left in a video, and suddenly I had people doing it on that side of it too, like, oh, you must be a crazy fucking SJW and all blah, blah, blah. And the reason why they do this because of the genre thing. It's because people like to put things into boxes, and they want to be able to have used their pre-manufactured opinions and stances on something and just unload it. So if they don't like fantasy books and someone is saying to them, hey, you should really read this book, it's really, really good, it's about this character, that character, and they do these things and all this other stuff, and then they say, well, what genre is it? And then they say fantasy, then this person can just vomit out, well, I don't like fantasy, so fuck your book. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do it. And it's the same thing here, whereas, well, this opinion is somewhat in line with a lot of people I disagree with, so therefore I can dismiss your entire existence and I don't have to talk to you. Or I can unload this already, I already have these arguments that I've tested and out and had with so many other people before. I don't even have to have a conversation with you. I just get to unload this stuff that I've already manufactured before on you, and boom, I'm done. Like it's not very nice. And yeah, I think that in general, just like video game reviews, that people take genre tags way too seriously, and you should only use them as a kind of like a preview, sort of like the same way that a trailer is there for you to get a taste of what it's about. Although trailers are more about wanting your money rather than giving you an idea of what it's about. So maybe that's a flawed example. Sorry, but yeah, that's what I think. I think that it's just taken way too seriously, and we should all take a step back from it and just remember what they're meant to be. It's weird how we can just kind of like take something and run with it like that. Don't you think? Mm. That's what I think. That's what I think anyway. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just thinking. Sorry. Anyway.
Oh, also, did you know Patrick Rothfuss streams on Twitch?
I didn't know that. I've never read anything by Patrick Rothfuss because I want him to be done with his King Killer Chronicles, and that obviously hasn't happened yet, at least not last time I checked. But yeah, I'm looking forward to trying trying out his books. I've heard he's quite the gamer, right? Like he wrote for the new Planescape game. He's been involved with the Penny Arcade guys a bit, and I like those guys overall. I don't really know what he streams or anything like that. Does he do podcasts? Does he stream actual video games or what? Like, yeah, I didn't know he streamed. That's interesting. Poor guy must be under a lot of pressure to finish his book, his series. That must suck. That you have the time and you just can't do it for whatever reason. I wonder if it's pressure or if he's just not invested anymore. That must suck. Like, genuinely, it must suck. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a tabletop game. Wait, there's a new Planescape game? The I don't know if it's still new. It came out, right? The one that came out last year? Just Tides of something. Someone in chat is saying, yeah, Tides of something, yeah. I think he was doing some writing for that. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I'll see if I can find a recording of one of his streams and see what he's like. It's always good to see big writers out of their comfort zone a little. Takes them down a peg, you know. Was that it for that person?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you to Action Caterer who used 10 bits and says, seeing how The Walking Dead is now never going to be finished and many fans of the series won't get closure for a story they have been invested in for years now. What are your thoughts on The Wire?
I was waiting for it. The Wire is a great show. It's one of my favorite shows. I'm not sure if it's my favorite, but it's one of my favorite shows. The Walking Dead will probably be finished. I think it will be. Much to the with a lot of controversy, but I think it will be finished. So we shall see. Maybe I'll play it if it gets done. It's the danger of starting something without it being finished, right?
Yeah.
Like that's one. Like I think that won awards, and yet it's not going to be done. Huh.
Thank you to Oni Channel who resubscribed for 10 months.
Thank you, Owen Channel. Thank you very much.
And thank you to Ralph Clogs who used 10 bits and says, I like all the days of the week, bar Monday.
What? Oh, barramundi. Okay. Is that
It's over my head.
Is that a fish?
Well, like barring Monday. Right?
Yeah, it's a fish. Barramundi. Yeah, it's a fish. Yeah. All right. That would have been funnier if we knew the fish.
Yeah.
Sorry. The barramundi, or Asian sea bass, is a species of catadromous fish in family Latidae of order Perciformes.
Yeah.
The species is widely distributed in the Indo-West Pacific region of Southeast Asia and Papua New Guinea and Northern Australia. Known in Thai language as pla kapong, it is very popular in Thai cuisine. Welcome to Fish Facts.
I don't care. I don't care. Hey everyone, Big Joe fan. I was considering buying some of his books. What's the whole deal with them? What are they like?
Yeah, they're okay. Right?
Yeah.
They're okay. Go read the preview and see if you'd like them. If you'd like them, then give them a chance. If you have Amazon Prime, you can read them for free, and I still get paid for it. It's paid, I think, by the page view, and I don't know how it works. It must have some sort of how long you spend on every page or something, because it's like you could just flip through the whole book. That there's no way they would let you do that. So yeah, go see the look inside and see if you like them. If you don't, that's fine. Don't feel like pressure or anything. But yeah, Fish Facts.
Keegan Luzes says, 100 bits. Just finished Murder of Jennifer Moss. Loved it. Left a more detailed message on Discord, but thanks for such compelling characters. Damn. I'm glad you liked it. I'm really glad.
There you go. More motivation for the other one, right? More motivation for the other one.
Yeah. Had a few good comments actually about that book recently. There's been a few people who read it.
Why won't it let me place this? Okay, that was weird. That was really weird. Alright.
Is the book with the dragon on it a standalone book, or is it a sequel for something else?
It's a standalone book, kind of. There's a story that follows sort of around those events, but it's not necessary, and that part of it isn't complete at the moment. So you can read that book as a standalone book, yes. Yes, you can. But that'll get a physical release after the Witcher video is done. So if you'd rather wait for a physical release, you can wait for that if you're interested in reading something with an actual book instead of on the e-reader. Where should we go?
I was feeling sick and I'm unable to sleep. I'm happy to see you two streaming. Hope you feel better.
Yep, hope you feel better. Teacher? Hopefully we can make the time pass a little bit for you. Been there a lot lately, right? So does it drive you crazy, Lily, that I haven't cleared the whole farm yet?
Yeah, that's the first thing I do.
Yeah.
Well, because other than the mines, it's my favorite thing.
You're just like setting it to rights.
And even in the mines, I like to clear the mines too. I go in and break all the rocks apart and stuff, like exhaust my health, and then I have to leave again. Just back and forth to the mines, you know, up and down.
Is there another question? Let's just keep going.
Nick Z says.
Nick Z? Okay.
Or Nick Zed.
Nick Zed.
I say both.
Bad Canadian.
It's funny because I usually say Zed, but when I sing the song with Finn, I say Z.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I need to decide.
Because it's better. It rhymes better with the song, right? I think it should be Z. I don't think it should be Zed.
Hi Joe and Lily, hope all is well. Just one question for Joe this time. For the Witcher project, are you planning on doing a full summary of the Witcher games and books leading up to Witcher 3? I'm currently halfway through the third game, with this being my first entry into the series, and I feel like I'm going through the game blind at times when there are references to Geralt, right? Or Geralt.
Geralt.
Because it would be Gerald.
Geralt.
Geralt's past dealings with other characters.
Yeah, is that the whole question?
No, I'm glaring at you.
Okay, sorry.
Quite a few times, there are certain nods in dialogue to past events, like remember that one time. I wish I could understand moments such as these, as I mostly enjoy the game so far for its story and characters. So I'm curious if you will go into detail summarizing everything leading up to Witcher 3, or if you plan on only evaluating them as products art, not spending too much time catching up the viewer on what's already happened.
So I'm not gonna summarize everything because I don't think that's even possible. I don't even think without going full wiki warrior on all of the different branching paths that are in those games. I don't think it's possible to see everything. So there's always going to be something left out. But it'll be structured like the God of War video. It'll be structured like the most big videos are, whereas like we're talking about the story, well, we're going to recap the story bits that are important and then discuss them as we go, and then there'll be comments on them, and yeah, like that's the structure that we've settled on for big long videos that get that kind of treatment, and that's what I want to do for The Witcher. So yeah, that definitely. There's some people really don't like that about the videos, and I understand why. But it's important for me to do that for many reasons. It's not just also just getting everyone on the same page, and being like, okay, this is how I understand the information that happened, and here's all the evidence for those points. It's also for people who haven't played the games and still want to watch the videos, which is a significant portion of my audience. A huge portion of my audience is like that. But the other thing, and this is the one that I think people would agree with if they thought about it or experienced more videos like this, and they probably know it subconsciously, it's just that they forget, is that just because you've played the game recently doesn't mean that 5 years from now you'll have remembered everything. There are games that I've loved and I've gone back and I've played them years later and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about that, So if you come and watch the video 5 years after it's released, which the videos are not just something that go up and then they get their views in the first month and that's it. In terms of the biggest spike, yeah, that's when it happens, but the vast majority of views on a video come years later. The Uncharted and The Last of Us video at the moment is getting more views on the channel than any other video. It broke 1 million views just the other week, and it's already above 1.1 million. It's getting recommended heavily on YouTube, and it's watchable now because it goes through and talks about the story in detail as it goes on, and it recaps all this stuff. But that's an exception, though, because that's what that video is. It's meant to be a watchable plot synopsis. But yeah, so that's an important part for me, is that the videos don't have to be timeless in terms of their points, because that's mostly impossible, and they don't have to be timeless in their presentation. I used to say that I wanted the videos to be timeless, but I've realized that that's a fool's errand. But they do need to be timeless in that you don't have to have played the game recently in order to understand it, and that's important for me. I think the God of War video is the best time that I've ever done it. That in terms of time spent recapping and going over stuff, it wasn't that long, and I tried to have a lot of points mixed in. So that's my new way of teching those parts in the videos, which I think I really started to get right in the Edith Finch video, and it went really well in God of War. Prey was pretty good too, which is to just never have pure summary, have and notice this point, this will be relevant later. Here's a little bit of commentary on this thing that just happened. Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't like the recapping because they don't realize that it's gotten better and they just don't like it on principle. I saw quite a few people say, hey, this God of War video has too much recapping, Joe, what the fuck? And and I was like, well, I think you'd be surprised if you added up all the recapping how little there actually is that is just pure recapping in that video. I think that you just don't like it and you just assume that it's more of the same, but maybe that's me being a little bit of an arrogant prick. Anyway, yeah, definitely going to be to doing that to Witcher. Yep, for sure. That's what's going to happen, and I think that it'll go quite well. And getting everyone on the same page is definitely for the best when it comes to that. And I don't know how well it's going to be done. I don't know if it's even possible to do it, somewhat succinctly at least, but we'll see. But yeah, so it'll be discussing all the stories, like the books, the games, and we'll probably be going through them. The structure of the video is likely going to be Witcher 1, then Witcher 2, then Witcher 3, or the books, one of those two, I'm not sure. And then we'll go through them in that order, because Geralt has amnesia in the first two games, and I believe he gets his memory back in Witcher 3, and his memory I consider are the books. So I want to play the first two games as the amnesiac Geralt, and then when he gets his memory back, so do I, and then boom, Witcher 3. So that'll be the structure. So we'll go through them chronologically, and we will have the foundation built from discussing Witcher 1 into Witcher 2 and then into Witcher 3. I don't know how I'm going to structure it in terms of, am I going to talk about all the gameplay first and then all the story, or am I going to talk about it, the gameplay and the story in each game as I go along? I'm not really sure about that. That's something that I usually plan through with all the notes that I make, and I get a rough kind of a rough draft of how I'm gonna work out all the points, and then I will switch between them naturally as I go through. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna go video gameplay story, or just story, then gameplay. But we'll see. Yeah, but for sure that's gonna happen.
Jack S. says, hey Joe and Lily, thank you for answering my questions last month and hope everyone in the house is doing well.
You're very welcome. I hope you like the answers.
Question 1. I recently read Significant Zero by Walt Williams, a book by the writer of Spec Ops, the line and contributor to other games such as Bioshock, Mafia 2, and Borderlands. The reason I bring the book up, besides maybe a suggestion to read in your free time, is to bring forth an idea that Walt brought up multiple times throughout the novel.
Hold on. Significant Zero?
Yeah.
Walt Williams. For the award-winning video game writer behind Spec Ops, the line comes an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at how today's blockbuster video games are made. When his satirical musings in a college newspaper got him discharged from the Air Force, it became clear to Walt Williams that his destiny in life was to be a writer. He just... He just never thought he'd end up writing video games, let alone working on some of the most successful franchises in the industry: Bioshock, Civilization, Borderlands, and Mafia, among other things. William pulls back the curtain on the astoundingly profitable industry that has put its stamp on pop culture and yet is little known to those outside of its walls. In his reflective yet comically observant voice, Williams walks you through his unlikely and at times inglorious rise within one of the world's top gaming companies, exposing an industry abundant in brain power and outsized egos, but struggling to stay innovative. Significant Zero also provides clear-eyed criticism of the industry's addiction to violence and explains how the role of the narrative designer, the poor soul responsible for harmonizing gameplay with storylines, is crucial for expanding the scope of video games into more immersive and emotional experiences. Oh, this I should read this. This sounds really interesting. This is something I really want to. I'm really interested in that. Okay, sorry, continue.
The idea of character versus player story, right? Yeah, the idea of character versus player story is one that is discussed a lot amongst writers in video games. Should we tell the story of our group of characters or individual characters, or should we help the player embody the silent, meaningless protagonist that simply does rather than tells a story? My question to you as a writer, Lily as well, is that do you think writers in video games should help the player embody themselves into a protagonist such as Gordon Freeman or open world protagonist X? Or try to tell a story to the player about a group of people such as Joel and Ellie. Or something like Spec Ops, The Line, where it forces you to do horrible things and then asks how does it make you feel when other games reward you for doing the same.
So the cop-out answer here is that it depends. Is that I really enjoy games that have me play as a character that I assume control of sometimes, and I can understand that it's going to be a compromise between me and that character, that I'm going to be in control for most of the gameplay and they're going to be in control for most of the story. It's like it's like a symbiotic relationship throughout the game, right? Like I can understand that going in, and there are times when I feel like it's underutilized. There was that moment in the video I spoke about in The Last of Us where I don't know, I won't spoil it, but I'll just say that there was a moment toward the end where I really felt that that I shouldn't have had a choice, that this should have been, Joel should have just taken over and been like, you know, kind of fuck you gamer that's along for the ride, I'm just taking over and making this happen. And there were moments in the game before that did happen, so I feel like that's why, you know, they should have done that. So there are times when a player choice can actually be ineffective and dampen a scene, really, if you fully understand that relationship between the gamer or the player, the player, gamers rise up, the player and the character. But there are plenty of games that don't do that I really enjoy, and I'm happy that I'm not controlling a character and that I'm controlling myself. It works quite well in open world games where you are this wanderer that you can just put yourself on, you know, like you can build your own character and you can make your own skills and you can have your own backstory in your head even, you know. New Vegas is fairly good at that, whereas Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 aren't really all that great, but you can put whatever you want on this character. They're a blank slate, and because they're a blank slate, they are therefore you can really adopt them, and you don't ever feel that this conflict between you, that it's always going to be strengthened. Whereas something like Gordon Freeman in Half-Life 1 and 2, I would argue that's a bad example of it being done. Like I think Half-Life 1 and 2 would be improved by having Gordon actually talk. Like I don't know if that's a controversial opinion, because I don't think most people give a shit about the story in Half-Life 1 and 2. Like really? Like it's like it's more of just an excuse for the set pieces, right? Like it's not really that interesting. The setting is interesting, and some of the you know, the imagery that comes from that, but I don't know, maybe I'm completely wrong here, but like when I played Half-Life 1 and 2, I wasn't like, oh my god, what a great story. I didn't give a shit, you know. And if I did give a shit about someone, it would be about Alex and Lamar. It wouldn't be about Gordon. I don't give a fuck about Gordon, you know. So I think if Gordon had a and by extension, I mean I don't give a shit about myself in the game either, you know. Like if I don't give a shit about Gordon, if Gordon died and I was in a first person perspective as him, and then I just switched to another character and the story continued, I would be like, yeah, okay, you know. Whereas if that happened in Fallout New Vegas, I would be like, whoa, like this is really, I'm really alienated right now. Like that was my dude, you know, that was me. Like what's going on? There's a game that kind of does that, that I've said on the stream before, a Super Nintendo game, where your silent protagonist dies. Like 2/3 of the way through the game, they're dead. They get fucking killed, and you have to take over different characters, and it's very jarring. And it's suddenly like, whoa, these were characters that were their own people before, and now I'm in control of them, and my character that I adopted, like a skin suit, is like, whoa, where's that one now? Like, holy, wait, what's going on? Like it's quite jarring, and it's quite effective. But yeah, it's not you know, the best thing ever, you know. Yeah, it's definitely going to depend. I think that writers are struggling to gain power in video games, and that's where the problem is coming from. Maybe that book goes into details on that. I don't think the issue is that there's a lack of ideas, or there's a lack of drive to make to make these two sides of games fit together. You know, I definitely think that, like, if I have never made a game, surprisingly, and if I can think of ways to do it, then someone who's in the job of video games must be thinking of way better ones than I can ever think of. You know, so I don't think it's for a lack of need or want. It's just that they just don't have the power. It's just not there. It's the writers are just there to fill in some gaps with and write dialogue and do like audio logs and shit like that. Like, they're not in charge of the project, and I think that's why you see this done better in indie games. And it's why I liked God of War so much, is that I felt like God of War had a singular vision and had a writer that had power and was able to flex that power and was able to show that in the game. It wasn't perfect. It could have been done better. There was still a lot of compromise, but it wasn't just, hey, here's all the concepts that we want to do, and by the way, just get a writer in to do some of this shitty work for us because we need someone to write dialogue and we need to put writing credits on the game. Yeah, so that's how I think about that. Hey, Leia, have a hazelnut. Yeah, you better like it. Yeah. I don't know. I really want to read that book. That book sounds good. That sounds like a good book. That text was a bit large. Oh, is it big again? Sorry. No, it's down a little bit more. Sorry if it's a bit big. I don't know what happened with that. It's a bit off. Which is weird because I had it set up properly the first time that we streamed on this computer, but now it's not working again. Yeah, I don't know. I think that if you want to tell a traditional story through video games, that having the character be an actual character is going to be better. You're going to be able to use video games, the strength of video games, to effectively have a much longer story. It's closer to a book instead of a movie then, because you get to stay with this character for a lot longer than the runtime of a movie. Video games are more like a trilogy of movies all rolled into one instead of just one movie. And that can be a strength. It can also be a weakness, but it can also be a strength. And you get to inhabit them and you get to really know about their thought process. You see them a lot more. You're often riding with them for a lot longer than a movie stays with one character from scene to scene. So again, it's more like books, which is why I think that that video game writers should not just be looking to movies. They should also be reading a lot of books and seeing what they can get from those for when they're writing their video game plots. And they probably do. I'm speaking out of ignorance here. I have no idea what the standard is, but I'm going to guess that most of them, from what I've seen of interviews with Valve, that most of them are watching movies more than they're reading books, and they're looking at the visual part of video games to be closer to movies. As a much, like, that seems obvious, right? But really, I think books are often the more closer example. And yeah, so if you're going to tell a traditional story, like, you can use the strengths of the medium with a proper character. But if you want to make something that can only be told through a video game, this is the only medium where this could survive, and not just like a little bit here and there, because a lot of games have little bits here and there that could only be effective in a video game. But the plot overall could survive just fine in a different medium. So if you want something that can only work in a video game, like Undertale, then I think you want a silent protagonist that you can inhabit, and the end goal is to have this is not something that's happening to a character and you're along for the ride. This is something that is happening to you. And when you're playing a horror game, it's not that your character is scared, you're scared. And that is a big difference, from when you're watching a movie and the character is going to be, oh, the character's in danger, well, I hope the character doesn't do that, and oh no, character, don't do that, no. But when you're in control of it, it's not, oh, character, don't do that, it's, oh shit, I shouldn't do this, oh, should I go through the door, oh, I don't know, oh, should I go somewhere else, oh, I'm scared, oh, I don't want to die, and it's not like, oh, I don't want that character to die, I don't want to die. That's very, 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 very different. Yeah. Sorry to harp on about horror games, because I feel like they're just so underutilized in the medium, and they could be so much better. I've said it. I know I'm not harping about it in this stream, but I have before in the past. I think that that's like one of the easiest ways to marry gameplay and story together, and it's just not done. anywhere near well enough yet, I don't think. But yeah, I think that's my answer for that one. I'll read that book. Thank you for recommending it. I've never heard of it before.
Question 2. Often the thought is brought up in video games that something isn't worth the price. Rewatching your Hollow Knight video and stating that you would pay more for the game, especially with the amount of content that it provides, hit home with me on many levels. Hence the reason that despite owning Hollow Knight on PC, I too bought the game when it got released on Nintendo Switch earlier this year.
Mm-hmm. So did I. Yep.
In the AAA space, pricing is considered to be harmful when asking the consumer to spend more than what the current product is valued at. Yet development cost rises, living cost increases, and developers unfortunately don't get the amount of money they rightfully deserve for their work. Do you think games, indie or big budget, should cost more when delivering a stellar amount of content or when giving a fantastic narrative gameplay loop? Thanks for everything both of you do, and of course the mods and admins. Whether it is managing the Discord, replying to messages, or just the streams filled with 2B memes, it is always a pleasure. Have a good day.
Shout out to the mods. Some. You know what? It doesn't happen very often. Some mod love, right?
Mod love.
We don't get a lot of mod love. Yeah, some mod love there. Thank you, mods. Unsung heroes of chat, for sure. I don't say thank you enough to the mods. Thank you. I feel bad now because that's really true. I don't say thank you enough to the mods. So your question is related to what I just spoke about when someone asked about Telltale. So unfortunately, I'm going to be repeating some of that information because I didn't know about this question. Sorry. I do think that games probably should cost more than they do. However, if they do need to cost more, then they should just cost more. Like, there shouldn't be this, please buy our DLC, here's some microtransaction bullshit. I think that they should just cost more. And if people aren't willing to pay more, then they should have lower budgets. As much as I don't like a lot of his videos, and it's not that I don't like his content, I just don't like the persona that he has. I find Jim Sterling very irritating. I recently watched his very short video on the Devil May Cry 5 thing, and that video came out after I had done my tweets on it, so I had preemptively agreed with him on what he said in that video, and even preemptively agreeing with him, that video annoyed me because he was so obnoxious, and that's his persona. Like, you know, like he's not an obnoxious person. That's not the person that he is. Like, if you met Jim Sterling and had a one-on-one conversation and you said something that he disagreed with, he's not gonna go start talking like this at you and saying your words back at you. Like, he's not gonna do that to you. That's his persona on the video. You know what I mean? So I'm not judging him as a person. Like, I'm judging him as an artist, as he has this persona. I find it very irritating. But he says that in another video, which is like one of the only 4 videos of his that I've watched, he says that budgets have gone up for reasons that most gamers don't really care about. You want a bathroom?
Yep.
Okay.
Every time I drink tea while we stream, it doesn't last long.
Anyway, he spoke about how, you know, budgets are going up in games because for things that gamers don't really care about. He cited Final Fantasy 15 and, you know, its in-depth, you know, hair system and how good the food looks in that game. And there was this crazy bullshit that they spent so much time and money on making it really, really look good that adds next to nothing to the game, and yet it costs so much. And that was a good point. Again, I agree with some of his points. I just don't like how he says it. You know, like it's if development budgets are getting so bloated and they need to increase costs to support stuff like that has a very low return, then I don't see that as the audience being ungrateful for that, or that they're asking for things that they don't really want. I just think that that's them prioritizing really poor things during the development process. I also think that we're kind of stuck with this expectation that most gamers will say that they don't really care that much about graphics, but yet when the latest AAA game comes out and it doesn't look that great, they will start saying, "Whoa, that doesn't really look good at all. What the hell? What did they even spend their money on?" And that might seem like, "Oh wow, gamers are a bunch of filthy hypocrites," and some of them are, but I don't think so. I think the reason why they say that is because they assume, and rightfully so many times, that so much money has gone into the graphics budget that they can say, well, not only was that a waste of money, it also doesn't look very good, and now I'm going to be critical of it. And the reason why I'm critical of it is not because I want games to look as good as possible. It's because I know that they spent a lot of money doing this, making it look this good, and it's still not really that impressive. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Living costs are going up, and as you spoke about earlier, a lot of cities are almost impossible to live in. Even if you do get a job that pays well enough to afford the standard of living in many big cities, good luck saving enough to ever buy property in that city. It's just not going to happen. You're going to be renting forever, and that's not a good long-term goal at all. I think more video game developers are going to be moving over to online studios, sort of like how Ori and the Blind Forest was made, and they can have development costs offset through that because people don't have to live in the really big expensive cities and all work together. But big companies can't do that with big dev teams, but then I don't think many games need those big dev teams. I really don't. I think there's a huge problem when it comes to that, and there's too much bloat. And I think I spoke about this last time on the last Q&A because I was reading Sapiens, the book called Sapiens, and it talks about how I knew about this theory before. I think it's called the monkey sphere, or the theory of the monkey sphere, which is that you can't the human brain or the human consciousness or whatever it is that you want to say to yourself, you aren't really capable of keeping track of more than 100 people in a social circle, in your monkey sphere. Once it gets above 100 people, and it's not like a binary cutoff that as soon as you're above that, you can no longer keep track. It's like you have problems reaching that limit, and once you get above that, like that miniature encapsulated society collapses because you can no longer keep track of everyone. There's always going to be a stranger in your midst, so it becomes difficult. And I see a lot of dev teams get above that 100 number. I would say it was even lower than that. I'm going to hazard a guess that it's completely being pulled out of my ass that any dev team that goes over 50 people is not going to be efficient anymore at all, and may even be detrimental after that. But hey, what do I know? It's going to depend on how much each part of the game can be sectioned off. Like movies are sectioned off with, you have the special effects team that has very little to do with shooting the movie, has very little to do with the acting. If you can do that, then okay, then that's probably worth it. But then you have these problems where movies are very simple compared to games. Not in a bad way. Like, it's not. I'm not trying to say that games are worth more than movies, but movies are very simple compared to games, and they have a lot less moving parts. And if you have everything split off into teams, when it all comes together at the end, it might not work. And I wonder if that's what happens when you have these big games that are made in that way. I would hazard a guess that Andromeda was made like that, and when you put some of these pieces together, some of them just do not fit together well at all, and you're kind of left with like, what the fuck happened here? Like, how is this even real? Like legitimately like questioning your sanity as you're playing it. Like, how did a big, huge budgeted game end up like this? Like, what? Like, that's I think teams are mismanaged. I think that there's very few or there were very few. I think we're going to see this change very soon, because I think the change has already occurred and we're going to see the benefits of it soon. But there were very few people that had the experience and the knowledge to assume a very strong directorial role in games, and it was very difficult to get that sort of person that was able to draw from all parts of the game and really put it all together. And I think that's going to change in the next 10 years for the better, and I'm really, really interested to see what happens there. But for the most part, yeah, to answer your question, games are probably too cheap, but they're probably too cheap for the wrong reasons. They need to have lower development costs, and if they can't have lower development costs, then they should just charge them for what they're actually worth and what they need to be charged at. But I have my doubts whether that's even true, because we don't have all the right information, because I think games are very, very profitable, and that profit isn't really being shared around a lot when it comes to the developers that are making it. But how can you do that with such a big team, right? So it always comes back to that for me. Sorry, kind of all over the place with this one. I don't have enough information, so I'm just speculating from what I have learned and from talking with people who make games and from reading articles. That's the impression that I get. Did they have another question?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so some people were asking in chat, am I still writing books? I'm not currently writing any books. I haven't done any active writing on books since I think the first Fallout 4 video. I think I stopped writing after the first Fallout 4 video, because the channel took over all of my time, and here we are now, kind of whirlwind bromance with the video since then. Yeah, I don't think the writing is coming back anytime soon, unfortunately. I would like for it to come back, but there's a lot of things that Lily and I are trying to make happen over the next year or two, and one of them will hopefully result in making it so I have time to go back to writing, because I do miss it. But the only writing that I've done recently has been Lily and I doing just for fun. If we were to make our own kind of Danganronpa game, because someone said it in chat the other day, and I was like, oh, cool, what would the story be? And we've been like writing together, just thinking out loud, really, of what our Danganronpa game would be like, and we settled on a sci-fi theme, and I'm really happy with it. But it's not gonna happen ever, really. Like, let's be real. But yeah, that's artichoke. But yeah, that's the only kind of real writing that I've done creatively recently. What's the next question from Patreon? How many do we have left, by the way, pages?
We're on 15 of 23.
That's pretty good, because some of them are short. There are a few long ones, but some of them are short. Anyway.
Kiefer O says, I think that's how you pronounce it. Short and sweet this time. Would love to hear Lily's answers on this favorite Goosebumps book.
Goosebumps book. Very quickly before I answer, someone in the chat is saying, before I go to bed, have you played any of the Halo series? I have played Halo 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. I haven't played any of the other Halo games. Favorite Goosebumps book. Okay, let's see. I can't remember a lot of the Goosebumps books, so let me see if I can recall. There was one about the kid who really liked comic books, and he realizes that his whole world is like a comic book story, and that it's all real, and there are comic book villains and heroes. I thought that one was decent, and in the end, I'll spoil it for you. And in the end, he goes through like this big story. He meets a girl. He breaks into the comic book facility that makes the comic books, and he goes down there, and it's empty and it's abandoned. There is no comic book facility, and he's like, "Wait, what the hell?" And then he realizes that he's partly a comic book hero himself, and he meets with this girl, and they're being chased by a comic book villain. And then at the very last scene, because it always ends with shitty cliffhangers, he gets the latest comic book that's mailed to him, and he picks it up, and he gets a paper cut on the comic book corner, and ink comes out of him instead of blood.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's like, ooh, and then it ends. And I don't know if it had a sequel, but that was like a cool ending for me. It was like some shitty story. It was like, oh, that was fun. Monster Blood. Do you remember the Monster Blood ones?
trying to remember. I don't really remember any of them. The only one I remember there were two sisters, and their names were Bobby and Quirky, which I always thought they were weird names, so like I remembered them. And I remember Bobby was the older sister, and she dies in the shower or something, but I can't remember.
This is Goosebumps?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Goosebumps. I can't remember if she gets electrocuted or if she drowns. Whoa. Yeah, she gets murdered in the shower by this thing. And then it's after Corky, and I don't remember how it ends, and I don't remember what it is, and I don't remember what it's called. I just remember it's the only one that I can think of.
Okay, Goosebumps books. That's pretty hardcore for Goosebumps. There's a whole new one? Oh wow, they're still making them. Who knew? The Goosebumps comic book? Monsters at Midnight? Damn.
There was the other one. What was that?
Goosebumps. Did you ever read the Choose Your Own Adventure Goosebumps ones?
Yeah, those are my favorite always.
Those are really fun.
Choose Your Own Adventure.
I really love Choose Your Own Adventure stories. That's what video games should be, right?
Was that one? Was that him? Okay, so there was a book. I just Googled it.
Was it Christopher Pike?
It was. I know. I think that was Goosebumps, but this book was called What Holly Heard, and it was a Fear Street.
R.L. Stein?
Yeah, so not Goosebumps, right? Yeah. But same author. And that book was really good.
Okay.
That was about this girl who loved to gossip, and she gets murdered. She used to wear this scarf everywhere with everything that she wore. It was her signature item, and she gets strangled with it.
Uh-huh.
And then it's like, well, who did it?
Who did it?
I don't know if I should say.
You're not going to spoil it?
Should I spoil it?
I think you should spoil it.
If I remember correctly,
we're on the edge of our body pillows. Miriam
was
shit.
Pissed off.
Was she a thought?
Because Holly was gossiping about too much, and if I remember correctly, she was gossiping about the guy that Miriam liked.
Damn.
Who I believe was in a relationship.
This is not a compelling ending.
And it was like Miriam was her friend, but Miriam killed her.
But how did Miriam get the sprinklers on? she's looking at me like, what?
Anyway, I don't remember very well. Like, we're talking probably, I was 11 maybe when I read it. But yeah, I always remembered What Holly Heard. That was a good book.
Welcome to the Dead House was scary. I remember that one being creepy. Welcome to the Dead. I'm looking at Goosebumps list. I think Welcome to the Dead House was one of the first ones I ever read, and it's about they move to a new town, and I think at the end the twist is that they're the ones that are dead, that they're the ghosts, or they die and they become part of the ghosts, that they become more ghosts, or that like the whole town is a ghost town. So I can't. Sorry, I'm being really vague because I can't remember it very well. But I remember when I was a kid, I was really young. I remember reading it because I used to read all night because I couldn't sleep, and I remember reading it, and there was this scene where the curtains were moving, like there was a ghost behind the curtains, and I'm in my room, book to my nose, looking at my curtains across the room, like, oh no. And I remember being a little creepy.
I think my brother read them, and I think I read a few of them because he had them. I know they weren't mine, but I remember we had a few, so I'm pretty sure they must have been his. And he wasn't a big reader. Like, he wasn't really into books the way that I was ever into books, except for Harry Potter. He liked Harry Potter, but like other than that, like, he had a few Goosebumps books. But I was with Christopher Pike. I really, really loved Christopher Pike.
More than R.L. Stein?
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. The titles are so good. Monster Blood was good because Monster Blood would like grant wishes or something, and would make you like really, really big. I'm trying to remember what it was. It came from beneath the sink was kind of creepy because it was like a mix of chemicals and like a potato.
I remember that title, but
they left like the titles are so good. Stay Out of the Basement, Night of the Living Dummy. Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Why I'm Afraid of Bees. Monster Blood 2. I think there's a Monster Blood 3 too. Night of the Living Dummy 2. Monster Blood 3, there we go. Was there a Monster Blood 4? Yeah! That was the last one they made. It must have killed the series. It must have been bad. Monster Blood 4. I Live in Your Basement. Ooh, creepy title. There was one where... and I thought this one was kind of cheesy, which was a guy that he found in a pamphlet that he was really unhappy with his life. He was a loser. All he would do was skateboard by himself, and there was nothing else he could do with his life. And he had no friends and no social life whatsoever. And he found this magical pamphlet, swap lives with somebody else. You and this other person can swap bodies, and it was like the grass is greener. The other person thought they were a loser too. So they swap bodies. But the problem is that the magic spell goes wrong, and he ends up going into a bee that was in the room instead of the other body. So I don't know what happens to the other kid. There's a plot hole. Unless the bee goes into the other kid, I don't know. But I thought it was really kind of shit that the kid that's now a bee is following the person that took over his body, and he uses his life and starts teaching kids how to skateboard and becomes really popular with the same amount of skills he had before. And it was like, oh well, you had it all along in you if you just tried. And I thought, I don't know about that. That's kind of bad. Some people need to change. It's not like, oh, you were just using you just weren't trying hard enough. Like, no, I think some people are that's not the good lesson to have there. But it's just for kids, right? Say cheese and die.
I remember that one, but I didn't read it. I just remember the title.
And the sequel, Say Cheese and Die Again.
There was this really cool used bookstore beside the hairdressing place we used to go down as a kid, and I always used to beg to be allowed to go in and pick a book. And I remember, of course, the R.L. Stine books were right beside the Christopher Pike books, so I used to see all the titles, but I didn't. Some of them are really good.
What was the one with the comic book? Damn, I can't remember any of these. I need to read them again. My Hairiest Adventure. Damn. One about puberty. And then Tales to Give You Goosebumps. Give Yourself Goosebumps. Okay, Goosebumps comic book story. Oh, it's going to show me all the comic books. Oh no, there it is. Attack of the Mutant. That's what it was called. Sorry, I spoiled it. Bad Hair Day, but it's a rabbit instead of, yeah. Some of the covers are a little creepy. Night of the Living Dummy. Look at that one. Pretty creepy, huh?
I don't like dolls like that. The marionette types.
Yeah. You don't like it that I can talk with my lips either, do you?
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at you.
One of my hidden talents is that I can be a ventriloquist.
Fucked up.
Anyway, all right. Sorry. Let's continue.
At least we know you have options if the channel just dies. You can be out there not talking with, moving your lips. Or moving your lips, full talk, whatever. What became of Joseph Anderson? Well, you can catch his new show.
With my 2B puppet. So I can always have a hand up her ass. There we go. That's the dream, right?
Everyone wins.
Well, I don't think 2B does. Unless she's into it.
You never know, she might be into that.
Do you think she's into it?
Maybe. The other question, go-to character in Mario spin-off games, Mario Kart, tennis, golf, etc. Thanks.
When I used to play Mario Kart, I liked being Bowser. I liked the heavier characters, and I wasn't really a fan of Wario. I'm thinking specifically Mario Kart 64, because that was the last Mario Kart that I played a lot. When I played the Wii U Mario Kart with Lily a little bit, after I got the Wii U because they weren't making them anymore, and I wanted to make sure I had one for any future channel stuff, if there was any game that I needed to get. So I got one, and we played Mario Kart a bit for fun. And I was Link, because I like Link, and I liked the motorbike that he had. Excuse me. So I played Link there. But for Mario Kart 64, I like Bowser. I can't remember if I played any other real spin-off games of that. I never played Mario Party. Mario Tennis maybe a little bit. Super Strikers maybe a little bit, but not that much. Not seriously enough to have a good answer. For Smash, I was a Captain Falcon main, but I could play anything really, because I am not that good at Smash, but I was so much better than my friends that I could play whatever I wanted and still win. So that's where because I was a little shit about it. That's the origin of Jigglypuff voice, because I could kick their ass even as Jigglypuff. So that's where that came from. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, past friends. Oh shit. Have I heard of the Bowsette meme? You mean Peach Yowzer? Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I feel really old. Like I understand, you know, oh, that's kind of neat, but like everyone went so crazy with it that it's really, I don't know, like it reeks of some like coordinated publicity campaign from Nintendo and them just hitting the jackpot again and again and again. But yeah. What about you? Who do you play?
I think Yoshi, but I'm looking and I thought there was someone else I used to play too, and I don't remember now. So it must have just been Yoshi, but I thought there was somebody. Nobody looks familiar now. I know I have played Yoshi before, but I used to mix it up, I think. And now they all kind of look like, no.
I don't know if I can do it. That wasn't very good. That was better. Oh man. Sorry, I went years without saying it. Why is it so scary? I don't know. I'm sorry. There's a Goosebumps book made out of Jigglypuff voice. All right, is she the one that wants the pumpkin? I think no. Are you Carolyn? Back at it again. Back at it again at Krispy Kreme. Oh, we haven't even met you. What? Yeah, you're Carolyn. Okay, here's your pumpkin. Thank you, Aweeaboo.
Actually, it's 4 a.m. in Canada right now.
Yeah, because we're 1 hour ahead of Eastern, yeah.
No, someone said isn't it 2 a.m.? It's pretty much 2 a.m. when we started.
And I think it's the last time. I'm never doing Jigglypuff voice again. That was the last time. You guys witnessed it. The last time ever. It's an important stream. Stream Heritage Day. Anyway, was there another question from that person or?
No, I want to thank some people.
Okay.
Because it's been a while. Thank you to Ralph Clubs who used 10 bits and says Joe can never keep his answers brief.
That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Well done. That was pretty bad, huh?
It was pretty bad. But I still liked it. Thank you to... I'm going to say this wrong.
What do you mean? You don't like my Jigglypuff voice, Hajime? Wow. Despair. Who? Who's next?
I'm not going to say it right. Thank you to... Is it Big Daddy Apache? Is that how you say that word? Or is it Apache? Or is it Apache? I've never known how to say that.
Apache?
Is it?
I think it's Apache, isn't it?
What does it mean? I've seen it before and I don't know what it means and I don't know how to say it.
A violent street ruffian originally in Paris.
Cool. Okay.
Apache, maybe. Or Apache. I can make it hear it, but then it's gonna echo on stream.
He knows who he is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry I can't say it. I've just never heard it before.
For the 213 sub?
Yeah.
Action Cater used to say, this is massively underrated, but I recommend seeing Sorry to Bother You Blind, mainly because it's a film that defies genre, and so trying to describe it traditionally without spoiling it, it's almost impossible. Going off of the genre discussion earlier, yeah, I like movies like that. I like books and games and anything like that people say, hey, you should just watch it because it's surprising. You know, I like it when things are change out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like a movie suddenly becomes sci-fi halfway through, or suddenly becomes horror halfway through. I like being surprised. You know, that's why I kind of miss. We used to have a TV because we don't have a TV anymore. But not only did we also have a TV, we used to have like cable, right? And we used to just be,
that was nice.
you used to just flip channels and be like, oh, what's this? I have no idea what this movie is. Like you catch it 5 minutes and it's already started. You have no idea who's in it. You have no idea what it is, and you're watching it. And there's something really compelling about that experience of I have no fucking clue what I'm watching right now, and I have no idea where it's gonna go. I have no idea what the synopsis is, and then it's like, oh wow, that was really entertaining. Whereas if you watch something on Netflix or you rent a movie, I don't know who rents movies anymore, but you kind of know already going in what it's about, you know, like
you can catch all of the British real estate shows that even YouTube doesn't have. And cannot be downloaded in our country.
Well, obviously, that goes without saying.
Damn it.
Thank you, Hey I Am Infinity, for the 12-month resub. That's a year resub there. First one of the night, I think. Thank you so much, Hey I Am Infinity. Thank you. With the message, well, you are live at 8 in the morning in Europe. When can I hope to see a video on Nier? 2019 at the earliest. Sometime in 2019 after the Witcher video. Witcher video is coming first. The Automata got delayed, but the compromise I'm reaching with everybody is that I'll go back and I'll play the other games that came out before Nier, maybe even Drakengard, and we'll make a big stonking video on Automata. As long as I have enough to say. If I can't make a video on Automata because I don't have enough to say, I won't force it, obviously. But I don't think that'll be a problem. But that's my one condition. But yeah, thank you so much for the year sub, and Infinity.
Thank you to Spiky Shrike, who resubscribed for 7 months.
Thank you, Spiky Shrike.
Thank you to Family
I like Spiky Shrike's name. Do you like Spiky Shrike's name?
I do too. I was admiring it already.
Spiky Shrike.
Thank you to Family Photo Shoot. He used 10 bits and says any group is weaker than a man alone unless they are perfectly trained to work together. Heinlein Starship Troopers. Or Heinlein, maybe.
Is that from the book Starship Troopers? Because I don't remember that line from the movie. That movie's great, by the way, Starship Troopers. I should read the book. I know the book is a lot different, but I've only ever seen the movie. That movie is fantastic. If you've never seen Starship Troopers, you should watch it. It still holds up, or it did when I watched it again 10 years ago.
Thank you to Ryan OpQ or Ryan OPQ, who resubscribed for 6 months and says shout out to John Kennedy Toole.
Okay, thank you for the resub. Shout out to John Kennedy Toole. What? Were we talking about something back then?
Who knows, maybe.
John
I've never heard that name.
Kennedy Toole. American novelist from New Orleans, Louisiana, whose posthumously published novel, A Confederacy of Dunces, won the... Oh, okay.
I've heard that before.
I know that one. Okay.
Ralph Clogs used 10 bits and says he needed to be better. Guessing that was during the Goosebumps, right?
When a true genius appears in the world, you may know him by the sign that the dunces are all in confederacy against him. That's a good line.
Thank you to 3 Pies, who resubscribed for 10 months and says 10 months with the best anime streamer.
Did you send that message by mistake? Because that's not me. I'm not even an anime streamer. What are you talking about? No way.
Never mind the best one.
No. Whoa. Hey, if I was, I'd be the best. But I'm not.
Okay, how would you say that? Is that Locke, Iok, or Loki?
Thank you, three pies. I think it's Lock 1201 for the new sub with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Lock 1201. Wait, what do the numbers mean?
Or one of the other variations.
Matt Big used to say, I wasn't here for a while. What patron question are you answering now? What's the next one?
Next is John T.
John T.
Followed by Aaron T.
Okay, a lot of T's.
And thank you to Action Cater, who's 50 bits and says, hey Joe, this is one of my favorite films, and there's a link to on IMDb link.
I can't click on the link right now. Sorry, Action Caterer. Also, for some reason, the computer that I'm on right now, if I ever go on IMDb, it will mess up the internet. I don't know why. The other ones in the Hoos don't have that problem, but this one does. For whatever reason, if I go on IMDb, I can no longer download at the proper rate. It kills it down to 1% of what it should be. I have no fucking clue why. It's so weird. Can you say the name of the movie?
Maybe I can do it. Hold on.
Don't risk it. Don't risk it.
No?
Don't risk it.
Okay.
Leon the Professional? That's a good movie. I've seen that movie. That's a good movie. Yeah.
Canadian censorship.
Oh no.
So, John T says, this is my first time, so I'll keep it simple. What are your thoughts about accessibility versus developer intent in games? I know Mark Brown from GMTK often struggles with this question, for example, whether Dark Souls should have an easy mode.
So it's very interesting. It's a very interesting question, and I think that Mark Brown does some really good work when it comes to discussing games that are accessible in the other way, which is the colorblind modes, subtitles. You know, like he's very helping people that have disabilities. He's very for that, and I think that's more than admirable. It's that's how it should be. You know, like there should be work done toward that. But what you're asking about easy modes, hard modes, that sort of thing, that's a little more difficult to answer. So in theory, I am for it. Completely for it, like no question whatsoever. 100% for it. It should be. There should always be difficulty modes. The way that Celeste does it, where it's, you know, granular. Is that the right term? Where you can tweak it down just a little bit here and there until you get comfortable that you can choose the right amount of challenge, instead of, you know, normal being way too easy and hard being way too hard, and you're kind of stuck between choosing something that's way too easy or way too hard. You can change it a little bit as you go. I think that's an interesting way of doing it. Whereas the same sort of system in Skyrim and Fallout 4 is really bad, because it just increases player health or enemy health and damage numbers. Whereas the way Celeste does it, it's about how your reaction time, the speed of the game, that sort of thing. I think it's a really interesting experiment to figure out how you could add a hard mode to a game. And there's a video that I have a script half written on, because it's one of many scripts that I have a lot of work done already, but the video just hasn't, you know, been completely done yet. And the thought process is, how would you add a hard mode to Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo? And you can go through, and it's like, so it's a really cool experiment to go through, because you have to identify, okay, well, how does the game really work? How does difficulty work in the game on top of how it works? And what can I tweak in order to make it more difficult or less difficult? And the conclusion I came to, Super Mario World, that the best way to add a hard mode to that game is not to make it so you die in one hit or anything like that, because you're already pretty much close to that. It's to actually go through the entire game and shave off blocks from every single platform that you're supposed to land on, because the game is mostly about jumping and landing those jumps. And if you go through and instead make the player slower, and you jump, you know, you don't jump as far when you're in the air, that does get increases the challenge, but it doesn't really feel great, because you're nerfing the player. It's going to feel like a different game. All the great game feel parts of it are going to be ruined. So instead, you go the other way. You go through and you just make all the jumps tighter by editing the levels, which is a lot of work, but hey, that's how, you know, it should be a lot of work to get it done right. But that's not really your question. Your question is how to make things more accessible. I would argue actually that making things difficult is also a level of accessibility. If you're talking about accessibility being enjoying the content, most people can play Celeste. You know, there's no accessibility problem with anyone picking up the controller really and playing it. Whether they're going to finish it or be able to handle it is another thing, but that's not accessibility. That's difficulty levels being done right. But if we do call it accessibility, then accessibility also goes on the other way, that if something is too easy, then it's not accessible to people who have played a lot of games, and they're not going to be happy with it, right? If that's how we're going with that terminology. But yeah, I don't think that many games would be hurt by adding easy modes or modes that you have cheats in them. That's what cheats were really for. And the game is just allowing you to plow through everything just so you can see the story, enjoy the art, get a feel for it, and then get better as time goes on if you so wish. Or if it's not something that you're interested in, then you just get to be done with it. I think games are much more of a gamble than movies and books, because to some extent books, because no matter what, you're going to be able to get to the end. You might not fully understand it, but you're going to get to the end. Whereas there are games where, you know, the latest Hollow Knight DLC, you know, there are some people that are just not going to be able to finish that. Like, they will never, ever, 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 ever see the end. They're just not going to do it. They're not going to get there. They can go on YouTube and watch it, but it's just not happening. And that's not really the case with movies and books. Some books, but not really the case. So is it a bad thing to make it easier to get there? I don't think in most games I would say no, but in Dark Souls, the difficulty is the point. Even though there are a lot of tools that you have when you're playing those games, and you can make it easier for yourself, which is something I think a lot of people who are critical of those games conveniently ignore when they're discussing it. There is an easy mode in Dark Souls. You just have to kind of work at it and figure it out yourself. But the difficulty can sometimes be the point, and the comparison I always like to draw, which I've done I think twice on these Q&As before, just not on this stream, is a horror game or a R-rated violent movie. If you want to get rid of the blood and the gore and the violence and the big, huge battle scenes to make your movie more accessible for a wider audience that might be put off by those sort of things, by doing that, you are now changing the movie. It is a different movie now. It's not the same experience. Same for a horror movie. If you make your horror movie more accessible by making it less scary or not scary at all anymore, then it's no longer a horror movie, and it's a different kind of movie, and you've now ruined it for a lot of people that are there. You know, so like, I guess you could have a horror movie like difficulty setting at the beginning. Like, I don't like a lot of scares. Can you please get rid of them for me? Like, that would be an interesting kind of way of looking at it. But at that point, why are you even watching it? And the same thing for really difficult video games. Why are you even playing it? But that might be kind of a cop-out, because there are a lot of games that are very, very difficult but still have easy modes that are fun. You know, the Devil May Cry series is a game that is quite easy if you play it on the easiest setting, or even if you don't play on the easiest setting, and you can just kind of you eventually get into a groove where you can spam your way through a lot of those fights and you can get through it. But there's this really deep combat system waiting for you if you really want to try and get good at it, and maybe that's the solution there. You know, the difficulty is this optional layer that you can dip into now and then, but it's really rewarding when you do. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting for the few games that greatly benefit from being committed to an idea, but most of them aren't, especially from big developers. There's no real big, idea that they're going for, or feeling that they're going for, like a horror movie when it's being scary. Yeah. I don't know. Just, what's wrong with cheat modes? Like, it's so surreal to have this conversation. When I was growing up, every single game had cheat modes, and you could just, well, not every single game, but you could get through them. If you were struggling, just activate a cheat and go through it. But that ruins the game. It completely ruins the game. I have another script half written. Actually, no, that one's completely done. But I want to make some changes to it, which argues that the core feature of video games is its difficulty. That difficulty has kind of been, the meaning has been corrupted over time, especially recently. But, if a game isn't difficult, you're not going to enjoy it. because difficulty doesn't mean you die 20 times to do one simple thing. Difficulty just means that you're being a little challenged. And if you aren't being challenged, then I would say that the game's shit and it's not even really a game. And there's a big flaw there. And I think that because of the way difficulty is being kind of co-opted into these big battleground discussions online from certain groups that always like to butt heads and have fights, that would be a controversial opinion when it really shouldn't be. Difficulty is the core of the experience when it comes to video games. IMO. I don't know. Sorry if that's not a good answer, but I think it's a lot. It's simultaneously more complicated than most people realize, but it's also really simple. It's just been made worse by a lot of discussions that have taken place through gaming culture over the past few years. Like when I discussed when I said Danganronpa is mostly not even a game, or we're talking about Edith Finch or whatever, that a lot of people get defensive and say that they are, but I don't think something has to be a game in order to be worthwhile. It comes back to the genre question we had earlier. A game, tagging something as a game doesn't mean, oh, way better, pinnacle of the experience or anything like that. It just means it has gameplay and it has things that will challenge you and you have to interact with, instead of it being just a story sequence that you go through with very, very minimal interactive moments. Those can be better than games. It's just it's like a genre tag. It's just, hey, this is the information needed for you to understand what this experience is going in for it. But then I also said that it's taken too seriously. I have no problem with people saying Edith Finch is a video game because it's in that video game area, but if you want to get specific and have a very, very serious, in-depth conversation about games and about things, I think the conclusion that you have to come to is that Edith Finch is so barely a game that it doesn't really even count anymore for a lot of conversations about them. But yeah, sorry. It's also, how do you some of the Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, or oh shit, what's the game that has a lot of movie sequences that came out recently and it's like mostly a movie? I can't remember now. Sorry. I don't even think Uncharted is like that, but maybe God of War a little bit. But let's just go with Metal Gear Solid. If a game has a lot of movies that interrupt gameplay, and the gameplay parts are, it's challenging and has a lot of stuff that you can do. It's creative. You can mess around with the mechanics. It's definitely a game. It's not just walking from one place to the other. There are enemies. You can die. That's not actually the most important thing when it comes to games. Fail states are not the most important thing. But let's say there is a fail state. It has all the things that you typically associate with a game. But and I don't think Metal Gear Solid is this much, but let's say it is, for an example. If it's 70% of your time with the controller in your hand is just watching an uninteractable movie, it's just a cutscene. If 70% of the runtime of the video game is it still a game? Or like 30% is moving around with these gameplay mechanics. Could it still be considered a game? And I think yes, but I think there's a strong argument for saying no, and that's where it gets really complicated compared to quote-unquote walking simulators. I actually think walking simulators is a pretty cool name. I don't think it's derogatory at all, but some people disagree. Sorry, but yeah, I think that's a more interesting discussion. Is a game like that? Because it's a game. Anyway, sorry. Let's go.
If you could replay a game again completely blind, what would you pick?
World of Warcraft. No doubt about it, World of Warcraft. If I can also, but if I can also, I have to go back in time to be that person at the same time again, like I need to have the same situation or an updated version of it now, of that I need to have the time to devote to it. I need to be able to get lost in it, and everyone else needs to be kind of on the same page too. Yeah, World of Warcraft for sure. Yeah. That was just so good. So good. This has been asked before, by the way, so sorry to repeat an answer. I don't mind answering the same question again, but just be aware of that. Dark Souls for sure. I would like to play that again blind. Chrono Trigger, just basically my favorite games. Portal blind. First time Portal, the trailer for Portal came out, it was like, holy shit, really? What the hell? How is it? Like it looked like sorcery when the trailer came out for that. It was like, how is this even a game mechanic that can exist? It was just fucking just gobsmacked watching the trailer. Like, what the fuck? Like that. So that would probably be a good one. For some reason, maybe because it was fresh in my mind, I don't think I would pick Undertale, even though I really like Undertale. Maybe this game. I'm not enjoying this game much at all. This is my, I think, third time going through it, and I'm kind of bored. I feel like there's not enough to do. I feel like there needs to be more than just the caves. There needs to be another area, maybe another 3 areas that you can go to and look at it every day, or some sort of game with farming on your fields, or more interaction with the people that are here. But I feel like this game has a lot of stuff that's about, oh, what's the next thing I get for progressing, and that's the more interesting part of it. So this game might be a candidate for that, but if I get the power to erase my memory for that, there's probably better choices. Why did it go that way? Undertale. I don't think I have any better answers than that. Sorry. Yeah, definitely World of Warcraft is number one. I'd like to experience Dark Souls and having that world kind of unravel again. Maybe Hollow Knight, because I really enjoyed Hollow Knight, but I'm thinking of that's more recent games now. Steven Sausage Roll would be good to be able to have that experience again of being like really confused and having to learn all those puzzle solutions again. The Witness would be probably a candidate, but I don't think I would end up with that one. I can't. The Witness has become this other video game that a lot of people I keep seeing say, Joe fucking hated it. I really didn't. Like I get it's so frustrating to have that. I feel so bad. But yeah. And Danganronpa, obviously, of course, Danganronpa, for sure, Danganronpa. It's interesting to use that ability to play a game that I really enjoyed as a kid and play it for the first time as an adult to see if I still like it as an adult. So, and in modern times. So would I still like Mario 64 if I played it for the first time as an adult without any nostalgia? Would I still like Ocarina of Time as much as I did back then? Majora's Mask. Would I enjoy Wind Waker more now that I wasn't expecting this this really high graphic masterpiece to follow up on the GameCube? Would I have enjoyed that more with those expectations gone? I still enjoyed Wind Waker, but I didn't really take to it as much as I should have, I think. I don't know. That'd be an interesting way to take the question, but it'd be a waste. So yeah, I think I'm going World of Warcraft.
Also, for short yes or no question, have you played Slay the Spire?
No, I haven't, but it looks interesting. I don't really like games like that, but that one does look interesting. So I'd like to try it out at some point. Probably not on stream. I'll probably just try it on my own time one day. Yeah, that looks interesting.
Thanks for joining the stream. I really appreciate your videos.
You're very welcome. I hope that the answers were worth it, or worth the listen. I think they were okay. Hope so.
Next person is Aaron T. This would be a quick question. Is the Messenger video still happening? If so, what is the current progress on script recording, etc.?
Yes, the Messenger video is still happening. I delayed it because... No, how do I get that? Oh, wow, I'm stuck. Oh, he did it. Okay. I delayed it not just because Danganronpa 2 took up way more time than I expected, but also because I I played the messenger. Oh man, how many times did I play it all the way through? I played it once on stream. I played it twice on my own, and then I did a third run. I beat the messenger on stream, then I beat it again on my own time, and then I beat it with no upgrades. I did the whole thing with no upgrades. I didn't buy a single thing from the shop. And I was able to get almost everything without any upgrades. There are a couple of things that you can't get without upgrades, but I did the whole thing without upgrades. And I played it a little bit after that to experiment with one thing that I wanted to see, but that didn't take very long. And then I was writing the script, and I realized that I needed to go back and play Ninja Gaiden for a reference of something, and that's when all of the ROMs got taken off, and I ordered the NES Classic, which just arrived the other day. So and by then I was into another video that I've been working on simultaneously. So yeah, it's still happening, but I wanted footage of Ninja Gaiden, and I'm afraid of using emulators for that right now after what happened with the ROMs. So I got an NES Classic, which is probably being too careful, but I didn't have a ROM, and I'm really scared of a lot of ROM sites, and yeah, I'm scared of malware, man. So yeah, it's happening. Sorry that it wasn't done for September. I really wanted it to be, but I'm working on I think 6 videos simultaneously right now, which sounds ridiculous, and why the fuck are you doing that? But they're short videos. So I'm hoping that I get them all done over the next month and a half, and then I will release them out slowly while working on The Witcher. Plus there's the videos that hopefully Nick will have done for the main channel if the first one goes well. Nick is making a Persona 5 highlight for the main channel, for the first highlight video that we're putting on the main channel to launch it, to see if people like it. So that combined with these short videos that I'm making will be the content while I'm working on The Witcher. And that's me, done. I'm done.
Griffin W says, "Hey Lily and Joe, I've been thinking a lot lately about the overwhelming number of great games that have been released lately, and how I am unable to afford to play them all. We often hear about a lot of shit that's happening in the multiplayer space, but single-player games seem to be absolutely thriving lately. Most developers seem to be learning from each game and improving with each release, both for it's AAA, right?
Mm-hmm.
AAA games and indies alike. For example, there have been almost a dozen excellent titles this year just for Metroidvanias alone. To me, at least."
Have there really? Oh damn! I missed a couple. I know that there's a lot of. Sorry to interrupt you, Lily. There have been some that the releases in that space, but yeah, I didn't know there were that many. Lily didn't look at me cross there, by the way. That's me just apologizing for realizing I'm a scumbag that I interrupted her. She's used to me interrupting her.
I don't care. It's okay. To me, at least, it is to the point that it's overwhelming, and I feel like I'm always missing out on incredible games I just don't have time for. For another example, next year, Days Gone, Metro Exodus, and Anthem are all releasing on the same day. We are also getting 3 samurai games next year with Sekiro, Neo 2, and Ghosts of Tsushima.
Good job. It's hard to say, yeah.
All of which are basically guaranteed to be excellent.
Ooh, you really think Ghost is going to be excellent? Really? Okay.
Do you believe that games as a whole are increasing in quality, or has it always been this way? I've only really been playing games for about 5 years, so I wouldn't know. Also, do you believe the market can be oversaturated by quality, or is it only a good thing that there is a never-ending list of good games to consume, even if many great games are possibly being overshadowed? Thanks.
It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a completely good thing. It wasn't always like this, and there are more games coming out than you could possibly play. And that wasn't always the case, really. I don't know. I didn't pay enough attention when I was a kid to really know that for sure. But during that I didn't have a PC back then either, so there's probably way more that you could play. But most of them weren't worth it. So let's change that. There are more games that are actually worth playing coming out that you could actually play. I think it's a good thing. You can really pick the games that you want to spend your money and your time on, and I think that will mean that you'll have games that become more and more targeted at groups instead of everybody. Because if people have to make a decision, they're gonna decide something that's more tailored to their interests rather than just getting the next big thing that everyone wants. Right? There's always going to be some games that appeal to everybody that have massive followings, and there's going to be people that buy them, but I think long term it's a good thing. The only problem that I can see coming from this, or the biggest problem I see coming from this, is that a lot of games might fall to the wayside because people don't have enough time to take chances, and it might be something that just auto balances itself. Too many games come out and not enough of them sell, so less development time goes on for a lot of these games, which means that less games get produced, which means that people have more time to buy them all, which means that more people are buying games, which means more games are made, and then they go too far, and then it goes back, and there's just a balance that keeps going back and forth throughout that. I don't know if games are getting better overall. I do think that we have finally got out of this rut that we were in for the last console generation, PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360, and we're still sort of in it, but I think we're leaving it now, which was that a lot of games just felt the same, and it was just the same game being released over and over and over again with just prettier graphics, and there wasn't really any gameplay innovation at all, just maybe some little tweaks here and there. I see gameplay having more creativity and more risks being taken in bigger games that are coming out now in AAA space. Indies are of course the exception, and there's always going to be a lot of creativity there because they can afford the risk, whereas AAA games not so much. And I think that's we're going through that change right now. Whether that change continues remains to be seen, and I'm really not sure if it will, but I definitely think that it's a positive change, and that will be it'll bear fruit, and is soon, and is already starting to bear fruit really. I don't know. A lot of it's going to depend on how much time you have to play games, right? If I didn't have a job playing games, I wouldn't be able to play nearly as many games as I want to. And I think that might be why a lot of people that have played games for a long time, or have to spend a lot of time working, may feel overwhelmed with the amount of games that are coming out, because games are such a huge commitment. So the other thing I think we're going to see are games becoming more contained, like shorter, more tighter experiences that don't need that much big of a commitment in terms of time, but are still hit all the right areas as you go through it. And I think that would be for the best. When I was a kid, I used to love games when I'd get them and be like, oh wow, this game has 100 hours of gameplay, holy shit. But now it's like, oh god damn it, I wish it was only 20. I want something that has the least amount of filler as possible, and is just game right from the start all the way to the end, and is just a really good experience, and hits all the highs that it wants to hit, and then gets out. So I'm curious to see if that happens as there's more and more games. But I don't know. I feel like there's no standard definition for a lot of games and how long they're supposed to be and how they're supposed to work, whereas you have a lot more of that for movies and books. There is a general accepted aim length for books, and it's about around 80,000 words. If your book is going to be longer than 80,000 words, publishers will ask you, does it really need to be that long? Please explain why your book has to be that long. Fantasy gets a pass because fantasy books are typically longer, but science fiction, not really. So you're going to have to explain why your book needs to be longer than that. If your movie is going to be longer than 2 hours, maybe even an hour and 40 minutes, you have to explain why. You better have a good reason, and a lot of audiences are going to be like, does it really need to be that long? Whereas games can be an hour long to 200 hours long. Like there's no, and even within genres it varies. And I feel like there isn't really any standard that's being accepted. It's just we're kind of just drifting on through, like, what are audiences reacting to? What do we want to do with this game? And it's just like there's this whole kind of everything just being thrown into the cooking pot, and eventually we'll settle on something being the standard for each one. We're kind of already there with some genres, but not with others. I'm shocked God of War is as long as it is. You know, that game is definitely too long, IMO, and I'm shocked. But that's a good example. Yeah, I think it's good. It's good for gamers. I'm not sure if it's good for devs because they need to have more competition. And as much as you'd like to look at developers and as businesses and companies and like, well, the more they have to compete, the more work and the more effort they have to put in to make their game way better than the other game. And that's true, and that's great for us as consumers. But we also have to acknowledge that video game developers are not treated very well. And do we really want to support that system? And do we even have a choice? Because I don't think that change is going to come from without. It's going to come from within. And there has to be either, you know, unions or standards set in place, or companies are going to have to come along and prove that they can still be very profitable while treating their employees right, and the employees work harder while under those benefits, you know, instead of being driven half to death through crunch cycles and everything. But then that comes back to the other point that we spoke about in the last Q&A, that a lot of developers like the crunch. They want to be able to crunch on games, and if you deny them the ability to do that, they might work less efficiently because they like to start a project and finish it very quickly, you know. And I don't mean a project like the whole game, I mean like an individual piece of a game, you know. They'll start working on a boss, and it's like, okay, well, I'm designing this boss and I want this boss to be done, and if I don't have this period where it's all I do for 14 hours a day for the rest of these 3 weeks, it's not going to be good at the end because I need that intense time to really work on it. That's how I am with a lot of my projects too. So if you deny them the ability to do that, you might end up with a lesser product and a frustrated worker, even though you're objectively treating them better and giving them better work conditions. So it becomes difficult to know for sure. But in general, I would say that game devs are not treated well at all. And that if we do get to this point, or if we're already in there, with that developing, you know, companies are at more competition than ever before to create a better product than anybody else, I don't think that result and that competition is going to result in better conditions for those workers. I think it's going to be resulted in them being worked even harder than ever for less money. But I don't know the information, sorry, so I can't really speak to that. But that's what I'm theorizing at the moment. But hey, good for us. Maybe. Crunch is doing a lot of work. Someone answered in chat. Crunch is when you do a lot of work in a short period of time, either because you need a lot of things to come together in that time period right before release, or because you need to have that focused, uninterrupted time on something in order for it to come together. Almost every artistic project that you've ever enjoyed in your entire life has probably been created through crunch. Whether that's a book, writers hate writing. They hate writing so much. Lily, are you a writer?
Yes.
Do you hate writing?
Yes.
Writers hate writing. So they love having written. They hate writing. So when they get to the end of a project and they can see the end of the tunnel at the end, you know, I can stop writing.
It's like a rush of adrenaline.
It's like, boom, I need to get this done. And they will crunch out the last section of it as fast as they can. Artists will lose themselves into painting, into drawing, into anything that they have, you know, visually creatively. It will consume them, and that's a form of crunch. Musicians, I imagine, are the same way. Maybe not, you know, in every single case and for every single song, anything like that, but when you get inspired and you're there, it's like that's a form of crunch too. But it feels good. It's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I get to do it. So that's what crunch is.
Next is Matt Bake.
Hey, Matt Bake.
Hello, Joseph Not So Weeb Anderson.
Ooh, called out.
I hope your family is doing okay. In these busy days, your streams are like sanctuary for me, so here are some simple questions. Metrovania. Metrovanias are everywhere these days.
Let me see. It autocorrected. It's Metroidvania.
Oh.
Yeah, it autocorrected it. It does say Metrovania.
Could be Metrovania.
Metrovania would be pretty good. Is Metro Metrovania?
Cities, you know? Metroidvanias are everywhere these days. I mean, it always has been a popular subgenre since the term was born. But recently, around after 2015, several indie studios made big projects like Hollow Knight, Ori, Axiom Verge, Salt and Sanctuary, Death's Gambit, Time Spinner, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of the strongest point of the genre. The basic design rule is really good at providing a concept about exploration and adventure. It's a new ground for experiments. Upon the already established design, you can add almost any gameplay elements like time traveling, stamina-based combat, something like that. As a consumer, a critic, and maybe a future game director, what do you want to see from the future generations of Metroidvania? Would that be new gadgets like the things from Axiom Verge? Will there be new high bars just like the impressive levels made by Hollow Knight? Or will the genre be stagnated? Or so many dumb sub-questions. Sorry, you just have to answer the main one.
That's okay. I think I understand. Metroidvanias are a genre that I've only recently got into. The first Metroidvania game that I played was Super Metroid, and I was a young pipsqueak that played it at release, which means that I was... When did Super Metroid come out? I probably played the original Metroid on the NES, but I don't remember it. But I didn't play it enough to finish it. Super Metroid came out in March 19th in 1994, which means I was 8.
Oh yeah, you weren't 9. Yeah,
I was 8.
Yeah.
So I probably didn't play it when it that month it came out. I probably played it like a year later, so I probably was 9 eventually when it was probably after my birthday of 1994 when I played it. So I was a young pipsqueak that played that game, and I hated it. I hated it so much. It was awkward to control. I didn't understand what I was supposed to do. It didn't feel good at all. I hated it, and when I took it back to Blockbuster after renting it, I was like, okay, fuck this. I'm never playing this game again. I played it again, because I'm a liar. I played it again. Sorry, I was a liar back then. I played it again for the Hollow Knight video. I finally played it and I finished it. I played it again before that just to see if I could enjoy it again as an adult, and I still hate it. I hate Super Metroid. I'm sorry if that shatters the perception of me for anybody out there. If you've been on Discord, you know this already. I don't like Super Metroid at all. I think that, as I said in the Hollow Knight video, Samus controls like a pregnant cow, and when you jump, she, it's like throwing an empty paper bag across the room. It's just terrible. The combat is awful. The jumping mechanics are awful. The only good thing about the jumping controls in that game is that I really like the wall jump and how you can do that at the beginning if you're good enough, and it's something you can teach yourself. I hate Super Metroid. But I don't hate Metroidvanias because I played Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 as they came out, and I love them. They're fantastic. There are games that for some reason I consistently forget that I've played, and then whenever I remember them, I'm like, there's a little twinkle that appears in my eye, and I'm like, oh damn, those were great. They're fantastic. They're really, really good. 3 is my favorite. I like Corruption the most out of all the primes, but that's only because it's the only game that I've ever played. I think there might be one more, but I can't think of it right now, that has been improved through the motion controls. I thought the motion controls in Corruption were fantastic. I played Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on their own for the GameCube, so I didn't play them with motion controls. If I went back and played the trilogy with motion controls, I would probably like the first one the best out of all 3. But Corruption is my favorite just because of that. So yeah, I don't really like Super Metroid, but that's because of the way it controls and the way that the combat is kind of bad, and the movement is kind of bad too. The wall jump is the only one. The thing that Super Metroid has going for it, and maybe if I got past the controls and I got past the combat when I was a kid, I would love it just like everyone else does, is that it has this world that you unravel and explore, and you keep going through. It's like Metroidvanias are sort of like you're driving in a car and you're going around a racetrack. And every single time you drive around the racetrack, you will see a road that you didn't see before. And you drive off the racetrack and you follow that road to an unknown place, and you discover that the racetrack is bigger than you realized. And on that road, you might find an upgrade for your car that allows you to like go off the road a little down the racetrack, and you find another place and another place and another place, and it keeps unraveling and unraveling and unraveling, you know. And but that part of it that you keep going around the racetrack is also an important part for many of them. That it is a lot of repetition. It's a lot of going over the same areas again and again and again. And that part is there in Super Metroid, but Super Metroid does not have the combat system and boss battles. It does have boss battles, but they're not good because the combat system isn't good that Hollow Knight has. Hollow Knight is less about the movement mechanics. They are there and they are satisfying, but it's more about the boss battles and to some extent the combat. Whereas Ori and the Blind Forest is not about the combat, it's not about the boss battles, and it is all about the ridiculously satisfying movement system. The movement system in Ori is one of the best. It might even be the best 2D system that I've ever played. Like, it is so satisfying to move around in Ori with the double jump and the wall running and the bash ability. It's just, and how that kind of moves in with obstacles in the game. It is so good to move around in Ori and the Blind Forest. Just absolutely fantastic. And the fact that the second game is adding combat to that makes me so hopeful. Like Ori and the Blind Forest 2 is a game that I'm looking forward to so much that I try not to think about it, because if they get it right, and I'm really worried that they won't, but if they get that right, if they can add, because the trailer seems to suggest that they are, if they can add a compelling combat system to Ori's base and still have improved movement, like, and still build on the movement mechanics and the level design of the first game, that's like top tier, like holy shit, that might be like a new game in the top 10 of all time. Like that's how hopeful I am for Ori 2. So what I'm trying to say is that Metroidvanias can't just survive on this unraveling of their world anymore. You know, Metroid Prime has good movement system. It doesn't have a great movement system, but it has a good movement system, and it has pretty good combat when it comes to corruption. You know, it's fun, it's satisfying. No game has really nailed it all that I've played. I've heard great things about Guacamelee. I've heard great things about Axiom Verge. I just haven't played it. There's Space Station whatever, I think, too, right? I haven't played that one. There are a lot of Metroidvanias that I haven't played. But the key thing that I want to see going forward in these games, and it's something that Ori does quite well and Hollow Knight does not, is that to go back to the idea of you're the car that's going around the track. I really don't want to keep going around the track so many times. As much as I love this idea of you return to an area and now you have a new ability and you get to use it to unlock something more, I think if they designed the progression you have through the world in a better way and gave you reasons to go back to previous areas instead of you just being stuck somewhere and going like, well, I guess I better go through the whole game again and see where every single path leads now that I have this upgrade. If you instead had a incentive to go back to another place through the story or through something that changes on the map. You know, one of the coolest things that Hollow Knight does is when you go back to the Forgotten Crossroads and it's now corrupted and it's changed. So if they did more of that, if areas change throughout the game when you go back to them and it's something new while you're also retreading, that would be a great way to alleviate the tedium that comes from how difficult it is to get around in the world. More frequent fast travel points can help as well, but even with them in Hollow Knight, it's pretty bad. Wasn't there a game that I played recently that had that problem? Messenger. It was the Messenger. When Messenger becomes a Metroidvania, it's such a pain in the ass to get around that world that it becomes a slog, even though it has some really cool mechanics. It has really cool combat, it has really good movement mechanics, but that is a really, really bad style Metroidvania world because you have so little options when it comes to getting around it, and there's so much seeing the same screens over and over and over and over and over again. So I'd like to see that addressed, but I would also like to see a game that is a Metroidvania that nails great combat, great boss battles, great movement with great level design, while also having that Metroidvania world instead of it only having one or two things that it excels at. as an added bonus on top of that, the ability to sequence break is not necessary in my opinion, even though it's fantastic. I know a lot of people think that is the core of Metroidvanias really, but it's not for me. But I think it is fantastic when you can sequence break, but I want it to be accidental, you know. I wasn't exaggerating in the Hollow Knight video when I said getting lost in Deep Nest for the first time is that's probably why Hollow Knight was Game of the Year for me that year. Like it was I couldn't believe that the game let me do that. And when I played it again and I went through the intended route, in inverted commas there, but there of course there is an intended inverted commas. There is an intended route for Hollow Knight, absolutely, and that my route through it that I just stumbled on deviated so heavily from that intended route is incredible to me. And if more games could do that in the genre, I think that would be fantastic. But it's not necessary. Instead, I'd rather see something that really nails down all the main parts of it with gameplay, exploration, movement, and as little backtracking as possible. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like it's such an interesting genre. It's so weird. It's got is there, apart from roguelike, and even then, is Metroidvania the weirdest genre tag in existence? Is there a weirder one than Metroid fucking Vania? Like, it's such a bad name too. It's like, okay, well, what do you mean Metroidvania? What does that even fucking mean? Like, it's a genre tag should be there to be like, this is what it is and anyone can understand it, but you don't. You have to be like, okay, well, I've never played a Metroid, I've never played a Castlevania, so what the fuck does it even mean? Yeah. Maybe if there are more games like Steven Sausage Roll. It's a sausage like. No, it's be a Sokoban. No, it's a good genre. I would really like to play more games in it. Maybe even La Mulana, even though people say that's really obscure.
Imagine if your ultimate dream game comes true. What visual styles would it have? Pixel art, hyper-realistic 3D art, minimalistic art, gothic, surrealism? It's not a complex question, a boot visual design or something. I'm just curious about your art preference.
That's an interesting question. I'm actually going to pass this over to Lilybell real quick, and she can give an answer before I give mine. What would your favorite art style be?
I have a question coming up, actually, that's and a few questions down. Someone asks me about what my game would be like.
Ooh.
So I've been thinking about it the whole time you've been talking. I haven't really heard anything you've said.
But you already know what kind of art style. What would your game look like?
For my game,
what would it look like?
It would be Bloodborne.
It would be Bloodborne. Yeah.
Meets World of Warcraft. The villages in World of Warcraft with the cobblestone and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Meets kind of a black and white, as you unlock and figure things out, becomes kind of Hollow Knight muted kind of colors. And when you're out in nature, becomes Ori-like.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
I really love Hollow Knight's colors. They're like the kind of muted grays and purples and everything.
They're pastel colors,
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
But then I love the vibrancy of Ori. And I think you could be like in a garden or something, and the flowers and the trees would just be stunning if it was an Ori, like. And then when you went into the village and you were with the Gothic buildings, if they were in Hollow Knight colors, I thought that would be really nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, that would be and that connects to my question later.
That's interesting. My preferred art style would be it definitely wouldn't be pixel art, and it definitely wouldn't be hyper realistic. I think that hyper-realistic games and pixel art can be great. I have nothing against them. It's just that I would prefer more hand-drawn animation. So I don't know how that would really work if it was a 3D game. But if it was a 2D game, something like Hollow Knight, something like Ori, kind of very similar to Lily's answer actually. So if it was a 2D game, it would be like that. I really don't like. Someone pointed out to me, and I hate it. It's called Paper Doll. It's when instead of something being animated in a way that has a lot of different frames of the animation that have been drawn. It is the entity that is being drawn is instead a bunch of still images that are then moved to give the impression of animation. I believe that in Ori it's the owl. The owl is paper doll. If you don't know what I'm talking about, maybe there's a different term for it, and I'm not saying it right. But once you see it and you notice it, I really don't like that very much, at all. So that's I definitely want to stay away from that. But yeah, hand drawn animation would probably be it. That would be it's timeless. It can be any style that you really want. Probably something that's a little more on the gothic end of things. I do like gothic architecture quite a lot. I like things that are moody, and I like things that
witchy.
Yeah, and I like things that are moody that become like there are flashes of beauty between the moodiness. So Hollow Knight is visually very impressive, but the theme of it being bugs and this underground massive nest is often visually stunning, but it's not a setting that I find all that interesting if we're talking about the best game, most idealized game ever. It is definitely interesting, and I think it's a creative setting, and I enjoyed it quite a bit, and it gives a lot of creativity or creative space for enemies and boss designs and everything, but it's not one that I would really take to if I was the idealized game. So something that's a little more gothic steampunk sort of thing, or some sort of really beautiful hand-drawn sci-fi game for 2D. I think that could be really, really cool. For 3D, definitely not hyper realistic, but something that's a little more mature than Wind Waker, or maybe something that's a lot more stylized 3D models, sort of like how, like, it's funny enough how Lily said it, like World of Warcraft does. I like stylized 3D stuff. I don't really like stuff that goes straight for pure realism, because I think it immediately dates something, and it won't stand the test of time. I can't believe how bad Deus Ex Human Revolution looks now when you go back and look at it. It's going back to the original Deus Ex is less jarring than going to Deus Ex Human Revolution. I can't believe how bad it looks. And when that came out, that game looked really good. So definitely something stylized, but I don't know enough about art styles when it comes to if it's cell shading or something that's more does actually have like high polygon models but stylized like a little bit like Dishonored. Like Dishonored is not completely realistic, but Dishonored kind of looked a little off even when it came out, but it'll probably still look the same level off forever, right? I don't know. I think that someone in chat is saying Okami still holds up. It looks pretty good, but the reason why I'm hesitant to say that for a big 3D game, if it was supposed to be like a really good like Dark Soulsy game, the problem that I'm having is that Code Vein game doesn't appeal to me at all visually. Like, it looks okay, but like it's not. I don't want to play that game because, oh fuck yeah, the visuals are going to be so good on that. I want to play it because it's a Souls-like, and sometimes they can be good, and that's my jam. It's not something that I really want to dive into because of the visuals. So I'm a little leery of saying that, but maybe it's just not done very well for even for the time for right now. Someone in chat is saying Deus Ex was never hyper realistic. You don't think so? Like, when the first Deus Ex came out, that was as good as it got, really. You know, like that game looked good at the time, and it's trying to mimic reality as best as it possibly could. Like that is not a stylized thing. That's just like the same way that Max Payne was not really a stylized game. That was just as good as those graphics got back then. You know, Human Revolution. I don't know. I think that is also trying to go for. It's a little bit of the Dishonored kind of style to it, but I would say that Human Revolution is trying to be hyper realistic within the time frame. I think so. I don't know. Do you guys disagree? I think so. I think that Diablo 3 looks beautiful. I've always thought that Diablo 3, which is weird because you wouldn't think that considering what kind of game it is, but Diablo 3 looks like a painting to me. Like it's always been very impressive. You know, it looks like a painting that's moving, and I always thought it looked really good. Some shots better than others, obviously, but the backgrounds and not so much the monsters. But yeah, Diablo 3 looks really good, and I wasn't expecting that. Mankind Divided looks amazing. No, I haven't played Mankind Divided yet. I don't know. I think this is showing that I'm not really that knowledgeable when it comes to art styles. I'm just thinking of like a moody kind of Dark Souls game that has a more stylized take on it, and I'm trying to think what that would look like, and I can't imagine it. Whereas I can imagine a 2D game for sure, but I can't imagine that for the 3D.
That's all I'm thinking. I think it's 3D. I think. Maybe not. I don't know. I just know the colors.
Anyway, did Maddie Bick have another question?
No.
Any short ones?
No.
Nope. Okay. Thank you, Matt Bick. Hopefully those are some decent answers for you.
Micah W says, my man Micah.
You said it wrong.
Did I?
You read on and you'll see.
Well, I saw that, but I didn't say it wrong from the notes that I've had previously.
Micah is correct, yeah, but read on. He's changing the game.
I just learned this game, and he wants to change the game. It's going to take me another 8 months to figure it out. I must confess that I've been lying about how to correctly pronounce my name. The true pronunciation is McCann, right?
Mecan.
Is it Mecan? I didn't listen to any of it.
Oh, the true pronunciation is Mecan. Oh.
On a totally unrelated note, I believe you have something of mine, Joseph.
Uh-oh.
Honestly, though, your Danganronpa streams have produced some of your best moments, in my opinion. As expected of the ultimate streamer who excels at streaming games. I couldn't decide if some of my quick questions were actually long questions in disguise, so I don't mind if you skip one of them to save time. Anyway, long questions ahoy.
Okay.
Despite all the laughs, I took note of your serious opening speech before you started Danganronpa 2, where you said you would never pretend to feel something that you don't, and how you would always be genuine in your reactions and opinions. Despite this, I noticed several times during the game, mostly in the bad trials, where you would begin to question the game's logic, only to stop yourself and say something like, whatever, or who cares, and just move past it without comment. Mm-hmm. It seemed like you were more willing to brush past bad story moments in Danganronpa 2 than you were in Danganronpa 1. Personally, I interpreted this as you not wanting to risk the anger of dumb fanboys who would bitch at you the rest of the stream, but this approach seems to contradict your initial promise to be real and not censor yourself or anyone. Could you explain what your thoughts were during all the whatever, who cares moments?
So yeah, despite saying that, I did try it, because I said when I wasn't going to censor myself and I was going to still be genuine, that I could still work on being less on running things into the ground, and that I could wait and see more information before I really let a game have it. You know what I mean? So my outlook during the streams was to try to lower on what some people consider to be obnoxious, because I do, like I said at the beginning too, sometimes I do ham things up when it comes to reaction. There is a level of I think I called it a performance at the beginning of that stream, at the beginning of the Danganronpa streams. I said there's always going to be some level of performance when it comes to this sort of thing, because you don't sit there and always think, you don't react out loud to a game when you're sitting playing it by yourself, right? At least I don't think most people do. If someone does, please let me know, because that's pretty good. I I didn't want to have a very bad chat environment again, but I still wanted to be genuine, and I think I was. So those moments where I was like, okay, let's just move on, who cares, whatever, is like, let's give the game a chance and then we'll talk about it later. But then there were still those moments where I would get into it, like the fire part and the ending. We really let the game have it, but there was a balance there that I was trying to go for, of making sure that the performance part of my reactions wasn't that bad. Just like someone who said, which they said, why it was at the beginning of one of the first streams, they said, I don't think it's fair that you are naming all the characters you gave all the characters nicknames from the first game. That's not really cool, like, judge these characters on their own. And I said, that's not what I'm doing at all. Like I didn't do that to many characters. I only did it to this character and this character and this character and this character. And as I'm explaining, I realized, oh yeah, they're right. Like I have done it for quite a few characters, and I was like, oh okay, yeah, you point made. I'll back off on a little bit. The reaction that comes out of my mouth immediately and instinctively is not always going to be a good one. It's not always one that should be like paraded around. But yeah, it comes back to the performance part of it. It's always going to be a balance. There's always going to be, I think this, how do I express it? And should I express it now or should I wait? And picking battles with chat may be the beginning of me censoring myself a little bit, even though I said that I wouldn't. So you might be right about that. I was speaking about on Discord about a week ago, and I said, someone said it. Maybe it was even you who said this, or maybe you were there when it was going on. But I said that, like I have withdrawn a little bit because I don't want to fight with chat about every single little thing, even though I'm having a bunch of problems with it. It's just not worth it. It's also kind of feeding into this group that is now on the streams just to see those interactions and is there, waiting to call me a retard whenever we get into these moments, which is a growing subset of people. And I don't really want to cater to those people. It's like, well, when we have a really big problem, then okay, then we'll have it out. But it's just not worth it to especially when it's not genuine anymore from chat's side. It's really hard to tell how many people are pretending to be stupid to make the fight go on more, or are actually trying to defend the game because they really like it, or they don't understand the problem, or they just genuinely think that I'm wrong. Like, I refuse to believe that there were actually that many people in chat who genuinely do not understand the definition of brain dead, for the end of the stream. Like, there's no way. Like, if there are actually that many people in the world, because if we take the stream as a sample of the population and extrapolate it out and then kind of adjust it for it being a little higher for the stream because people are defending the game, then like I'm sad that I brought my kids into this world. Whereas I have to look at it and go, okay, there must be people that are trolling right now. That's when I get most frustrated. Is like, chat, are you really being serious right now? Because I don't know what's happening. Like, I really, it's really making me sad that I can't tell. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't be acting like that. I do think that I'm still being genuine when I do talk and saying, okay, let's just move on, we'll talk about it later, or yeah, you know what, who cares, deciding that it's not worth it, is still, that's still a statement of I don't like this. I'm still disgruntled, to use one of my favorite words. But let's not bog down the stream. Let's address it later and give the game a chance to explain itself, even though it rarely does. Yeah, I don't know, but maybe that's the this is the beginning. Danganronpa 2 is the beginning of Stream Joe changing a little bit more into Prison Joe. I don't know. What do you think, Lily?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe. You can only... If you can do something for so long, right? And then if the audience changes or the reactions change, then I think it's natural that you would also change.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, think of it as like extreme evolution. That things are going to be different. And you react to each other and you feed off each other. And so if you have a different audience there now who's thriving off of this kind of reaction from you, then by giving them what they want, they're just going to continue to grow. And
yeah, exactly.
Is that the kind of people you really want to be there interacting with when they're so quick to jump, and be assholes about it? So to me, then I wouldn't want to give them that kind of reaction and in hopes that, they'll either shut the fuck up or they'll leave, and if you keep feeding them, then they're just going to keep coming back. So yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't bother.
Don't feed the troll.
Exactly.
Someone in chat is asking, are people unhappy with your Danganronpa content? Hard to tell from the VOD since there's no chat, but I enjoyed it quite a lot. I think chat is not the best representation of your audience. That could be the case, and we have the hashtag, not all chat, which might be an emote soon. But the problem is it's not just on Twitch chat, it's also on the YouTube comments. I get a lot of backlash on the YouTube comments, and I also get a lot of backlash, not as much on Discord. That people think that I'm being too hard on the game, or that I don't understand the game. And it's the same sort of thing that happened with Subnautica. I still get regular comments on the Subnautica video. Oh wow, you have all these problems with the story, but the real problem is that you don't understand it. And as politely as I can possibly say to these people, which I usually don't, because I don't usually address it because it's just not worth it. I'm not the one that doesn't understand it. They're the ones that don't understand it because they haven't thought through enough on how the game would work. They're just taking the game. They're seeing an explanation in the game that I didn't address in the video because I didn't think that it was worth it because the explanation was so stupid, and they're taking that as proof that the game has addressed it, when just because they do address a problem doesn't mean that it's good. And that's the problem with Danganronpa as well. There are lots and lots of times where chat will say, Joe, just keep playing, it's addressed, we promise. And then we get to the part where it's addressed and chat is like, see, they addressed it. And I'm here like holding my head in my hands going, oh my god, the way they addressed it is so stupid and makes even more problems. Because some people in chat don't realize that that's a problem, and that it's all well and good because they did give an answer. And that's when it becomes hard to know. Is there a vocal minority? Are there people that are just bandwagoning on because they think it's funny when me and chat go at it? Because it must be entertaining. Like, it really must be, to have us all fighting. Like, it's get out your deck chair and eat some popcorn, you know what I mean? Like, it must be fun. I think I would enjoy it if I was on the other side. Sometimes I even enjoy it while I'm in the middle of it, I like discussions. But what's happened lately, which I really don't like, is that when chat lies to me. And when chat lies to me and says, this happened in the game and you just missed it, and I go back and I find out that they're lying because at that moment they know I can't prove it and they just want me to back down, then it's not a discussion anymore, it's a game. Because it's a game. It's about how much can we piss off Joe. And at that point it's not fun anymore because it's not... There's nothing to be gained on either side apart from making me mad, which is probably fun for some people. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be streaming the Zero Escape games because of that. I'm not going to put myself through that. I think I'll play them off stream by myself, and if I think it'll still be interesting streams, even though I played them before, then I'll stream them and we can have like a kind of a walkthrough kind of stream of it sort of thing. But I don't think I'm going to be streaming them blind. Sorry. Was there another question from that person?
Yes. What is the best and worst thing about your home, the physical structure and surrounding property? What is the best and worst thing about living in Moncton, particularly compared to your previous town? Any unexpected benefits or detriments that you didn't consider when you first moved in?
So I underestimated how much time actually goes into maintaining a house, which I think anyone who's ever gone from an apartment for a long time going into a house is going to do that. It's not like I thought, oh, it's going to be easy. I really did think it through, and I thought, okay, it's going to be a lot of work, but it was even more than I realized. It's very scary knowing that if something goes wrong, that you're entirely responsible for getting it fixed, which is why 2 weeks or 3 weeks after we moved in, when water started coming down from the ceiling because there was a leak in the bathroom, it was really scary, but it was also kind of a relief because we dealt with it quickly. It wasn't as big of a deal as you might think, and it was like, okay, good, we got through it, we're capable of getting through it. So that was actually a good thing, even though at the time it was like, oh my god, what the fuck is even going to happen right now? So there's that part of it. The best thing about having the house for me is that we don't have to worry about the neighbors, right? We don't have to worry about them being loud. Where we lived in Toronto, there was a guy that lived across the hall with his adult son, and they would blast music all the time, and sometimes it was really good music, but that doesn't matter when it's that loud. I do not understand how the people below them lived. I like this was, the music was so loud and the bass was up so high that if you were in the bathroom and there was a sink full of water, it was like that scene out of Jurassic Park with the T-Rex stomp and the ripple going through the water. Like you could feel it going through you, like when you were in the bath you could feel it, right? Like it was that kind of, it was that loud, it
was so loud that if we were in the living room and we were talking and they opened their door, we had to stop for a minute because it was so loud that I felt like I'd have to yell at you. That's how loud I remember it being. Like, yeah. I was always shocked that it was so loud, and then they would open the door and they were always going in and out, or talking on their fucking cell phone at like 1 a.m. loudly in the hallway, or having conversations, with other people in the hallway at 1 a.m. And I was always stunned when they would open the door at how loud it actually was. It was like this whole new level of loud.
Was it a feedback for them maybe that they played the music really loud, it blew out their eardrums, and now they needed to be loud again for them to be able to hear it from now on? I understand how they were enjoying it because it was that loud. I will give them credit though. As soon as it hit past that time that legally mandated you can't have loud music on at this time, they turned it off. It's like they must have had an alarm somewhere because they never missed that. It was like boom, okay, that's the time, okay, it's off.
It sucked for us with the kids trying to get them to sleep before that time, and the music was blasting.
It was really, 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 really bad. So that's a good thing, and also we don't have to worry about being too loud because we have kids and they run around, and we have dogs and they run around. I don't think we were the best neighbors either.
No, I used to worry about that more. It was that when Finn would not be able to sleep and he'd be crying, who were we bothering, like could they hear him?
I used to really worry about that. The neighbors next to us that shared a wall with the nursery. I worried about that a lot, and they had kids too, so they probably were used to it. But I worried about that, quite a bit. So that's the best thing. It's also really good to have a lot more space. We were very cramped. This house is not that big. But spread over, the house is 3 floors. There's the ground floor where we're on right now. There's the second floor, which is not an entire second floor. Like there's an attic above that, but the roof slants the walls on the outside of the rooms upstairs a little bit, just a little. like nothing that you can hit your head off, but just a little bit upstairs. So it's not like main floor, second floor, completely there, and then the attic above that. There is an attic, but the attic is very cramped and slanted with the roof. And the ceilings upstairs are not that tall. They're taller down here, right? Yeah. So yeah, but it's a much bigger house than we ever thought we got. And there's a basement that I usually stream in. I'm not streaming in right now, but the basement doesn't have. The ceiling from the floor to the basement, from the floor to the ceiling in the basement without any carpet and without any panels on the ceiling right now, just like the exposed kind of struts, is ever so slightly above 6 feet, because I'm 6 foot tall, and when I'm down there, if I stand up completely straight, my hair brushes against the strut. So if we were to finish it down there, we would likely have to dig out the basement a little bit, and that's a big chunk of work. But it's partially finished. I'm not streaming when I'm downstairs streaming. I'm not streaming in a cave. There are some plasterboards up on the walls. There's insulation in the ceiling and in the walls, and all the wires and pipes are tucked behind them and everything. But it's probably less done than you imagine when I'm streaming. But it's really nice to have the space, because we never really had space. It's just kind of crazy to be in a house at all, because we never thought we'd get it, right? It's just insane. It's especially when we were looking at houses in Toronto, and we're like, okay, well, if we ever had the money to get a house in Toronto, what would our first house look like? And it would be a tiny cramped bungalow that would cost, close to $1 million, and it would be, unfinished basement, and it would be falling apart, whereas this house is not falling apart, and it's decently done. There's some things that need to be updated, like we're getting in a new fridge next week, stuff like that. Some of the fixtures need to be done. The staircase could be better, but no, it's nice.
Considering what we left, we were in that apartment for almost 10 years.
Yeah. And
there was like no maintenance done in the whole time that we were there. So, it was really run down by the time that we left, to the point that I was embarrassed, if anyone ever wanted to come by, I didn't even want anyone to see what it looked like by the end.
Yeah, because we were really lucky, but in a way we got trapped by our luck. So we got that apartment at a low rate, right before rates exploded in Toronto, because rentals are so high in Toronto now. So we could never leave without having a massive increase in monthly expenses within Toronto. Just and then the story that we wrote for Patreon about how we moved. Even finding a rental house in Toronto was turning into a big, huge problem, and the rate of rent that we'd have to pay for a house in Toronto. I think if we were to rent this house in Toronto, the whole house, it would probably have cost $4,000 a month, right?
Depending on the neighborhood. At least.
Well, in a neighborhood that we would be willing to live in.
Yeah, at least 3. It could go up to 4.
Yeah. So say $3,500 a month. I really do think, and that's not with utilities included. So that's how much it would have cost. Whereas our mortgage, do you want to say how much our mortgage payment is? I don't think I want to say how much our mortgage payment is. It's half
of what our rent was, basically.
Yeah, we pay half of what our rent was in the apartment we used to live in. So we pay less every month to own this house than we did the rent on the apartment that we used to live in Toronto, and that's because we moved to Moncton, which is in the middle of fucking nowhere. We live in New Brunswick now instead of Ontario. There are more people that live in Toronto than live in the whole province of New Brunswick. There are more people who subscribe to my YouTube channel than live in Moncton. By a lot. I have more subs than Moncton has people. So, this is where we moved to, because...
And from Toronto, where we had everything accessible and
Yeah, so
it's such a big city to now. It's still a city, but it's a much smaller city.
So let me give some advice to any of the millennials out there that might be struggling, and I know it might be tough and it might be difficult to swallow, but if you want to get ahead still and own property and get on the property ladder and not have to struggle and just rent and have no prospects, consider moving to the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Like these cities,
or a smaller city. You don't have to move to
this is a smaller city. You know what I mean?
But I'm not saying move to a town. Or a village or.
I would say consider towns, but not village.
There's no jobs.
Well, that's what I mean.
There's still jobs.
That's what I'm gonna say. There you might be surprised by that there actually are jobs. Everywhere in Moncton is hiring. Everywhere. Every single store that we've gone into has a sign on the door: help wanted, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted. There are houses for sale everywhere. I don't understand this city. I don't understand how there are jobs everywhere, but houses are so cheap and they have the amenities that most cities have. I don't get it. There are a lot of problems with this city, and we don't want to stay here forever. But if we found one on our first try, pretty much, I'm guessing there are quite a few of these spread over America and elsewhere in New Brunswick, and probably out in Alberta and Manitoba there might be some too. So
Nova Scotia.
I Nova Scotia, yeah. So I highly recommend, as dangerous and crazy as it might sound, if you have even just a little bit of savings, and I'm not talking about just people who are listening right now, but also on YouTube later on, or if someone wants to say, I said this one time on Discord or something, that there are options for people who are struggling in our generation and the generation younger than us, because I full well know how shit it is right now. How difficult it is to get a full-time employment, how difficult it is to save anything, and the prices of a city. If you were born into a city, you've kind of been trapped by your parents because you can never leave, because you're sorry, because you can never get ahead, because the cost of renting something to live on your own is way too much, and you won't be able to save up the money. But here's the option. If you don't have a stable career, that in a city, you have the option to come in and get like a job in somewhere small elsewhere, and you might be able to get ahead through that. That's what my suggestion is, because everyone's hiring here, everyone, and if I had known that, we probably would have moved out here way sooner, right?
Probably.
You can afford, and the house prices here. We
wouldn't have been able to justify staying in that apartment if we didn't have to.
And things are so much more affordable. That said, the question was, what's bad about this too? What's good and what's bad about it? Okay, well, what's good about it in terms of other things is that it's quiet. It's, if you go outside, in fact, it's so quiet that I'm aware that the window's open. I'm going to go close the window. Be right back. Lily, you got there before me.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I don't remember closing. I closed that one. I don't remember closing.
You got there before me. Yeah, it's so quiet outside.
We don't live on a main road anymore either. We used to live, with stores around us.
It's really nice. I would say that sometimes it's even too quiet, but mostly it's really, really nice. They are the people are really friendly. But there's a problem with that we'll get to in a second when I start talking about the bad things. And it doesn't feel like we're in a small town. It still feels like we're in a city. We can still order food. We can still get a pizza. There are still some places that are open 24 hours. We still have something close to a city life that we're used to, because we always used to say, we could probably live in a small town and we would like it. And moving here has proved to us that we're fucking high when we thought that, right? No, we're city people. We can't live in a small town.
Yeah.
It's if we had to, we could do it.
I was trying to get Joe to move to a small town. Well, it's a very small city. It was practically a town, and it's good that we didn't.
Yeah, we could do it if we had to, but I don't think we'd like to. So yeah, we are not town people. We are city people. But the bad things are that so the people are really nice, but Moncton is a town of NPCs. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and you're not gonna believe me. Okay, I'm just gonna preface the story with this. You're not gonna believe me, but Lily was with me for 2 of these 3 things that happened. Okay, so I have her as proof. You're not gonna believe me. Okay, we were walking down the street, and it was like we were playing. We'd moved to oblivion. Okay, that's the game. We had moved to oblivion. Okay, we were walking down the street, and this guy stops us. Like walking. He's in his walking animation, and he stops us, goes rigid, looks at us, and goes, "That stadium downtown is almost finished, huh? That'll sure bring in some more jobs for the city." And then continues walking on, like he's literally like a scripted NPC unloading the dialogue that's being loaded onto him that was attached to him, and he just kept going. Okay, that was the first time, and Lily and I were like, "What the fuck have we moved to?"
Now I wanna say that when we were in Toronto, Joe would get stopped sometimes, and people would talk to him out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm that kind of person.
I am a very nice person, but I have, I think, resting bitch face, okay? And I wear sunglasses when we go out.
You do have resting bitch face, but I like that about you.
Basically, I don't look approachable when we go out, and I don't want to look approachable because I don't want people stopping and talking to me when I don't know you, and I especially don't want you talking to me when I have my kids, and then you want to touch my kids. So I purposely, I try to look as bitchy as possible. So even with the sunglasses and my Toronto bitch face, this guy still felt the need to tell us about the stadium. Okay, so if it's just Joe, we can kind of believe it. When I'm there too, you really can't believe it.
Okay,
continue.
So that's the first one. The second one, which was I think almost in the same area, we were walking to downtown in Moncton, and a different guy was walking down the street, and now we're kind of bracing for it because like people talk to each other here, and it's not always that jarring, but sometimes. So he's there, he's walking down, and then he stops and looks at us, and then he lifts up his bag that he just got from the convenience store. "Just bought a scratch card. Gonna go home and scratch it. Hope I win." And he walks off. That's that. Who the fuck does that? Anyway, so this is the one that Lily wasn't here for, and I've told her about it, and I don't think she believes me because this is the most ridiculous one. Okay. This is the most ridiculous one, but I swear to God on my life, I probably don't remember it word for word, but I swear on on the kids' lives, this happened to me, okay? It was the day after a huge thunderstorm happened, okay? It was a huge thunderstorm in Moncton, and it was like the most violent storm I'd ever seen in my entire life, like because the thunder came down right next to the house. So I go to the grocery store the next day. And I have the bags and everything, and I'm coming out with the shopping cart, and I take all the bags out that I put in the shopping cart, and I put them, and I take the shopping cart back, and I'm putting it into the receptacle at the front of the grocery store, and there's a guy that works there that is. I can't believe this happened. I'm sorry. I just can't believe this happened. Like, so his job is that he collects all the shopping carts and he puts them back into the receptacle. So he comes over to me and he's like, "Oh, you put your shopping cart back. Thank you very much for that." And I'm like, "It's okay. Don't worry." And he's like, "Did you see that storm the other day?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He says, "I was out pushing the shopping carts in it, and I got struck by lightning." You have to be careful when you're pushing metal things out in a thunderstorm. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, "What?" And then he lifts his arm and rolls up his sleeve, and I swear to God, he had a lightning scar on his arm from where he got struck by lightning. I swear to shit, he had it. And I said, "Wow, you got really lucky that didn't kill you." And he's like, "I know." And then he walked off. I swear to God. So this is the land of NPCs that we've moved to. Anyway, so that's hilarious. I think the people are great, but the problem is that people make appointments here and then they don't show up to them. So we've had appointments we had mold in the attic when we bought the house. We knew about it, and the mortgage got dropped a little bit because of the mold in the attic to pay for the spraying of the mold.
Well, the people that own the house.
Yeah, the people that own. So we had to. So even though that was done, we had to schedule the guy to come spray the mold, and we made an appointment for him. We made an appointment for someone to measure some of the doorways in here because we wanted to get some special doors installed so the kids can get between different rooms. So we could section it off without having to use baby gates. There's a bunch of things like that. We wanted someone to come.
The electrician was supposed to come the next day.
The electrician was supposed to come over and look at the wires in here. Basically everything that we've tried to schedule, apart from the guy who came, the emergency plumber that came to fix the leak in the ceiling,
and the locksmith.
But didn't the locksmith have a problem too?
He showed up eventually.
He showed up eventually.
The electrician never came.
Everyone else has either been like super late, or we've had to phone again multiple times, or just never shows up.
Or they never answer. I've been emailing about the basement to find out how much it would cost to finish the basement, and I emailed 6 or 7 different places, and I just wanted a quote. I'm not even saying get in here and look at it. I'm just saying if I wanted this, and this, give me a ballpark. What would it cost? And we've called people and we've emailed people and nobody ever answers.
Yeah, so that's the bad thing. The other bad thing is, even though we said we can order a pizza, we, especially since the kids have been born, we order not a lot, but a decent amount of food in because, if my schedule's bad and I'm in the middle of working, sometimes we can't really cook meals. During God of War, we actually started ordering groceries because the time was worth it more for me to stick with God of War and use those 2-3 hours on the God of War video than it would to go and get groceries and talk to the guy that got struck by lightning when he's pushing the carts around. So that's what we started doing that during the God of War video. But there's not much variety. There's no Uber Eats or Just Eat or anything here that we had in Toronto, and also there's also some places that we really liked in Toronto that obviously aren't here because now we're in Moncton. But that's it really. There's a lot of French people here, which doesn't really bother me, but it might bother some other people because they're the French.
Been really friendly. Really nice.
They've been very friendly, but some people don't like the French because they're French. If you're English.
I'm hoping to learn some French.
But yeah, they're pretty nice. They have some ways of speaking here that we're picking up on because we think it's funny, and if you think it's funny, you start saying it, and then suddenly it doesn't go away anymore. If you ever watch Fargo and you have the people that say okay then. I started saying that after I watched Fargo, but then I stopped. But here they say, at the end of conversations, they say, well, that's about it.
Yeah, I've said it a few times too.
Well, that's about it. And I've been saying that more than I realized. So, yeah.
And the bugs.
Well,
the bugs are big.
The bugs have nothing to do with Moncton. That's just having a house.
No, outside too.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, well, in Toronto there were houses, and I didn't see ants the size of this.
You didn't live in one.
I did at one point.
Yeah, but that was more maintained in
Well, why is that we're walking down the street and I've seen some big ass bugs? Not even on our property. There are huge bugs here. They're the biggest ants I've ever seen.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Scary big. The biggest spiders I've ever seen.
They're not that big.
They're fucking big.
That one outside was really big. I will say that. The one that prompted the weeb tweet. That weebs are scared of girls like I'm scared of spiders. That one was that's the biggest spider I've ever seen. So I will give you that one. But the ants are fine. Those are normal size ants.
No, I've seen big ants. Even Finn will tell you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't realize that you consulted an expert.
He knows his ants.
Oh, he knows his ants? How many ants were there?
He finds them all the time.
One.
Even outside, he'll find bugs. This kid just
two ants. Yeah, he's good. He likes bugs. He should like bugs. He's a kid. He's a boy.
He wants to kill them.
Yeah,
that's all he wants to do.
He's a boy.
He wants to get the tissues for me so he can kill them.
That's what we do, Mr. Ants.
trying to think if there's anything else. Things are a bit more spread out here, where things aren't as accessible as they used to be.
Oh,
the grocery store is further, and you know.
Okay, this will be the end of the question.
And
the end of the answer. The roads.
Yeah.
The roads. So Lily and I want to learn how to drive, and we were thinking of doing it here, and we decided against it because the roads are so bad. I have never seen so many traffic accidents in such a short amount of time in my entire life. There are sirens quite often, and it's always road accidents. Since in the first 2 weeks since we got here, we saw 3, didn't we? And I don't.
There's the one that was like right outside
our
door.
right outside the hotel when we were staying in the hotel before we got the house. And then there was one on the street right here, and then there was a third one that we saw on the main street. And I've seen people run red lights more often than I've ever seen anyone run red lights. But also, it's not just the cars; it's the pedestrians too.
Yeah, they don't obey the
pedestrians.
Will
just
go.
Pedestrians will just be like, "Oh, I just want to be across the street. Okay, I'm going." You know, like good luck everybody else. You know, so that's what they're like. Yeah, I don't have my license because I could never afford it. And my sleep disorder made it difficult for me to get it, and I was never sure if I wanted to risk getting my license because of the sleep disorder. But I think it's time that I tried and see if I could do it. Lily was almost done getting her license, but that's a whole other story that isn't really that interesting. I don't think. Do you?
It expired. I didn't finish, and then we couldn't afford for me to go back and we couldn't afford a car insurance anyway. So even if I had it, I would have just been sitting on it for like 10 years. So. It was never a priority, and we lived in Toronto. We had subway and bus and everything right outside the door, so we didn't have to.
Chad is really taken to the NPC thing. Are you seeing it?
Yeah. We didn't have to worry so much about it.
When the sounds of it, I don't think you need a license to drive in this town. Yeah, it's pretty bad, but it's not just that. It's the road quality is really bad too. There's a lot of cracks in the road. Not just that, in the sidewalks too. And I don't know how this is in most cities, but in Toronto there was. So just imagine you're walking down a sidewalk, and to your left is like the houses that you're walking by. And you can see, and there's grass with the lawns and everything. And on your right, there's another little patch of grass, and then the road. Do you know what I mean? So it's like the sidewalk is nestled between 2 patches of grass, and there's some separation between the street or the road that people are driving on and the sidewalk that you're on. That's how it is in Toronto on almost every single street, even the main streets, right? Yeah. There's a little bit. It's not always grass, but there'll be some.
Especially on the main streets, I would say.
There'll be some. There will be some like pavement there that isn't sidewalk. That's separation from you and the street. Sometimes there'll be parts like, remember that church we used to walk down when we were going to the doctor, and there was that period where it was gone, and it'll go away. But for I would say 90% of all of the roads in Toronto, there is that separation. Well, none of that's here. Absolutely none of that. It is on our street outside, but on the main streets, there's no separation. So you are, if you're pushing your stroller along with your kids, the cars are 4 inches away from driving next to you as they're passing.
And the lines aren't really painted on the streets for crosswalks or anything, so you have to kind of guess where you're supposed to walk. And the sidewalks are very sloped, so while I can barely push the stroller along, I don't have the upper body strength to keep the stroller on an angle, going forward. Usually Joe has to push them when we go out. I can't even push the stroller. It's so on an angle.
That's the scary part,
heavy.
Because
pushing a double stroller with 2 30-pound kids in it.
Because that's fine, that can be acceptable, but the roads are cracked and they slope down into the street as well. If you let go of the stroller as you're pushing outside, it's gonna naturally roll right into the cars. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's another thing that makes me really nervous, especially with oh no.
Yeah, I'm nervous taking the kids out because of the roads, the sloping, and I'm nervous taking them out because of the drivers. So we don't go out that much, and I don't like their traffic lights are different from the ones in Toronto too, which is fine. You just need to get used to them. But they have the crosswalks that are outside of schools where you push the button and then you just go and hope that they stop. And I don't like that because what if they don't stop?
I don't like that either. Yeah,
and it just makes me nervous. We're going to learn to drive here. So if all the other drivers drive like this, then how do you think I'm going to learn how to drive? I'm probably going to be just as fucking bad as they are.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm taking my kids out into what it's not a good situation.
I'll freely admit that we're probably being way too careful. We're being way too cautious, and we should just live with it and just
But we
accept
haven't
it.
driven, so we're a little bit nervous to drive on top of that.
So I think I think
I haven't driven in 10 years.
It's reasonable, but it's still probably not the best decision. But that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna wait, and I think we're just gonna wait until we move again, and we don't really need to drive while we're here. Maybe we can do the first part. I don't know how it transfers between provinces, though.
We have to do it again.
It doesn't? Okay.
My understanding, you need your full license, and then you would have to retake the test when you go there to transfer licenses.
But
so I
for
don't
sure,
think the written part here is going to hold up over there.
For sure, the absolute worst thing about the city is the driving, is the roads and the sidewalks. They're all falling apart. I feel like they haven't been maintained in fucking like over a decade. Like they're terrible. Absolutely terrible. That's the worst thing about the city. Anyway, next question. Is it the last one?
He has some quick questions, and then we're on the last one.
Oh, okay. Where are they? Here? Okay.
Quick questions. 1. What is your middle name?
Ooh. Well, they're not gonna believe me. My middle name is Leon.
That's a lie. Your middle name isn't Leon. Your middle name is Danger.
Danger, yeah.
Joseph Danger Anderson.
Joseph Danger Anderson. Joseph Anderson does not have a middle name. Sorry.
With all the bad mysteries in Danganronpa, what's a good mystery story, murder or otherwise, with minimal plot holes that you would recommend?
Oh, God.
Any medium is valid.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I don't know.
Keep it quick because it's supposed to be a quick question.
I have no idea. Is Gone Girl a mystery? We rave about Gone Girl.
It's more of a thriller.
More of a thriller? Okay. The murder of Jennifer Moss.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. By Lily Leon Evans. I don't know. Sorry, I like
minimal plot holes because let me just say that I had Joe as my editor, so he wouldn't allow plot holes. Okay, with all of my books, this is what happens. I come up with a story idea. I think it's fucking brilliant. I work through it all. I'm so excited. I tell him, and he goes, "But that wouldn't really happen, would it?" And well, is that really within character? Would they think that way? Do you need to have it like that? Do you need to have it in that order? Maybe this should happen instead, and the whole thing gets redone. Not by him,
not
by both
the
of us.
whole thing.
Yes, it does.
No,
so much changes when I tell you the story, and like it gets completely. There cannot be a plot hole. It all has to be completely consistent, and like the story has to make perfect sense in real time, or it's not gonna fly. So, yeah, the murder of Jennifer Moss, there's no plot holes.
You are exaggerating. You're exaggerating. Nah, there's a plot hole. I just didn't tell you about it. You're allowed 1.
Oh, that's generous.
You're allowed 55. That's why there are a lot of writers that become weebs, because they're allowed 55 plot holes. There you go. Good mystery in a video game. I don't think I can think of one outside of Danganronpa. I don't think there's any good mysteries in video games. TV shows. I know people hate it now, but there's a couple of really good episodes of BBC's Sherlock that I thought were good. There are some parts of it that are kind of like what, but there's some decent mysteries there. I'm trying to think of some good mystery movies. Do you know any good mystery movies? More TV shows. One of my favorite shows that I watched a lot when I was younger was Jonathan Creek. It's another BBC show. Starring Alan Davis, I think, or Alan Davies. Sorry, Alan Davies. He's on QI. If you ever watched QI with Stephen Fry, and that is a very much a show that's kind of like Danganronpa in terms on the mystery side. They're all really weird, kind of. There's no way this could possibly happen, but it is, and the mystery seems like how are they possibly going to explain that? And usually it's pretty good. And the saying that Jonathan Creek, he's the main character, says is that because most of the characters think it was a ghost or some supernatural power or anything like that, and he says that once you take away all the reasonable, rational answers, all that's left is either something that is so unlikely that you dismiss it, or you just don't believe that someone would put in this much effort for a murder to happen. And the one I will say that is a kind of minor spoiler if you want to watch it, is that there was a murder about
the guy wanted to make this death look like a suicide, not because he wanted the person dead, but he wanted the shame involved of it being a suicide. And the mystery is that he went into the room with a bunch of materials. He had like a whole night afterwards, or a whole 2 nights afterwards, to commit to this plan. That he went into a room, staged like a suicide, then locked the door from the inside, and then built a wall and hid himself inside the wall, and then killed himself because it wasn't important for him to survive after the guy died. It was all about the shame of making this guy go through suicide, And that's kind of out there, and it might sound a bit but that's kind of the crux of the show, is that you would never think that someone went through this much trouble for the murder mystery. That was a pretty good one. Some of them were a bit crap though. There was a couple times where I was like, yeah, okay, that's too much, but some of them were pretty good.
I think Mystic River is good, but I really like that book.
Mystic River is pretty good.
I can't think of plot holes with that one. I thought it made sense.
What show is that? Jonathan Creek.
Time for another round of Explain That Meme. Why do you sometimes say nanny and baka at seemingly random moments during streams?
Nani means what in Japanese, doesn't it? That's something that chat taught me. Nani is what in Japanese, right? So nani the fuck is what the fuck. That's just me kind of going along with chat and their degeneracy because of weebness. Yeah, so that's what that means. So instead of just saying what, I'll say nani, or I'll say kwa. So yeah. Baka means idiot in Japanese, right? That was taught to me from a girlfriend I had when I was, I think, in high school in Wales, and she was a weeb, and she said baka quite a lot. I think it means idiot, right? Baka means moron. Baka. So it's like a typical weeb thing to say that I've seen in on image boards and stuff since then. Yeah. Meme explained.
By the way, thanks for not raising the Q&A patron price. This change was a much better choice. Until next time.
That's it? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the quick questions. And yeah, I think it was the better choice too. This Q&A has felt much more manageable so far, don't you think?
We're on the last person now.
Okay.
Ralph Clogs.
Ralph Clogs is the last person.
Himself.
Damn, talk about a puntastic finale.
Hey Joe and Lily, after playing through an interactive VA like Danganronpa, would you consider ever making a game like it? And what are some of the big changes you would make to make a game like Danganronpa way better?
That's funny. So yeah, we were discussing this on Discord the other day, and it kind of got in my head, and I was thinking, okay, well, what would I do? And I won't go into too much detail because we wrote out a story for this, and a concept, and we don't want to spoil it. But basically, we struggled really hard, or really greatly. We greatly struggled to think of an idea that makes sense, that doesn't have any plot holes, for how do you get, because I really liked, okay, so this is the concept that I want to go with, is that I really like the idea of 10 to 15 strangers stuck in a place that is foreign to them, with no way out, no contact with the outside world. They have no idea what's going on in the outside world, and someone is keeping them there and toying with them, a mastermind character, and making them kill each other. So the problem is that I can easily think of the way why they're making you kill each other, because you can just do what Danganronpa does, is that if you kill someone, you get to leave, and if you don't find it, the rest of the people die. That actually isn't that important. It's just you can just have the if someone is killed, then they get to leave. And I think just trying to correct that injustice would be important enough to let that go. But then maybe they would want someone to go so they could send rescue or something. I don't know. Maybe it is important. But we struggled quite a bit to think of a concept that works that way. So we thought about something on a cruise ship, right? We talked about a cruise ship. We talked about like a mental asylum or something like that. You know, someone takes over these places and somewhere isolated on an island, not a tropical island like in Danganronpa 2, but just an island somewhere that's very isolated. But then we thought about, okay, well, what were the reasons for behind this? Why would this person want to kill these people? Like, how did they choose these people? And that's really where we have to stop, because I can't go into spoilers on it, right? But I can tell you something about the setting is that the idea, which would be introduced very quickly, would be that you would play a character that is in present day, and you play a day in their life normally. You know, kind of like the opening of Soma, only not really. Actually, it's quite a bit like Soma now I think about it. So kind of like the opening of Soma, where you have a kind of a regular day, and then the day ends. It's a little bit different than that, actually, now I think about Soma, but it's the day ends, and you end up the next day when you wake up, you're completely somewhere else. So it would be present day, and this character goes through that, and then they go to sleep that day and that night in their own bed, and when they wake up, they're now hundreds of years in the future in this room where they've been imprisoned, and they have no idea how they got there, why they got there, or what's going on. And as they come out of that room, they realize that there are a group of other people there with them. I wasn't sure how many there would be. It would depend on the budget of the game. 10 to 15 people. And they realize that they're in some sort of futuristic facility, and they are then compelled by someone to begin killing each other for that person's presumed amusement. And that was the concept that we had. And there's a reason for it. It makes sense. It's quite crazy, but it makes sense. It probably isn't, 100% plausible, but it does make sense, and it's internally consistent, and that's the most important thing for me. It's not that it has to be realistic; it has to be internally consistent. And I like the idea a lot, and I've been writing out different ways for people to kill each other. I have, I think, 5 murder mysteries so far. I've just been doing it kind of in a little bit of time here and there whenever Lily and I are talking at night, before we try to sleep, or as the kids are going to bed, because that's the pillow talk that we have, right? Stuff like that. And I really like the idea, but I can go into a little more detail on the other side, because this is not something I've discussed yet, and I have no idea how to do it. Is that I would want the murder mystery to be something that is more involved in terms of gameplay. I want there to be more decisions. I want there to be I want there to be a process with the trial and the investigation. I want there to be a fail state. I want you to be able to mess up and the story continues. I want there to be more stakes in how you go through the investigation, and that it's not just spoon-fed to you and you're on rails. But I don't know if that's possible. I want it to be a game. I want there to be actually things to do when you're exploring and inspecting the environments, and you have to make deductions and actually figure it out instead of just going along. But it might not be possible without a absolute crap ton of work. So that would be the thing that's really difficult to do. Someone in chat is saying, "What are there spoilers for?" Because I probably will do the story one day, even if it's not a game. I really like the story idea. It will probably be a story. If it's not a game, then I'll write the story, because I really like what we came up with. So that's why I'm not saying what it is. Just like I wouldn't spoil any of the plot lines of any of the books I haven't written yet. So that's why I'm saying I'm not going to go into detail on it. But yeah, I would have to put in a lot of thought on how you can make that work. And I'd probably play some other games that are like it too. I've heard good things about those Sherlock games, and those have investigations, so I'm curious how they make it work. Maybe it's because I'm fixated on it being more of a visual novel than anything else, and maybe if you have the freedom to move around environments, a lot more flexibility in that, maybe that would awaken some ideas for that sort of thing. But yeah. Was Eleanor any good? Any reason why the stream wasn't announced on Twitter, Discord? Oh, I forgot. Sorry. It was a bit late too. Sorry, I completely forgot. My bad. I should have. Yeah. Sorry. We're almost done though, aren't we?
Yeah, we're on the last question.
So sorry about that. Anyway, that's all I can say about the Danganronpa kind of game that I would do. The big thing would be that it all makes sense. That has a satisfying ending. You know, that I would try really hard to have mysteries that are good contained mysteries and good contained stories. But that it has a satisfying ending to the whole thing, you know. And even if that ending just is somewhat interesting and also makes sense, you know, that would be enough for me, because that's really important to me. Maybe a lot of people don't care about that, but I care enough about that for me. And when it comes to anything, I'm my own audience, and that's all I go for. Would I like this? Okay. There we go. Did Ralph Cox have another question?
Yeah, he wants to know about my game idea.
Your game idea.
Also a question for Lily. If you could make a video game, what would it be, keeping in mind you don't have to play it yourself?
Ooh.
Hope you guys are doing great. Okay, so I gave it some thought, but like just today pretty much, because beyond that I only really had like an idea of what it would look like. And I don't have it all figured out, and I've never spoken about it aloud before, and I'm tired because it's almost 6:30 in the morning.
Is it really? Wow.
Yeah. So basically it would be something like...
Did you see in chat just now?
No, what?
What Dantec said?
Huh.
Tetris Attack, but good.
Oh, Dantec. It's a shame that, you know, in our little, you know, mental collaboration we have going here, that I got all the good taste and you got all the shit taste. But it's not your fault, right?
Shit.
It's not your fault. So I won't be mean about it.
A lily burn. The rare lily burn.
Anyway, so like I said before, it would be kind of like Bloodborne meets World of Warcraft style and kind of village, and the colors, you know, I already spoke about. I have this kind of thing in my head about maybe kind of starting off kind of bleak and like maybe like black and white kind of, and then as you kind of unlock things, you get more colors, and it gets brighter, and it gets more vivid, and it gets more alive. Like,
I like that. That's a neat idea.
I find that intriguing. Like in The Wizard of Oz, when she lands at the house and she opens the door and suddenly there's color, and it's just so striking.
That's a good idea. Do you want me to ask Notch for $1 million for you to make your game?
No, if you don't mind. I don't really know how it ends, but you know, I want it to be something Stardew-like on a farm and with a village, but I'm thinking maybe more like serf and nobility kind of, instead of like a mayor, and you know that like, you know, it being a little bit more of an older antique vibe to it. Again, the style would be Gothic, so it could be maybe like, you know, 1800s Londonish kind of village feel to it. Instead of mines, I would have dungeons.
So it's like Stardew.
Stardew with magic.
With magic.
And witches and wizards and vampires and a
Ooh.
cruel noble who just wants more and more of your farming for himself. And he keeps making it harder and harder for you to survive. So you have to go and do these little excursions and stuff to basically make more to fund your farm. Which he then keeps wanting. He's greedy and he keeps taking more and more for himself.
Like taxes, you know, like.
Yeah, and the people in the village are very strange. And as you're there, you discover more and more magic, and you discover more and more that there's kind of like this underground kind of thing going on with the dungeons, and that if you act out, you get imprisoned, and you have to fight things down in the dungeons to survive.
Okay, I'm not gonna insult you by asking if there's a witch.
Oh, if there's a witch.
I'm gonna ask you, how many witches?
I don't know.
Okay.
But they're not hags. They're hot.
They're hot witches?
And part of what you have to do is you have to, like in Stardew Valley, you have to kind of waifu them, kind of.
You have to waifu a witch?
Well, you have to
a witch-fu?
Well, do you want a waifu witch? Do you want a wizard? You know, are you male? Are you female? Are you straight? Are you gay? Do you want the vampire? Like, what do you want? Do you want the vampiress? Is that how you say that?
Cat-loving flying fish is sold.
What do you want to do? You need the power of these magical beings in order to go against the nobleman who has so much magic already, right? And is controlling.
Okay.
And then I liked the idea that you try to leave because fuck this shit, and you can't. You can't leave because there's magic protecting the whole place, and it won't let you leave. And then you realize that everyone there and all the things that have been going on and all the secrets they have are because they've been trapped there for so long. And you're a newcomer to this place.
Interesting. So when you got in, the trap was sprung.
You have like a secret society, and that the person you inherited the farm from died mysteriously. At first, you thought it was a heart attack, but then it's revealed that he was poisoned.
Oh, by the nobleman?
Assumedly so.
Oh, assumedly so.
So you all have to kind of rise up, and try to overthrow this nobility. But
sorry, hold on. It's really important for us to know. Can you have a harem?
I don't see why not. Because you're all going to work together.
Do you think that if you are waifuing one witch, that you get their power, but if you waifu two witches?
Well, it's more that they'll teach you. It's not so much that you take their power. It's more that in exchange for your love and devotion or whatever, they will teach you how to make these potions. They will teach you how to be telekinetic.
Do they teach you in like a sexy way?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta make it fun.
I think you're onto something here.
So you have to
screw the Danganronpa game.
You have to kind of, in order to survive, right? You have to manage your farm and still be able to go on excursions to make extra stuff while managing your time and waifuing people in order to get the power and the knowledge you need in order to solve your problem. But if you negate your farm and you're not producing enough, and you're not, maybe there'll be haggling in the village too. You have to haggle your goods, and again, if you get taken for too much,
but not with the witches though, because they're not hags.
No, then you're screwed. So like you have to manage your farm with your waifus, which with your excursions and going out and getting your upgrades and stuff. And maybe you get upgrades that like make your farm more efficient. Maybe you get upgrades that teach you better magic or help you with energy or something like that, so you can take on more magic or something like that, right? So you have to kind of balance the game, if you see what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because if not, you'll end up in the dungeon where you could die and then it's game over.
I have the perfect name for your game. Okay. Which waifu? ?
Okay. Not quite what I was going for, but that could work.
You don't understand. Once you explain that your game has waifus, that's the whole point of the game now.
Yeah.
What would you call it?
I don't know. I didn't get that far. I didn't get to the end either. I just figured, I was kind of seeing this kind of thing that what if, I was thinking who's going to be the murderer, like who's going to kill the nobleman. And then I was thinking, well, what if they all had a role in it and they all kind of kill him, and again, I don't know if you're in on it. Maybe you're not in on it. I don't know. So that's why I'm getting kind of confused. Do I want there to be other murders? Do I not want them to be?
Now you're crossing over with my Stardew idea.
No, I'm just saying, like, what if, because the guy was murdered, right? The guy was poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you work out that you need to work together with them? Maybe they've already been working together and you catch on to that, and then you can add your power to it, and that's what they've been missing. What if your learned combination, you have the winning thought?
What if every witch that you waifu grants you a new ability, okay? And those abilities unlock ways that you can get around the world. And this could be the first ever Waifu-vania.
Okay, I like that. Again, I was thinking you have like the dungeons, maybe you have like a secret garden, you have like an enchanted forest.
I like secret gardens.
An enchanted forest, you've got vampires, and they teach you, and maybe you've got spirits. And I was thinking that maybe, so you have someone to talk to, you have a little fairy.
Aww.
A little fairy, like a little Tinkerbell, like a cute little, because you don't know anybody when you get there, right? It's all new. Is she secret? She teaches you who's good, who's bad.
Is the whole game, is she's just a white light, and then so later on the white light goes away and you get to see her and she's secretly hot?
Oh, I like that too.
Or she's been naked the whole time.
Wow.
Lily's eyes just went really wide.
What is the rating on this game? Anyway, I've just been thinking about it since you were talking tonight. So.
Rated W. For weeb.
I always knew if I made a game that I would want it to look like Bloodborne, and that's pretty much as far as it went. So.
Dave HZ demands to know, can you waifu the fairy?
Maybe at the end, but like it's not like.
But it would never work. She's so much smaller than you. Or does she get big or you get small?
Well, maybe after you beat the nobility and you like, what's the word? Like abolish the magic that's keeping you. Maybe then she gets bigger.
Or What?
Like that story that we read, we were talking about the other day with the kids about the hag, and then go and do this for me or whatever, and then she becomes a beautiful goddess.
Yeah,
creature.
okay.
Like
That's a fable.
Like a fable.
What if there's a part where you're trying to sneak into the evil nobleman's house, okay? And the fairy castle, sorry. Excuse me, castle. And you can't get through a locked door, okay? So the fairy says, "Oh, it's okay. I'll shrink you down to my size and we'll crawl through the keyhole." Okay? And that's the first time that you ever see the fairy up close because she's just been a bright light for the whole time. And then you're like, "Wait, you're hot."
Well, that could work.
And instead of going through the keyhole, you go through...
You're wrecking my game.
I'm not.
You're making it too lewd, okay? It was all about you're supposed to wife through the witch because the witch is hot, okay? What's so hard about that? Hot witch, waifu witch, that's it.
People need waifu choices.
Yeah, like I said, there are other choices, but it doesn't have to be your friend the fairy, who only has your best interests at heart, who now you're going to take advantage of. That's not nice.
I'm not taking advantage of her. She's obviously in love with the player.
Obviously.
I like your game. And I do. I like your game. People in chat like your game too. Do you want to start a Kickstarter? I'll play it on stream. Alright, was that the last question from Ralph Clogs? So
That's it.
That's it? We're done?
We're done.
Oh wow, we're done. Alright, so let's say thank you to anyone who subbed or sent
Yeah, I have
messages.
no idea. I haven't
And then
been
we'll
paying attention.
call
I'm just thinking
it
of
a
game
night.
ideas.
Why has there never been a groundhog style horror game? I think that kind of setting is right for some sort of cosmic horror or something like that. I would like to make a repeating game like that for horror, yeah, for sure. Yep. I think that having a cycle like that and it's different every time a little bit would be great for that. I wonder how frustrating it would be if you were playing a game that doesn't change anything, and the whole point of the game is that you have to find a way out during the day, and it's really hard to find the way out, and you get so frustrated that no matter what you try, you can't win. I wonder what that would be like. PT? I didn't play PT. Oh god, it's making noise. Okay, so if there were any questions that were asked in chat often, please ask them again, and we'll get to them after I say thank you to the following beautiful people. Thank you, Dragon555, for the 100 bits with the message, "Will you ever play Beautiful Joe? Also, do you think AAA games will ever start to perfect a smaller pool of mechanics instead of having everything ranked second best like you described with God of War?" I have not played Beautiful Joe. I'd like to give it a try at some point. I don't know when, but yeah, that's definitely a game I'd like to check out. I don't know that much about it, but it was probably pretty good. Most people say that they had a good time with it. I do think the AAA games will start to perfect the small pool mechanics. Yep, I think that'll happen. For some people, might argue that it has happened. A lot of people think that God of War has the best combat system that they've ever played. And a lot of that is going to be subjective, right? So I don't think that those people are wrong. Like I think that a lot of the Platinum games have great combat systems, but some people aren't going to like them, right? So something that flashy and with the camera system that game has, they might prefer something else. So for some people they already have, but for the more like opinion of most of the gaming audience, yeah, I don't know. But I think they'll get there eventually. Yeah, for sure. Action Caterer used 50 bits to say, "All right, Joe and Lily, I need to wake up because economics classes exist. So take care. Thank you for answering my questions. Except the wire. One day." It was 2 hours ago. Yeah, and I hope the best for both of you. Take care. Good night. Thank you, Action Caterer. Hopefully you watch the VOD or we'll see you again in chat. Thank you so much for stopping by again. Ralph Clogs used some bits to say, "If you're sick of Stardew on the Q&A, can you stream a JRPG? You could answer about 100 questions before you fin-ish the game." Fin is in like another fish pun. The problem with the JRPGs is that there's too much voice acting, so we have to stop. But we might pick another game next time, or maybe we'll have the Minecraft server finally. That we've teased that for a while. Family Footage submits to say, would people rather you be Joseph Blanderson? Oh, is this because of the Danganronpa comments? Maybe they would. Maybe they just want someone to kind of just go shut up and if you're not going to be loving the game, then just don't say anything at all. I don't know if people know what they want really. Who knows? Does any of us? Do I know what I want?
I don't know what I want. I'm tired, but I'm hungry, and I'm kind of like, no, like, what am I going to do when the stream ends? Maybe I'm going to take food to bed.
Oh, let's advance.
I feel like my stomach's going to start growling, and they're going to hear it.
Well, thank you, Right on My Onyx.
Me too.
Right on My Onyx for 300 bits. Heyo Joe, been busy with work and can't watch streams lately. Actually still on the third or fourth stream of Dangan 2, but too weeaboo for me. Ooh. Why are you on the third or fourth stream then? Do you have to kind of,
pace yourself?
Yeah, pace yourself. There's only so much
Not
weeb
too
that you
much
can
in one
take.
shot.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It is pretty weeb.
I didn't even watch the second one really at all.
Yeah. Well,
I watched the
busy
first
watching
one.
Friends.
Yeah, I like priorities.
Oh, thank you for the bits, Right on My Onyx. Maybe you're still here, or maybe you'll watch the VOD at some point, but hopefully you get some enjoyment out of the Dangan 2 streams. Don't force yourself, though, if you're not enjoying it that much. I enjoyed the games quite a bit, but I can definitely see why some people might not like it. But thank you so much for the bits. Zyle Fenko has resubscribed for 6 months with a message, "Hey Joe, I posted a question in chat. Maybe you could read it. Have a nice day." I don't see it, Zyle Fenko. If you're still here, can you paste it again? And I will answer it if I can. Hopefully you're still here, Zyle Fenko. But thank you very much for the resub. If I don't get to it and you watch the VOD and you hear me say this, shoot me a message on Discord and we'll try and answer it next time during the Q&A if you like. The only Mr. Fish. Ooh. Do you think he's friends with Mr. Ants?
I don't know, but he picked a good day to be here because there's all the fish stuff.
That's true, all the fish puns, that's right. Has just subscriber Prime, thank you very much. The only Mr. Fish. The one and only Mr. Fish. The biggest, most tragic, thank you very much. Dimmick97 has resubscribed for 3 months. I'm pretty sure I've said your name way more times than that, Dimmick97.
Was it Zilafenko that you were looking for?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read that out in just a second. But thank you very much to Dimmick97. Thank you for 3-month resub. That was 7 minutes ago. And Matt Baker submits to say, if Joe plays Korean game, does that make him more weebish? I don't know. I don't really know the direct term of weeaboo. I don't know.
You taught it to me. I'd never heard of it before.
Is it? I think Bill once told me it's a Koreaboo. If it's for Korea instead of Japan.
So is weeaboo only
Koreaboo?
exclusive?
I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. He's the expert, being weeaboo Bill.
I'm just saying Koreaboo.
Koreaboo? Oh, it's real? Oh, damn. He knows his shit.
He does know his shit. And
last but not least, thank you, Cthulhu Calamari. I love that name so much. For the 9-month resub. I was thinking if I ever got to be a big game dev and I could make multiple games, I would make a Pokemon game that is a dark comedy, kind of gothic horror kind of thing, that is Lovecraft, and you collect the Cthulhu babies. And it's like Pokemon, and you catch Cthulhu babies, and they start off with like cute little versions of Lovecraftian horror, like with big googly eyes, probably like 500 of them, and as they evolve they become more horrific, and you use them, and Cthulhu babies.
That book should be here soon, actually.
Look for it on Steam in 20 years. Cthulhu babies.
So I could read it. So I think that was something Cthulhu.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah. Anyway, the message that Zalfenko had, I want to share a revelation over Danganronpa 2 and Danganronpa 1 I had. Why these streams were so frustrating, I didn't know why, but oh crap, sorry, my thing is missing, is going. But now I get it. To see those interesting and particularly well-written characters that you get attached to, society, and the whole fucking world getting killed by 2 edgy high school students is so stupid that my brain couldn't compute. I've had people defend it, and there's some people very condescendingly defending that bullshit, and it's like that. That is, in my opinion, the worst, most tragic, most indefensible part of the whole entire series. Is that, and I don't understand. I don't understand. Thank you, Zalfenko. Pokemon used to evolve from cute into badass, not in the newer gen. So I haven't really played the latest gen. There's a link there. I can't click on it right now. Or can I? Let's see. Oh no. No sound. Burying your own Pokemon. A Nuzlocke game fan design. Qua? Oh god, there's a Fortnite ad. No. Close. What we mean, why this ad? No, close. For the love of God. Okay, thank you, it's closed. Holy shit. Okay, I'll check out that out later. Anyway, thank you all for stopping by. We actually got this done in 2 streams. That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, so I think dropping down the 2 questions might have been the way to go. But some people might have specifically asked lighter questions this month because of what happened last month.
Yeah.
And I have a weird suspicion that maybe we skipped over someone accidentally.
I hope not. It's possible, but I try to try to go slowly, and I try to move down as I'm finished them, so that I scroll down so that they're at the top of the page. So
I'll double check, and if we missed anybody, then I'll roll it into the next Q&A. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. So we will see you next time. Lily and I will do another Q&A stream at the end of October, probably around Halloween. I think that what we're going to do is that I'll put the Q&A prompt up a little earlier, and we will give you guys we will try to start the Q&A stream starting from the 25th. And there will be a time when, and if Finn goes to sleep early, then we will start earlier, the opportunity, because we started this on Friday, right?
Yeah.
We started on Friday, and we didn't go Saturday because we were too tired. But then we actually could have done it on Saturday after all. We were okay on Saturday. But the thing is that we could have easily started on Thursday because Finn actually went down well on Thursday. So I think we want the flexibility to be able to go early on in the evening whenever Finn deigns to go to sleep on time. The poor kid has a lot of trouble with that. So I think that'll be the new change that we make to make it just a little easier on us. Because if it keeps being this bad, I don't know if we can keep doing this.
Well, we went for 4 hours tonight, so we could have gone longer had we started earlier, right?
Yeah.
So if we were able to actually start on time, that even if the questions weren't as light as they were this time, we would have been able to, squeeze in an extra hour or 2, right? So
yeah, but if it's 2 nights, that's fine. But I'm just worried about it getting bigger again. So we'll see. But I think for now we're fine. Anyway, thank you very much. I will be starting Until Dawn on okay, I wanted to start earlier, but you told me I can't because of the fridge. So I can start on Friday, right?
I think Friday the earliest.
Okay, so we'll probably start on Friday. I want to start on Thursday. We still might start on Thursday. Depends on when it comes, right?
I don't know. They're gonna call.
Okay.
They're gonna call and give us a window.
Well, so it's here, so fuck that then. All right, so Friday. We'll start Until Dawn on Friday, but I'm going to be taking what day off? Sunday or Monday?
Well, it depends what day you want to do it. We have to actually go and get it too, right? So,
okay.
I don't know.
It is Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend. So one of those days, Sunday or Monday, I'll have to take off to do Thanksgiving. So we'll start on Friday, and we'll probably do some Until Dawn, then take a day, and then go back to it. We'll finish that, then we'll start Silent Hill 1. I don't know if we can play Silent Hill 2 unless I can get an emulator working of it. I can get Silent Hill 1 on the PS Store, but yeah, I'll probably announce that we're going to be starting Until Dawn on Friday on Twitter and on Discord soon. So yeah. Anyway, see you guys later.
Good night, well, good morning to some of you.
Good morning, good night. That stadium downtown is almost finished. That will bring way more jobs to the city.